Hello everyone and welcome to the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition from beautiful North Cyprus on the Mediterranean Sea in collaboration with the Super High Roller Bowl here at the Merit Crystal Cove Resort and Casino. We are bringing you live coverage brought to you in part by GG Poker of 4 total events. Six-handed no limit hold'em is the main course today. A $50,000 buy-in with unlimited rebuys through the first 10 levels. The levels are 40 minutes long. Players receive a full dose of 12 time banks to begin things. We're picking up our coverage here. At the feature table, you see Ivan Liao. The blinds are 500, 1,000 with a 1K big blind ante. Liao letting go of the 10 deuce. Jason Kuhn with 8-6 suited. If you're wondering who is speaking to you, it is yours truly, Ali Najad, alongside 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Brian Rast. And Rast, it took us a minute to get out here, didn't it?
It did. It's a number of flights away from the U.S., but the weather's been nice. It's a beautiful day, and we're about to play some high-stakes poker, so I'm excited. And
when we're playing high-stakes poker, that there is a face that we are accustomed to seeing, a man who is on an absolute tear, the Adominator himself, Michael Adamo, who we actually caught up with on our connection to Larnaca on the Greek side of the island in Doha. And I know you two had the opportunity to sit next to one another, Rast, as we see Adamo and Kuhn squaring off on a deuce 4-5 board. Rainbow texture. Kuhn with the two-way straight draw. Adamo.
Yeah, Kuhn is very likely going to win this pot. I mean, it's a great flop for him with the overs, backdoor flush draw, double gutter. And Adamo just really has nothing, and it'll be hard to continue.
Every now and again, we do see some people float with some very ill intentions on future streets, but not going to happen here today. And what exactly did you and Adamo have a chance to talk about on that 3 or 4 hours on our way here to Doha, Rast?
Yeah, on the flight, I got in my seat, and sure enough, I was sitting next to Adamo, and yeah, just a couple hours about a whole lot of things. Actually, not really that much about poker, just stuff about life, about, you know, he's going back to university.
Yeah,
just, you know,
out in Melbourne, where he splits his time between there and London. Fascinating young man at just 27 years of age, has accomplished a tremendous amount in poker.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was that young. He's quite mature for his age. I felt like I was way dumber than him at 27.
At 27, I was still breaking mice against my bedroom wall as you were check-raising me in spots that I didn't think you could online. Meanwhile, 3-4 suited now for Adamo on the button. He will open it up to 3,000.
And just so everybody knows, I mean, right now these players are quite deep. The blinds are 500, 1K. So Adamo has 375K. That's nearly 400 big blinds. So a hand like 4-3 suited plays a lot nicer here when you're that deep.
You can afford to speculate.
You can definitely afford to speculate. So, and you'll see also when you're this deep, these out of position 3-bets that Brewer just implemented here.
On the strength of 2 queens
over 6x. So it was a 3x open, so the sizes are all bigger, and this 19, that's more than 6 times the amount of the
our screen name is actually like exactly
a lot meatier than we would normally be accustomed to at shallower depths at this stage in a tournament.
That's so funny. It's like the same screen name.
So yeah, and normally with 4 high even suited here in a tournament, you would give that up, but playing so deep, a suited connector has a lot more potential, because when you do make a hand, you know you can win hundreds of big blinds as opposed to 40 or 50 or 60.
And here on the paired 2-spade board, some of that potential is showing itself as Adamo has picked up a spade draw up against queens and 10s, and Brewer has followed through for just 10,000, significantly downsized, just a quarter pot. The sizing.
Yeah, so Adamo's basically always continuing here, but now against so small a bet, his decision is whether or not he calls or raises. So, you know, let's see what Adamo comes up with.
the raise is 3x to 30K from Adamo as he poses a question to Brewer.
Do you have anything? And Brewer does have something. I think it's very likely he'll just end up calling this raise to see a turn card.
Obviously, it would be a disaster to inflate the pot further and face an additional raise from Adamo, who does not improve on this 8 of diamonds, given that the board is paired, and certainly 10x is a viable holding for Adamo, and every now and again he would balance by playing it quickly.
So here he's very likely to check. Oh, he already did check, and now Adamo has to decide whether or not he wants to bluff this or take the free card and try to get there on the river. So about a third pot. So if this is called, it sets up, there'll be about 164K in the pot, and Brewer will have 110K back. So it sets up about a 2/3 pot river shove, whether Adamo makes it or if he decides to continue his bluff. I really can't see Brewer giving up at this point with 2 queens. It's just much too strong a hand. And so now we're going to see a river.
And that river is an ace. Adamo has no showdown value whatsoever at this point. Now faces another check from Brewer. And oftentimes when you have no showdown value, you do tend to skew toward ambitions of winning the pot.
It seems pretty likely he's going to bluff here, given that he decided to bet the turn, and the ace is actually a hand at this point that
sitting down.
Brewer isn't super likely to have an ace after calling a raise and the bet out of position, unless it was maybe the nut flush draw. And yeah, just Adamo has 0 showdown, so he's probably going to make Brewer make a decision for all of that 111K.
And that tile that he put out there was not a bet. That was a time bank being utilized as Adamo mulls over his options. Ace-X suited in spades, especially given that Brewer is unblocking spades, would certainly be an option here, would it not?
Oh, yes. I believe if Adamo hit the ace, he would value bet aces and tens.
Oh, and he is piling it in there. And for Brewer, he definitely knows that some percentage of the time Adamo has busted spades here, and when we're unblocking those spades, it's more tempting to call. The problem now, however, is the arrival of that ace.
Yeah, well, I mean, Adamo can definitely play 3 tens like this, and definitely can play busted spades like this, but you know, the ace actually gives the class of the ace-X suited hands that Adamo might have played this way. You know, now they're beating him. But one of the questions about that is, you know, does Adamo actually raise, you know, say like ace-4 of spades on the flop to the quarter size bet? Because that hand actually has some showdown, so that might be a flush draw that he flats there. So, you know, there is a question about really how many ace-X suited, you know, of spades Adamo really hits, which is, you know, so that's one of the questions Brewer's trying to work out, in addition to the other questions about 3 tens or busted
look
draws.
at the sizing, Rast. I mean, this is a huge overbet.
Well, no, because Brewer only has 111.
Oh, forgive me. Effective, the 111.
So it's you know, it's about 2/3 pot.
Adamo doing everything he can to remain stoic and give away nothing in this situation, and I'm a little bit surprised that Brewer's not looking over at him a little bit.
I do feel two queens, and Brewer does not have a spade, which at this point is good not to have a spade. So, you know, he ends up passing, which we can see was bad given Adamo's hand. It's a tough spot. And I would be a little more likely to want to call as him without having a spade in my hand, because now it's a little bit more likely Adamo has spades. You definitely don't want to be blocking spades, because that's going to really be the majority of Adamo's bluffs for, you know, nearly 200 blinds, the way that hand played.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, by no means a snap call or an easy call.
And I think we just bore witness to some of what allows Michael Adamo be so incredibly dominant. Fearless aggression there.
But yet feels like outside of 3-10s, 2 queens without a spade is a pretty decent hand to call. Why? Well, not only are you not blocking the spade, but the queens will block some combinations of queen 10, which obviously Adamo would maybe call the 3 bets in position, and then after flopping 3-10s would play that way.
Folded around to Ivan Liao in the small blind, and he's going to take one out of position against Jason Kuhn. He has flopped himself top pair on this rainbow 10 high flop. Sprinkles 2,000 out there.
Kuhn with a mystery hand.
Yeah.
I give.
Hasn't shared his holding with us, but is tearing one off.
Just guess.
Deuce of hearts brings a flush draw in.
Just guess what's one. It's crazy.
And Liao barrels again for 6,000, and Kuhn lays it down.
No,
You have it? I don't want. Just you have it?
Sorry?
The olive?
And you have it.
What's the delay on this again?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know where it's streaming. I gotta figure that out.
Sorry?
Poker Go, I think, maybe?
Is it Poker Go?
Open the link?
Sorry?
I need the link, yeah. I gotta find out if I got bluffed over here.
Brewer.
Screenshot the river is all you need.
That is all I need.
Already curious.
I had a very simple hand to play up until then.
And obviously it was the ace
My hand
that
might just be simple the entire time.
was
Apparently
troubling
not.
Brewer there. As we see, Adamo
Yeah.
does now make ace high spades.
I have a trouble folding.
Raising it up from the hijack.
Brewer in position with a pretty strong hand. I think he'll 3-bet a decent amount here and not flat some. I think you can kind of play it either way. He goes with flat.
Button and blind into the muck. And now our first look at Slav Buldigin, VBV, as he is known in the online circles. King 8 Jack here, and this is a problem for Slav as he has got middle pair, but is outkicked by Chris Brewer, who has top pair. It is checked over to the pre-flop raiser Adamo. Overall chip leader in the event currently, and if you'd like to follow along the action that's happening at some of our outer tables, we welcome you to head to triton-poker.com, where you can see seating charts, biographical information, and chip counts in what is effectively real time to all of us that are living in the past on this delay here in order to protect the integrity of the game. Meanwhile, the ace on the turn has now given Adamo top pair, but Brewer has aces and jacks.
This is what we call a victim switching card, victim switcher. So the big blind with a jack with a much worse kicker was the victim, but now it's Adamo, who has no way to win the hand and will lose at least this 3,000, if not another bet on the river.
The king on the end would be the relief card for Adamo, as it would allow for a chop between he and Brewer. As he bets 3,000 and gets flatted by Brewer, who proceeds with caution. Very dry 4 of hearts on the end. And will Adamo go for value into this pot of 15,000 as he is pursuing additional Brewer bucks here, but little does he know he is torched.
With Brewer checking back the flop, Adamo does have to think his hand is good reasonably often. So this, oh, and he goes with a very small size. Interesting. So,
Block
you know,
bet?
yeah, I mean, again, Brewer did check back a jack, so he's definitely trying to get paid off by a king, a jack, maybe even 8 that checked back. But to such a small size with aces up here, Brewer is very much going to consider raising for value.
22.
Yeah.
22.
And now Adamo's in a very uncomfortable position here with a hand that at this point is, even though it's top pair, is essentially bluff catching. But given Brewer's check back on the flop, what he expects to find quite often would either be Queen 10 or a hand like aces up. And because he's blocking an ace, he actually has a pretty decent hand to call with. So it's, but he decides Brewer's not bluffing and gives it up correctly.
11x the sizing from Brewer there as he claws back some of the chips lost in the fire after he folded his 2 queens. Going to be important, obviously, for Chris to get recentered and not dwell on the uncertainty about whether or not he made the right decision in this pot.
Well, he'll probably find out pretty shortly, and I'd imagine he's not going to be very happy to find out what he did.
Do you find that most of the players on the high roller circuit, in your experiences, I know you operate in these circles and you have relationships, do their own homework, or do they actually have people that they enlist to keep them abreast of what's going on?
I mean, I think doing your own, well, I mean, doing your own, you won't be able to find out in real time, right? You could only find out after the fact. So probably depends on the player. I'd say, I would guess the majority are finding out. But there's definitely some that won't.
Well, the only way to get the information is obviously by either yourself watching the stream as it catches up.
Yeah, you have
or
somebody watching
have
the
somebody
stream
watching
for you.
the stream for you and then sending you the information later on down the line off of the delay. But again, I ask whether or not you think people are
I think
doing it
probably
themselves mostly, or
no, themselves. No, how are you going to do it yourself? Really, you're going to be on your phone all the time. It's
looking back and forth, maybe.
No.
I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it.
I think not very many people do that. It's much too distracting, and even if you're getting the information, I think it just takes you out of the focus you need at the table to play your best. So I'd actually say that's not worth it. But yeah, having somebody send you the hands, and then, you know, every 15 minutes or every hour or whatever it is, you just kind of read through them, especially keying in on the ones that maybe you're most interested in. You know, I think it's pretty likely that at least some of these guys are getting hands sent to them, but not that they're doing it themselves.
Kuhn with the Jack-10 in the cutoff shoots it up to 2,500.
Yeah, the 2.5x, I think Brewer's going to defend here, and we're going to see a flop with a dominated hand, unfortunately for him.
Well, a two-way straight draw against middle pair on this King Jack 7-2 club board.
They both have a club. In this type of situation, even though Kuhn has the better hand and over 2-to-1 equity advantage, when you're this deep, it's much nicer having a hand like Brewer's, you know, that can make such a very strong hand here.
Chris check calls the 2K follow through from Kuhn, and they both pick up a flush draw advantage. Jason, who is 86% with one to come.
Yeah, Brewer probably thinks it's a pretty good card for him, but in actuality, it's not. Although he gins it on the river.
He certainly does. Kuhn check back, and now the 8 gives Brewer the nuts here, nuts straight rather, with neither player having a flush, and Brewer is going to check. No bite from Jason. And that's a check he can feel good about.
Yeah, I mean, Jason really can't bet his hand after the flush hits and an 8. There's just no way he's betting second pair there for value. On the flip side, Brewer with an interesting decision to check his hand instead of value betting. If he value bet, a hand like a jack is going to be a little bit of a tough call because so many things got there. So I think what Brewer was hoping, because Jason had checked back the turn, is that Jason had a very weak hand that he would bluff with, as opposed to thinking it's very likely Jason has a value betting hand. But Jason just had a showdown hand. It would have been interesting to see if Brewer had bet if Jason would have called. I actually would expect him to fold that a lot of the time, but you know, I think sometimes, given that he has a club blocker and a straight blocker, he would call.
Well, not a flat call out of Slav, who is 3-betting the ace-queen open from Kuhn with these 2 kings.
The hijack cutoff here, I think Kuhn's hand is a little strong. A little strong to fold, so you know, he calls, which is very reasonable. It's not in very good shape against kings, and his worst card's going to be a queen here.
And the ace 6-5 downs those 2 red kings for Slav. As Kuhn checks along with the flow of play.
Yep, whenever you have 2 kings,
The ace magnets.
there it comes.
That's 6,000.
And Slav's choice is to follow through for 6,000 here instead of checking back and then allowing Kuhn to go to work on him. And this follow-through bet, obviously we recognize the likelihood that an ace on occasion will be in Kuhn's opening range here, but it does allow us to maybe glean a little bit of information once Kuhn makes this call.
It does say that Kuhn doesn't have that. You know, if he has a hand like nothing, like Jack 10 of clubs, you know, that hand's folding even to just under third pot. But you know, if Kuhn has anything to such a small C bet, he's kind of continuing. So a 6, a 5, a number of pocket pairs, you know, straight draws, an ace. So you know, after small bet and check back turn, I mean, Kuhn has to think an ace with such a good kicker is good here a lot. Hand is not good enough to check raise on that run out, so very likely he's going to value bet the hand himself here. And you know, now he's with kings to such a big sizing pot, he's really only beating bluffs. And on pairing the 5 and an 8 run out, which hits some straights and also gives some straight draws showdown, you know, very reasonable fold.
And you see he's not thrilled with it, but it's those sorts of decisions, not getting married to a hand just because it's a really good one pre-flop, that kind of separate the successful from the less so in these parts.
Yeah, I feel like kings to that big a sizing on that run out is a good fold. Nothing extraordinary, but just a solid. You see, didn't even think about it too much. I think, you know, what Jason's really going to hit there is something like ace 10 suited. You know, that hand with the ace blocker, even though you can't love the kicker, is almost certainly paying off a pot size river bet, had it played the same way.
Slav significantly less kit here with the king 7 suited, open to 2,500, has picked up both blinds in Liao and Kuhn. And
Check.
the flop does give Slav top pair, while Liao has bottom pair here. 2 checks in front of him, and he follows through for 2K, sub quarter pot.
Yeah, I mean, Kuhn is not going to continue with his hand, but to such a small bet, Liao decides to peel, which is reasonable. And yeah, Kuhn, I mean, even hitting the ace, which is really his only good card, is not that great because it fills in, you know, a number of draws such as ace jack, jack 10, you know, ace 10, all which still beat him.
Liao checking again. And the 10 is a little bit pesky here on the turn, but it does not stop Slav from firing one more time, 4,500.
Liao will be out of this pot, I would expect, if it was sneezed on with a card like a 10 coming. Just, I mean, the 10, you know, if his bottom pair was good, which is normally folding to a second bet on the turn, on a 10, which now fills in most of the draws. Wow, he decides to continue, but it's probably for a raise because he's probably, yeah, he's turning his hand into a bluff. Definitely wouldn't continue for a call. That makes no sense. But now Liao is taking essentially the worst hand he can have at this point and turning it into a bluff, which is a very interesting play. So this is a no, he doesn't have draw equity, but on a board like this, that's completely rainbow on the turn, no flush draws, it does make sense to take the very bottom of your range sometimes and turn it into a bluff, because there aren't a lot of real draws at this point. So it's yeah, very interesting play. And he punishes his opponent for, you know, double barreling there with a, you know, a weaker but value hand.
How do you feel about that second bet from Slav on the turn, given the wetness of that 10?
You know, I think it's a bet that's reasonable. I think, you know, basically unless he hits a 7, he's probably checking back river, and so his plan there is kind of, hey, why don't I charge hands like Queen Jack, Queen 9, Ace 10, and then check back rivers.
Close.
But
Close.
you know, Liao with a very creative play that you know, if you think of Liao's range at this point, that's a way to balance and kind of punish your opponents for that type of play that Slav made. Very, very interesting. I like it.
And it also, you know, all eyes on the proceedings here will potentially dissuade opposition from putting themselves in the same spot by taking a second barrel against him in future pots.
Yeah, that type of play makes you very tough to play against,
First
because
place
the type of play Slav did is a very against many populations of people who don't find check raise bluffs on boards like that, which is the vast majority of players. I mean, Slav's play is great. It's a great play that has a lot of exploitive advantages. But when a player's making plays there like Liao just did, it really changes things.
Liao flopped himself an open-ender on the button here.
Probably the average.
I mean, Liao has
does like 1.6
a hand that's very strongly incentivized to bluff here with absolute 0, and he actually even has a spade as well.
Flop and turn were both checked, and Buldigan will lead out on the strength of top pair.
Still,
Liao
just 6.5
got to take
hours
2
of
peaks
Coco
for
to be
free,
played,
but
with people willing to do
perhaps
that.
there was a path to victory with some chips deposited prior.
People like to play big pot.
I'm excited for all these.
Yeah,
tournaments.
he
It's gonna be
like
a fun week.
very likely would have taken that down had he done some betting, but just realized equity, and then his opponent actually made a hand on the river and didn't
Well, maybe.
bluff raise 2 hands in a row.
Otherwise, it
Yeah.
would be fun.
Just gotta pay me.
Got a bad. I had a bad hand. A bad.
Queen 9 suited here for Brewer. Opens to 2,500.
Yeah, a little more.
There are currently 6 tables in action.
Dama with a respectful big bind fold there with the king deuce off.
Number of players made the trip out here, Rast. As I walked around the room, I spied a lot of the usual suspects who make their way around to these high roller series worldwide, including Stephen Chidwick, Seth Davies, Tim Adams, and then I was quite pleased. Liam Shirovich and Nick Petrangelo also out there, but I was quite pleased to find Phil Ivey in the mix. Not here at our feature table currently, but hopefully we'll get a chance to take a look at him as we see Kuhn picking on this Liao Open with King Jack.
Yeah, Phil's had a good start. It looks like he's 4th in chips at the moment, and actually Adamo here at our feature table is 1st.
Overall.
Overall,
And
yes. Out of
that is
31 players.
That is not the board texture that Ivan Liao had in mind here.
This is not going to be an interesting hand.
No, Kuhn with top and bottom pair follows through, and these 8s should presumably find their way to the muck with some ease.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
bummed
see
about that. Like, she wants
anything
to hike
creative
in a little
happening
bit.
here with 2 8s, but
Where's the hikes right here?
She was looking it up, but it was like,
even to a very small sizing.
It was just like a mountain behind us that has trails. But yeah, I think
So
I'm
nice
going
bit of
to. I
timing
might lay
there
red
from
with that. I'm
Kuhn
not,
as
like,
he Picks up some
particularly
Liao
good at
bucks.
playing post flop spots.
I mean, I got some days off because I'm not playing, so I just hikes those days.
Honestly, if you're gonna do some, it'd be great if she could go with you. Just bet off a whole.
Yeah, it looks like Jason Kuhn is 6th
Yeah,
in
I guess
chips
so,
right
yeah.
now.
She's fit. Like she.
Alim Shirovich
She'll do
listed as
like
second.
8-hour hikes,
Nikita
so she won't have, like, an
Badziakouski
issue.
I'm
in
sure Ben would
third.
be interested too because he's
Yeah.
playing shot deck, so. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually caught a car ride over here earlier with Mr. Ivy. I didn't know he was here
Yeah, she
either,
was, like,
but
looking
he
at museums
he
and, like,
decided to stop on by
two
and
museums
play.
were,
I know
like,
you know there's going to be some
retro
short deck in these
motorcycle
Triton tournaments,
museum,
and
then
He's a fan of the short
he's
deck.
a fan of the short deck.
it was something, it was
Jack
something
9-4
huge.
here.
It was a,
Liao flops a gut shot
fairy tale
after
museum.
defending his big against the ace king from
Yeah.
Slav, who follows through for 3K.
I mean, there might be some interesting stuff in there, but still,
Yeah, with
it was
the
like, it was
gutter,
like, no
even
big deal.
the bad side of the gutter are going to be enough to continue. Ooh, and this card will probably end things, because I very much expect Slav to go ahead and bet again, and with this dusty of a hand, and probably actually for a pretty big sizing here on the turn, it makes a lot of sense to bet big,
I was kind of bummed about
kind
that,
of
too.
polarized to stronger value hands and bluffs.
12.
Yeah, so he's going pot, and there's just no,
I'm still pretty good now.
Yeah.
there's just nothing to do here with 8-eye, a gutter,
But at least you don't have the bracelet.
out of
Whoop.
position.
You haven't got
Yeah,
the bracelet,
it's
so-
over.
You could always say the words 48,000 and see
Yeah.
what
The
happens.
thing was so uncomfortable. It was like this big.
And Liao has certainly proven that he will come with a little bit of that, as we
Yeah,
saw
but
earlier.
Doesn't make, that's not really the hand to do it with. The,
No.
the other one I really like and kind of got that
Yeah.
with bottom pair on the no draw, but there with the clubs coming on the turn, and there's just going to be much better hands to do it with there than 8-7.
What's going on, Rob?
Yo, what's up, Rob?
Yo.
Hello.
And that is the unmistakable voice of one Rob Young, who made his way out here to play this series of events. Caught up with him briefly yesterday in the lobby. And the deck runs rich here at our feature table as another big pocket pair is delivered to Slav, and it's a classic Brewer with ace king, and we could see this one inflate rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Slav's going to have a decision when it gets back to him here whether or not he's going to 4-bet or call. You know, I kind of think with Brewer having just over 100 blinds, I mean, if you 4-bet here with queens,
Ski any
you're
this year?
pretty
Did you
much
go
saying if
skiing
my
any
opponent
this year?
goes all in, I'm calling.
You went to Japan?
23.
Yeah, so he's 4-betting, which is eminently reasonable. And Brewer is just not going to fold ace king off here. So the question is what he's going to do.
Oh, no shit. That sounds fun. Oh, was Darren there? Yeah, that's right, man. I would love to go there.
Don't really think there's a 5-bet size here,
It's 23, you said?
especially not with ace king off. I kind of feel like he's either going to call or go all
Next
in.
year when you guys go, send me the invite. I'll come. Bring the family.
All in?
And all in is declared here.
Call.
And Slav begrudgingly makes the call. Knows that in all likelihood the ace king is on the lower end of the range of what Brewer would be moving all in with, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's ace king, aces, kings. Are
Oh,
gonna
top
be,
set for Slav
small
here,
dice?
but
But
the
the ace-
spade draw
spade-
and the Broadway draw for Brewer, making things
Small
very
dice.
interesting.
And it's
Now
over.
it's all over as the board pairs on the turn, and Brewer draws dead. So not a fun sweat
Yeah,
whatsoever.
that's-
No waiting for
Understand.
Slav and
Thank you.
Spasiba,
Yeah, Slav
says the
definitely
Russian.
going to be reasonably happy to see ace king there. You know, depending on the player, every once in a while you might see a dustier hand, but really
These are
the
unlimited
majority
ranges?
hands in Brewer spot are going to be aces,
be
kings,
back.
and ace king.
Yeah. Nah, I'm not okay with that.
We're gonna have someone in for 6.
What you'd really love to see would be like the ace 5
6?
suited.
I'd take the over.
Which every once in
Well,
a while
maybe not
someone
today,
will-
but
go for it there
That
with
would be a
ace-5
mild
suited, a little
in-
like
for
wheel-suited ace
historical
like
events, that would be a
with
mild.
ace-5 being
Yeah.
the best
What's
one,
the most you've done on GG?
the
I
one
think I
that
did gold in
solvers
one of them, but-
In the
would love and
25K?
recommend.
No, there was like a one.
So
actually,
Slav
like a
having
25, I think I did
Chris
eight, maybe,
Brewer
once.
covered. As
The worst I've done in a 25 on there is maybe.
removed a player
6.
from our feature table. I assume.
I've just never really had. But
Have
at
that.
Aria, back when they had unlimiteds, I had a
Seed filled
25K.
shortly.
I can't remember, but it was a lot. Like I lost count.
Yeah, it can happen easily.
Talking about
I had a 50, I think, for 8.
max number of
Wow.
buy-ins here in a rebuy tournament. So 50 for 8. That for the viewers at home, that means Kuhn was in a 50K tournament for 400,000 once. Probably had to win that one to break even.
I think my favorite story in terms of aggro rebuys, as we see Liao open to 3,500 from the button with King 8, and Slav mulling things over here with a pumped up stack of 300,000 and Ace Jack, is
I do
Daniel
remember those. That
Negreanu
was
at
right
the
before
World
I-
Series of Poker
You did?
Something like that.
buying
You
like
just keep rebuying for two
in
big
for
prizes.
I
30
remember
some
this,
odd
yeah.
bullets to the point where he
hilarious.
actually
Even
needed
for 100.
to finish
100,
third
in the $1
or
tournament.
better
Yeah.
to break even or make money, and he finished third from what
Before
I
your time.
understand.
The- like the most.
And a WSOP event, yeah. So
Tournament
that's
of
It was like a
probably had a number
1,500
of players.
rebuy, I think,
Yeah.
something like
and
that. but-
everybody just kind of agreed. Like the whole prize pool basically just agreed to kind of just like gamble on the first. It was wild.
Oh, you just shovel in blind.
Yeah, like people would just shove. Like it was just regs. Like regs trying to make a living, just shoving all in blind and calling each other. It was really fun.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it was wild. It was just like I don't know why, but everybody just agreed that that was the thing to do.
Run up a stack. Yeah.
Get more chips, you know.
Kuhn with a fun little hand on the button.
Queen 6 suited.
With
Oh, yeah.
3x sizing here, Damo does decide to play. Definitely would expect it versus 2.5x, but was curious to see whether or not he'd play it to 3x. Better flop for a Damo.
Yeah, total error here on the ace-9 deuce monotone board for Jason as Adamo checks his flush draw over to Jason.
Yeah, with a heart, he's going to continue.
Can we ever just let go of the 7-5 here despite having a heart, Ras? Because obviously,
Not to this sizing, 0%.
yeah.
You know, maybe if somehow Kuhn decided to overbet the flop or pot or more, you could find a fold perhaps, but not to this
Even
size.
for like 2/3, as we see
Yep.
Adamo picking up a gut shot straight draw to go with the flush draw. He checks once more. Go on, Ras.
2/3 is, yeah, I don't think he would, but you know, maybe. So Adamo's going to win this a lot because if he doesn't improve, he's going to bluff, and Kuhn's probably not going to call. I wouldn't rule it out, but probably not.
Board has paired after the Kuhn check back on the turn. 11-5 in the middle.
There's
7,000.
0% that Adamo's going to try to show down 7 high, and yet Kuhn doesn't think about it. Adamo just every bluff working.
Yeah, so far.
It's so
It's
beautiful.
still early, but yeah.
it's still early, but it's so beautiful when you're just, you know, playing in a poker game and just every time you have nothing at the end, you bluff, and it always works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that one a very small pot. You know, the other one much more significant.
Not that much. Yeah.
Pass. Score.
Jason
Raise.
Kuhn, a 3-time.
There it is.
I think
The verbal
there are
code.
three-time Triton champions, and Kuhn is one of them.
Oh wow, they're doing 3 levels without a break. It's tough. Tough on the bladder.
I would imagine Kuhn loves a lot of the Triton events because, you know, he plays all forms of 2-card. Big bet. He plays both the full deck and the short deck.
Indeed.
He enjoys them.
Ben Heath, the player to slide into the vacated space left behind by Chris Brewer's departure, and we're not sure what it is that he's holding right now, but whatever it is, he's going to get a free look at a turn, and what a spicy one this is, as Slav had the dummy end of a gut shot with the underpair. Now he's got himself a set.
We've been doing down in Melbourne.
Yeah, I actually think this is probably a slightly better card for Slav than the Jack.
I was wondering why you were looking so good. That makes sense.
Because
You're getting your game
here
tight.
now,
You don't
if
fit on me.
Yeah.
you know, if your opponent has a Jack in your beat, there's ways you can improve.
bites?
And you know, if a Jack comes and you have the 8 and your opponent has a king, you're basically destined to lose the pot. But none of it matters because Ben had
Sounds
nothing.
like
in
pretty good
Pierce.
life.
Yeah, I haven't been that motivated to play, so it's been.
Yeah. Well, you got to go. Can you? Oh, you're just gonna. What? Oh, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens. You just got to go with it. It comes and goes, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm sure I'll come back at some point.
Yeah.
Indeed, Jason Kuhn is a 3-time Triton title winner with 12.3 million in Triton earnings, 14 cashes in all.
I'm gonna raise it to 3,500.
His participation dating all the way back to 2019.
Jason Kuhn is now 9th on the all-time tournament win list. I believe that was the highest I ever made it before I kind of stopped playing too many and started falling down there.
I ordered something.
Where is Mr. Adamo? Oh, here he is, 41st at almost 18 million. He's rocketing his way up.
Yeah. Well, playing in the high rollers obviously helps one propel themselves.
Oh yes, the amount of
heights.
buy-ins that are happening now in recent years is much higher than when I was playing. You know, now I believe in live buy-ins, people are doing high 7 figures pretty easily if you travel quite a bit. You know, 5 million or more, 8 million even. You know, I mean, even I think just at this stop with the Triton and the Super High Roller Bowl stuff, I think it's with no rebuys, and all the tournaments have rebuys. I think it's something like 800,000 or 900,000 just buying into every tournament once with no rebuy. So if you're rebuying at all, which most of these guys are, and you're playing every tournament, you're doing over $1 million almost for sure in buy-ins here.
I hope you
Just in these 2 weeks.
packed a full treasure for the trip. Ace tray here for Liao, who gets busy betting, and he's kind of turning this ace into a bluff given the arrival of a 4th diamond.
Yeah.
He check called the flop. Both players checked the turn, and now Kuhn sitting on this king high.
Could you bring on and carry on? Could you bring on and carry on? Or that's probably more risky.
Full pot. And Kuhn wisely letting it go as Liao takes another peek back to remind himself that he did that without a diamond.
Yeah, Kuhn definitely not thinking about calling.
Just red, please. Thank you.
3 months.
Chip denominations, 500s
you.
are the purple chips you see there, the
Yes,
reds,
Lucky.
the 1Ks, most of what we've seen out there thus far, 5Ks and 25Ks also in the mix.
What did you do? Your shopping or?
oh, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
Blinds at 1,000, 1,500, 1,500 big blind ante. Slav making it
amazing.
3,000.
I mean, I've had a few lost
I'm
suitcases,
pretty
but
sure
usually
he
that's
didn't realize the blinds had gone up and was still doing 2.5x at 501k, but now he's going to be min raising, at least for this hand, at the new blind
That's still a
level.
long time. Like,
And perhaps pouncing on the sense that this in some way is an opportunity. Ivan Liao, who unfortunately shares a 9 with Slav, has chosen to 3-bet it to 10,000. Slav will come along, and the King Jack 5 flop favoring Liao out of the small blind. He's got middle pair in the best hand.
See what sizing he goes with here. I would imagine not a big one.
And then to Gatwick.
Yes.
And then they were told that like it had to go back.
Despite the
to where
ace
I
and the
was
backdoor
meant to,
hearts
so it went
and the
back to
very
New
small
York.
sizing,
And then
it feels
and then
like
I had to call again and be like, no, I'm home now. And then they sent it back to
it's, it's actually funny. This sizing puts his hand in a tough
and I got a
spot,
text,
which
I
is
think I was
normally a
leaving
pretty easy
for
fold.
Australia.
But I think
I
it's
was,
not
like,
going to
using
still going to pass. Even though that's the thing with that small sizing, he was
like, the photos I had
contemplating
left,
things.
because all my clothes were still up.
yeah.
And then
Well, it's
about
not
half an hour
necessarily
later, get the
entirely on the
text,
strength of an
it's
ace-9
arrived
with
at my
some
door.
backdoor Broadway potential and backdoor
Yeah,
nut
backdoor
flush
straight
potential.
flush.
And I
But it's also the idea
could
that,
maybe
well,
win.
I can float, and
Just take
perhaps
that.
I'll be given an
Straight,
opportunity in doing so to take the pot away on a
Sure.
subsequent street unimproved.
And for something that was probably just under 30%, starting to be around an amount where maybe it's worth it. But I like his decision to fold there. And Ben needs to start putting his cards on the reader. It seems like he maybe is not aware or is aware and just doesn't care.
Could also just be that his seed is, for some reason, not responding currently, although Brewer didn't seem to have that problem in that seat.
It has to be cool, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go with not.
I'm going devil's advocate one time as we see bottom pair up
Ooh.
against top pair on an 8-6-5 board.
Just bottom pair. It's bottom pair and a gutter against top pair.
They're like preserved in.
So
like,
bottom pair and a gutter is not going to fold.
And they last for like a year.
To half pot here.
Once you've opened, it's 3 days.
And I guess backdoor flush draw. Ooh.
It's been way too long.
Check calling was Slav with that
It's like one of the type of holes.
gutter and bottom pair. Now from top pair to top 2 pair for Liao in this 16-5 pot.
Yeah, there's no calling here. I think he's probably going to fold again. If he's going to continue, it would be actually making a similar play to Liao made, I would guess. Ooh, he is calling. That feels,
Oh, and he's getting there too. With the 7 of hearts, Slav now has an 8-high straight.
I mean, I think that call for 2/3 pot about is out of position is tough. I think when your hand is actually good because your opponent has something like ace-7 or clubs, they're bluffing the river if they don't get there. So you're not going to get to realize your equity very much when your 5 is good.
16.
So I actually don't really like his decision to call turn out of position, but he got there. And now Liao is in a tough spot with top 2. He's thinking, if my opponent had some hands like 5x of clubs, 7x of clubs, is he going to turn these into bluffs? Very well might. Not much showdown here with just a pair of 5s or 7s. Or even a hand like, say, ace 10 of clubs, which might peel, very well might peel turn.
16 in to the river here. Pot was 36-5.
Have it.
And
Straight.
Liao
Liao playing great.
lays it down and gets some positive reinforcement. As Slav cops to the fact that he did indeed make the straight, and not really a lot of point in lying to anybody when you know that the information will be available shortly.
Although I would like to point out for the record that Adamo didn't say anything. So even though the information was available, he did make Brewer wait to find out, as I'm sure he has by now, that he got bluffed.
Well, Adamo figured Brewer wouldn't be there long enough for it to matter. I'm just kidding, Chris. I'm kidding. Meanwhile, chip counts here at our feature table brought to you by GG Poker. Adamo, a dominant stack of 453. Vyacheslav Buldigin in second, then Kuhn, Liao, and Heath in that order, with Ben Heath really needing to get something going here to avoid the dreaded second bullet. Although I believe he's on a second bullet already after Adamo vanquished his first buy-in.
Yeah, and looking at the leaderboard now, it appears Nick Petrangelo is in second with almost 400,000, and Adamo still in first. And Slav at our table is in eighth, to give people a perspective on the type of chip counts and the leaderboard that's out there. Kuhn has slid down to 10th.
How do you feel when you're out there, Rast, about having the biggest stack in the tournament sitting at your table? Is it a nuisance, an inconvenience, or do you welcome the opportunity to win heaps of chips and always get a full double?
Well, it oftentimes depends on who the player is and what my relative position on them at the table is. If the player is not very good and to my right, then I am very happy. If he is...
If he's Michael Adamo.
And he's to my left, I'm not so happy. But, you know, for the most part, it's not that big a deal. Things are what they are, and your job is not to fret over them. It's just to accept them and try to play your best.
Indeed. Liao flopped second pair on that flop there. $5.5 million in career Triton earnings on the back of 2 titles and 10 cashes in total for the Malaysian.
8-7 off. He's going for it here. It's a little loose open.
And it's also one of those situations for Jason Kuhn, who has played such a high number of events on the Triton series, where some context may begin to creep in as you have a feel for kind of player behavior and historical
Adamo deciding here whether he's 3-betting or calling, because he's not folding. He's going for it. And 8-7 off is not going to be continuing. The question is whether or not Kuhn will. I mean, they're pretty deep here. I mean, the blind's gone up, but Kuhn still has well over 100 big blinds. So
Liao out of the way, and it is back over to Kuhn, who is facing an extra 20,000 if he wants to go nickel hunting with this.
Well, you don't always
hard 10
have to hit a 5 to win.
But obviously, this is our favored
Kuhn's
scenario.
Doing it. Yeah, when you're deep, pairs are nice. You can win huge pots with flopping a set. So there's a lot of implied odds. And oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
that is quite the board for Jason Kuhn here, who I just can't see too many situations here where these guys aren't going to get all the chips in. I mean, it has to be a really bad run out here with like multiple spades or like King Jack or something crazy like that.
And yet the tone of your voice remains
17.
So calm, Rast, as we are bearing witness to a thermonuclear event is about to take place here at our featured table. Top 2 pair against bottom set. The follow through from Adamo of 17,000.
If it's a small sizing and with bottom set, I would imagine Kuhn is going to sometimes call and maybe sometimes raise. Bottom set's the hand that likes raising the most, really, but he goes with call, which on this board I think there's a pretty big range advantage for the 3-better. So maybe Kuhn's deciding not to raise anything, or maybe he randomized it and came up with call. Either way, I mean, very reasonable street.
What rates to be a very dry turn card has appeared.
Oh yeah, this is the type of card where Adamo's doubling Kuhn up basically. It's really what's going to happen at this point, unless an ace or a queen comes.
Third nuts at this point for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, and fourth nuts for Adamo. So, and Adamo's blocking the first and second nuts.
Don't forget about a set of threes, Rusty.
Well, no. I mean, Kuhn never has pocket threes. Actually, I guess Adamo could, but Adamo maybe could have threes, but if he does, it would be... Oh, I guess you're right. Now it's the fifth nuts. Third nuts versus the fifth nuts. You're right.
Almost irrelevant as Adamo brings the 45,000 here on the turn, and it's about half pot. And this is exactly the sort of escalation that Kuhn would expect to see out of some of the big aces, maybe some of the combo draws, and this is a magical river for these 2 5s as there is no reason to panic.
Yeah, this river is just, you know, all in snap call.
Yep. It's the king of spades, jack of spades, 10 of spades stuff that you don't love.
And I mean, Adamo, even after getting snap called, is still going to think he's, you know, he might be a little, but he's still going to think he wins a bunch.
Yeah. As played, not really much reason for Adamo to be concerned right now, though he will
All in.
take a moment before saying all in, and Kuhn always knew what he was going to do. The snap call is never a good sign for the ace-queen.
141.
And we have a new chip leader.
Yeah. 2 scoops going over to the man from West Virginia. Now lives in Vegas and is reminding Adamo to respect his elders in this spot here.
Yeah, well, you know, Kuhn's been playing for a while. Kuhn's a friend of mine, and
25.
you know, I've been a witness to his poker journey, closer than many, and I'll tell you what, he's come quite a long way as a player.
And he deserves it, Brian. I mean, there's those who really don't work hard, and Jason is not among them. I mean,
Kuhn works hard.
Dedicated.
And he's, you know, having talked some poker with him, you know, 10 years ago versus 5 years ago versus, you know, recently. I mean, wow. He's really just continually improving. It's very impressive.
Just a genuine thirst and enthusiasm for the game at the highest levels, and he's a born athlete. Used to run track, and I think is currently engaged in attempting to match his 40-yard dash time from back when he was in school, which is the better part of 10+ years ago. In absolutely terrific shape, and a lot of the more successful guys on the circuit do dedicate themselves to physical health.
Well, it's, you know what, when it comes to your brain functioning well, right? Actually, you know, some of the pillars of brain health are sleep, exercise, and diet, which, you know, all part of being physically healthy, but very important to your mental health and your brain's optimum performance. So,
suboptimum board texture here for the Ducks as Kuhn started the party. 2 people showed up, the button and the big blind.
No one has anything, so whoever decides they want to try to steal this pot's very likely going to win.
Round of knuckles. And the turn brings a king, giving Adamo a gut shot straight draw.
I do think at this point, if it's checked to Adamo, I think it's likely he bets the queen 10 here. King gives him some equity, and he has to think that queen 10's not going to win at showdown a ton. Because even if queen 10 happened to be good, now what we'll find out is even if queen 10 happens to be good, if any of his opponents will bet the river. I don't think Kuhn will.
Board does pair on the end after Adamo.
Yeah, Kuhn's probably going to win this getting
Check
checked
back.
through, because Adamo's not going to bluff queen high on this river, and Kuhn's not going to bluff a pair of 2s here, so Kuhn's going to take this. Yeah. Liao was the person who could have decided to bluff with the 5 high. At least on that particular river card.
Instead, Kuhn gets to showdown. Nines and deuces for the W.
Those spots are funny. Why did I let those deuces win that pot?
Yeah.
So right there, Kuhn basically saying what I had said, which is now he's now talking to Michael about whether or not he should have bet the turn because he let the deuces win. But the turn was the spot where Michael would have been most likely to bet and take it down.
And Heath stuffs with the 2 5s.
Oh wow, 23,000. So he only has
A nub.
something like 15 blinds, something like that.
Not how he scripted the start to his Cyprus journey.
Journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, or
yes.
2.
You're like a Panda Express fortune cookie. Filled with
Yes, sir.
fast casual wisdom.
Oh, here we are.
Well, this is just what the doctor ordered for Heath.
I don't think he's going to shove this. I think, yeah, the min raise. Min raise range here is going to be some of his stronger hands and some of the hands that would be raise folding.
Call.
2 customers in the small and big blind of Kuhn and Slav. Neither of them connecting on the 6-4 tray board.
Yeah, Slav with absolutely nothing. Kuhn with a gutter. Ben here deciding whether he wants to go ahead and bet for value or check this back to try to get some hands that were going to fold the flop to a bet by him to pick up something or decide to bluff themselves. And I think with a pair this high, that's an option. And in fact, aces probably does it a reasonable amount of the time. But with kings and you have the ace over card, he go ahead and decides to bet. And don't think he's going to get action from either of these guys.
Yeah, Kuhn not interested with that gutter.
Gutter, but no backdoor flush draw, and just, you know, not much in terms of implied odds.
If Ben Heath had a cult, I would join it. Just for the record. So Ben, if you're listening, do me a favor and start a cult. It's got that vibe. It's just the style. What can I say?
He doesn't dole out the fortune cookie wisdom. He's with the deep unadulterated wisdom. So now here he's going with the min raise sizing again, but again this is a hand with that small of a stack size that he would not play to a 3-bet.
Flat call from the pocket jacks of Liao, inviting Adamo to come along out of the big, which he does. Ace 9 7. It is bottom pair for Adamo, who checks it over to the dummy end of a gut shot for Heath.
Little something for everyone. Heath has a reasonable hand here to semi-bluff, but mostly bluff. Everyone just wants to see a turn.
Oh my goodness, and the turn that Adamo had in mind is absolutely a third 7 as Liao's check back.
So now Adamo deciding how he wants to play this, if he's going to check or go ahead and bet himself. I think he's likely to bet. Oh, he goes with check. Interesting. So now will Heath decide to bluff? He has, again, another reasonable hand to bluff. No showdown. Does have a straight draw. And, with the 6 and the 5. Although with the 7 of hearts being out there, he's not blocking 7-6 or 7-5 suited. So a little bit less relevant for that, but very reasonable bluff here. And Liao himself, to that size, I think he's
he's going to get caught in this crossfire.
Yeah. And Adamo loving it. Yep. And now I think with such a good kicker here, Adamo's, I expect him to raise.
Especially with Liao caught in the middle, it doesn't seem to be a big argument for flatting at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if he calls, I do think his play will be on many blank river cards actually check raising. But I think he's pretty likely to do it himself here on the turn. And so he actually went into a time bank to consider this. Heath just like, what did I do? I bet.
He got after it. That's what he did.
And
he took chips that maybe he would typically be expected to commit to the flop, and he put them in on the turn. When I'm Liao, I'm super annoyed by the fact that the guy who fired the turn is just out of there, leaving me to make the decision as we see Adamo bring the 26,000.
Ooh, and he's... Well, when you call the turn here, it does mean that on some blankish type cards, you might be prepared to call the river or at least make your opponent bet again. And, I mean, Adamo, I think, having taken the lead by check raising here and with a 7 was such a good kicker, is... I think certainly going to bet. And we'll see what sizing he does, but I believe it'll be a pretty large sizing with the hope that, he's basically beating all other trip 7s because he has the best kicker that isn't a boat. And, he could have some bluffs. Certainly miss spades. Some of the straight draws got there.
10-8 being the most plausible one. And this is one of those spots in retrospect where had Liao simply 3-bet the open from Heath, which granted is a little less comfortable given that Heath was at a stack depth where he could come back at him, he would have prevented being in this spot. Instead, he now faces an all-in from the overall tournament chip leader.
Well, so he went with over 2x pot. I like his size a lot, given the way Liao played this. I think it's pretty like not having bet the flop and just calling such a small bet on the turn. Trip 7s with a good kicker is almost always good. Adamo's hoping that his opponent has 3 7s with a worse kicker, which probably calls this quite often. Liao now is just a pure bluff catcher. On the plus side of things, he doesn't have a spade in his hand. But on the bad side of things, I mean, jacks to this big of a size, you're not supposed to call all your bluff catchers. you're not supposed to call very many of them, actually. So, you know, he goes with the fold, which it would have been a hero call, and he would have gotten some bad news.
We would have had a fallen hero in that spot.
But, you know, Adamo has shown a propensity to bluff. He's definitely a guy willing to get out there and do it, which is why Liao was thinking about it. But not that time.
No, easy. Well, the second question is, are we going to go get some tattoos? Yeah, let's go get some tattoos here.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Then.
Okay, I think it's great. I think my wife would think that's a wonderful idea.
I didn't participate, but so excited.
I do not pass.
You can never really fault a man for staring across the table and deciding to make a hero call. I've definitely done that a number of times in my poker career. Just look at it. This guy's bluffing.
Throw everything else out the window.
I can beat bluffs, so let's go. Oh, nope, you got it. Okay. All right. Rebuy.
Yeah. Well, in the rebuy tournaments is where it's obviously a little easier than when it is truly your tournament life, as we see.
That depends on how much you like lighting 50K on fire.
Yeah, fair.
22.
Queen 7 off here on the button.
What world we live in? I open fold a hand that would have called your 3-bet.
Yeah. I see.
Feels.
I think it's a good fold. I don't know.
That feels a bit wide.
Big
I'm gonna say that. I don't think there's there against
5 high.
Adamo in the small blind.
Don't look at me to debate that.
And
I'm with you.
Mr. Heath in the big blind with a short stack. I would be surprised if some pre-flop solutions there said Queen 7 off was an open. Maybe Slav would surprise me, but that's just my one man's opinion.
Back at it. Makes it 4,500. Queen 7 suited in the cutoff.
And Heath here in the small blind gonna go for it with the ace 10 off. Very reasonable play.
I didn't see. Oh. My bad.
Obviously, when we're opening and the short stacks are in the blinds, we know this is a possibility.
It's 15-5 to win 28. So he's just not quite getting 2 to 1. And
Why you have so small? Where are chips?
I know. Sad.
Slav trying to figure out where Heath's chips went.
It's ruining your guys' deep stack game.
Yeah, it crushed me, bro. I mean, I might just crush myself anyway. Big ant. That's a big small blind. Whatever. Better to be careful, you know. Write them up.
Players sort of discussing the impact that Heath sitting out there with that shorter stack is having on their ability to play the deep stack poker they might otherwise be entitled to.
yeah. Which Kuhn folded a small suited hand there that he even commented the previous hand. He actually folded it, but would have called a 3-bet with it against a deep stack.
Nah, we're good.
And twice Slav punished for opening wide.
Heath cobbling away here on the button, makes it 3,000 to go.
11.
Got a nice spot against Ivan Liao, sharing the 9.
Wow, and Heath actually dominating him, but can't love being a 3-bet here.
And Liao kind of understands how much pressure he's able to apply to Heath in this spot.
Okay, call.
This is a healthy contribution to chips that Heath is making.
Let's see a 6-high flop here and see what happens. Okay. I
Like,
like
can you
it.
cook it all?
King for
Can.
tray.
you?
Learning.
Oh,
Last
nice.
couple months.
With,
Yeah.
like, a
Two
master
clubs.
vegetarian
And no
chef.
hesitation from
Something like
Ivan
that.
Liao.
A few tofu curries.
Nice.
Some bean mix.
Oh,
All in, right?
sounds tasty.
You?
Yeah, I love to cook.
Yeah.
I cook a lot.
I'm finding the joy in it. It's fun.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to do. I don't do it enough anymore, but I still do it probably like, I don't know, 2-3 days a week. I'll cook
Nice.
dinner.
Do you do like a long 1 hour type meal, or you do quicker ones?
Usually they take kind of effort, yeah.
Yeah.
But I like using pressure cookers or slow pots, slow cookers.
Yeah.
Lately I've been into broiling things randomly.
Fair enough.
The
That's
broiler.
cool, man.
I like soups. I make a lot of soups.
Yeah, I like soups too.
Yeah.
Well, I might have to walk over to Jason's.
I like soup.
I mean, where's our invite? You know?
3.5 fast.
You're vegan, yeah? Full vegan?
Yeah.
I feel like being a vegan and being good at preparing food would be, that's a huge plus.
15
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah.
fast. Fast.
Adamo
Too much. Too much.
facing the Liao 3-bet.
Fast.
Yeah, massive plus.
Not enough kit to call whatever it was. And Ivan
Is that a
Ben?
takes
is that a
another one.
requirement?
Vegan
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Is that a requirement for your dating? Would you prefer to only date a vegan?
It's preferable, but it's not mandatory.
It's not.
But
You can always convert, you know?
yeah.
You can always make them a believer. It just like takes a little time.
Right. Right.
Like my buddy Ben Tollerine is now a vegetarian.
Oh yeah.
Yep, his
Nice.
girlfriend's a vegetarian. She turned him.
It's growing, man. It's growing.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it would be a little awkward if Adamo were to want to go to dinner with a date,
Today that
and she just
we
orders
can
the
eat
rack
foods
of
from
lamb.
Petri dishes or
Like,
meats from Petri dishes. I
it's,
promise you, that'll be the only
know.
meat that I eat. Is
Well, it
Petri
won't be
dishes.
family style
Come on,
that
man.
dinner.
It's already here in Singapore. I think Singapore there's one
To
restaurant.
each their own.
So you guys are just probably staying off it just because like it might mess with you dietarily, or like if once
mean-
it's.
For me, it's just because it's like only in Singapore at the moment. I think.
But if you were there, would you eat it?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just fully
I would
fully
eat it.
ethical for you.
Yeah, it would have to be very slowly because you have to like ease in again.
To have a couple bites.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've been vegan for like what, 8 years or something crazy?
No, I haven't eaten meat for 8 years, but vegan like 3.5.
Okay.
So I assume, yeah, from what I've heard, I'd have issues if I just went and ate like a full chicken breast.
Yeah.
Liao
Massive
starting to increase
transition
his
from
activity.
Vegetarian to vegan, even, right?
Yeah, I did it slowly. Like, I was pescatarian at first, then cut out fish, and then like cut out eggs, and then milk, and just like.
Picked up both
Next is just gonna be water. You're just
Have
gonna
a-
live on ice cubes and.
Slav and Adamo for the ride. Adamo
been
having
getting-
flopped the
it's
open ender on
been
this
like,
paired board.
It's been getting better recently because options are just getting so much better.
For sure.
Turns into
Uh,
tens
yeah.
and nines
The first
on the
like
turn.
year or two was, I felt like I ate
best
a lot
hand.
worse than I do now.
Yeah, I think a lot of. I won't say my favorite, but there's a ton of vegetarian restaurants I would go to all the time if they were closer to me. I,
3.5.
But yeah, you have to cook a lot. I think one of the like, not quite as much with vegan restaurants, but with restaurants that have vegan options, the main thing is just that they're never protein. It's just like, oh, here's some like tomato pasta for you, or
yeah, it's just.
so like you have to just kind of cook yourself a lot for that.
Adamo
You both
leading the
handle
turn with the
pea
best
proteins
hand and
well?
taking it down.
Like those are you can.
As Heath has picked up the
Been making
conversation with
seitan as
Kuhn.
well, you know what that is?
No.
It's wheat protein. So they extract gluten from whole wheat. So if you're gluten intolerant, it's not good, but yeah, it's very high in protein.
Oh, okay. Is it
Like-
like pasty?
It can come similar, like a lot of the fake meats are made out of it. So
Okay.
it comes that sort of texture. And it's like 30 grams of protein per 100 or something, so it's pretty good.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
When you say making it, you mean cooking it, right? Not like making.
No, I make it.
You're making it from scratch.
Yeah, you use like there's a couple flours you use and water, put spices in. Yeah, you can make it. It's not that hard actually. You got to buy like
should try it.
gluten flour or something.
Rast and I
Vital wheat flour.
riveted, listening along
Yeah, I know
here
that's
to
an
the.
issue for some people where I'm like, oh, do you want to try this vegan food? It's just
Can't include it, yeah.
dietary conversations here. There are a lot of alternate sort of diets out there. I think people are just always looking for the next thing that's going to help them improve their performance in general. A lot of that.
I think on the vegan or vegetarian scale, there's sometimes it's health and many other times it's ethical.
Sure.
You know, but we could get a on the what you're saying, the spectrum of diets. We should get the no one here took up the mantle, but the vegan v carnivore face-off.
Yeah, like the keto guy that's just slamming
carnivore.
butter, or just full on
just like meat only.
Paleo.
Like, okay. Nope. Paleo has like some veggies and stuff in it. Carnivore.
No,
is
we're just like strictly.
Meat. Yeah.
Is that like Atkins? Like, I'm not sure here. As we see a pair of 4s for.
I'm pretty sure carnivore is actually keto, because when you're only eating meat, you don't get carbs, but it's an extreme form of keto.
It's actually known as cardiac arrest in the medical field. Slav checking back his king high. Jack on the turn, and Heath.
Happy
Still
to get
wearing
to
that
showdown.
worried look on his face for some reason, but he certainly would be happy to get to showdown here.
Sure.
7 on the end here after another round of knuckles.
So I can't imagine Heath really doing anything other than checking. But
stranger things have happened.
Oh, okay, he's betting very small.
Yeah, just a sprinkle here.
Yeah. So now, I don't really think Slav calls very much here with the king 8. Even versus a very small bet size, I don't think king high is good often enough to call. I think it's more, does he want to bluff or not?
Yeah, with a raise. And he could afford to make that raise pretty small.
Call.
Oh, he does go with call.
Well, accidental value bet you very much.
No. Well, for a small size there, it is value for sure. He's trying to
targeting the king.
King or ace high really is the #1, but.
Well, then it's not accidental, as it turns out. And that will draw the curtain on this level as we say hello to you from inside our broadcast booth here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. Happy to have you joining us right now. And Rast, what do you make of the first few rounds there at that feature table?
Some very interesting hands. You know, Adamo in quite a few of them. The big bluff, and then, of course, the massive cooler with the top 2 versus the 5s. But you know, another interesting bluff by Liao. A lot of interesting poker.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it.
It's always cool to see players who may not get as many reps against one another due to the international constraints, especially over the last couple of years, all being thrown into the crock pot. And then you see the storylines develop. We've got plenty more where that came from after our break. Don't go anywhere. Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition from here at Marriott Crystal Cove Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker, rolls on after this.
I felt like I was way dumber than him at 27.
At 27, I was still breaking mice against my bedroom wall as you were check-raising me in spots that I didn't think you could.
But it wasn't
online.
after that.
Meanwhile, 3-4 suited now for Adamo on the button. He will open it up to 3,000.
And just so everybody knows, I mean, right now these players are quite deep. The blinds are 501K. So Adamo has 375K. That's nearly 400 big blinds. So a hand like 4-3 suited plays a lot nicer here when you're that deep.
You can afford to speculate.
You can definitely afford to speculate. So, and you'll see also when you're this deep, these
like 190 to salt,
out of position 3 bets that Brewer just implemented here.
On the strength of 2 queens
Over
out of the small
6x.
blinds.
So it was a 3x open, so the sizes are all bigger, and this
Bro,
19, that's more than 6 times the amount of the
Our
buttons
screen name is
raised.
actually like exactly
A lot
the same. I
meatier
just
than
thought
we
of
would
that.
normally be
Mine are
accustomed
my
to
3
at
initials
shallower
and my
depths
birth
at this
year.
stage in a tournament.
That's so funny. It's like the same screen.
So yeah, and normally with 4 high even suited here in a tournament, you would give that up, but playing so deep, a suited connector has a lot more potential, because when you do make a hand, you can win hundreds of big blinds as opposed to 40 or 50 or 60.
And here on the paired 2-spade board, some of that potential is showing itself as Adamo has picked up a spade draw up against queens and tens, and Brewer has followed through for just 10,000, significantly downsized, just a quarter pot the sizing.
Yeah, so Adamo's basically always continuing here, but now against so small a bet, his decision is whether or not he calls or raises. So, let's see what Adamo comes up with.
And the raise is 3x to 30K from Adamo as he poses a question to Brewer.
Do you have anything? And Brewer does have something. I think it's very likely he'll just end up calling this raise to see a turn card.
Obviously, it would be a disaster to inflate the pot further and face an additional raise from Adamo, who does not improve on this 8 of diamonds, given that the board is paired, and certainly 10x is a viable holding for Adamo, and every now and again he would balance by playing it quickly.
So here he's very likely to check. Oh, he already did check, and now Adamo has to decide whether or not he wants to bluff this or take the free card and try to get there on the river. So about a third pot. So if this is called, it sets up, there'll be about 164K in the pot, and Brewer will have 110K back. So it sets up about a 2/3 pot river shove, whether Adamo makes it or if he decides to continue his bluff. I really can't see Brewer giving up at this point with 2 queens. It's just much too strong a hand. And so now we're going to see a river.
And that river is an ace. Adamo has no showdown value whatsoever at this point. Now faces another check from Brewer. And oftentimes when you have no showdown value, you do tend to skew toward ambitions of winning the pot.
It seems pretty likely he's going to bluff here, given that he decided to bet the turn, and the ace is actually a hand at this point that
sitting down.
Brewer isn't super likely to have an ace after calling a raise and the bet out of position, unless it was maybe the nut flush draw. And yeah, just Adamo has 0 showdown, so he's probably going to make Brewer make a decision for all of that 111K.
And that tile that he put out there was not a bet. That was a time bank being utilized as Adamo mulls over his options. Ace-X suited in spades, especially given that Brewer is unblocking spades, would certainly be an option here, would it not?
Oh yes, I believe if Adamo hit the ace, he would value bet aces and tens.
Oh, and he is piling it in there. And for Brewer, he definitely knows that some percentage of the time Adamo has busted spades here, and when we're unblocking those spades, it's more tempting to call. The problem now, however, is the arrival of that ace.
Yeah, well, I mean, Adamo can definitely play 3 tens like this, and definitely can play busted spades like this, but the ace actually gives the class of the ace-X suited hands that Adamo might have played this way. Now they're beating him. But one of the questions about that is, does Adamo actually raise, say like ace-4 of spades on the flop to the quarter size bet? Because that hand actually has some showdown, so that might be a flush draw that he flats there. So, there is a question about really how many ace-X suited, of spades Adamo really hits, which is, so that's one of the questions Brewer's trying to work out, in addition to the other questions about 3 tens or busted
look
draws.
at the sizing, Rast. I mean, this is a huge overbet.
Well, no, because Brewer only has 111.
Oh, forgive me. Effective, the 111.
So it's about 2/3 pot.
Adamo doing everything he can to remain stoic and give away nothing in this situation, and I'm a little bit surprised that Brewer's not looking over at him a little bit.
I do feel two queens, and Brewer does not have a spade, which at this point is good not to have a spade. So, you know, he ends up passing, which we can see was bad given Adamo's hand. It's a tough spot. And I would be a little more likely to want to call as him without having a spade in my hand, because now it's a little...
To play this series of events, caught up with him briefly yesterday in the lobby. And the deck runs rich here at our feature table as another big pocket pair is delivered to Slav, and it's a classic Brewer with ace-king, and we could see this one inflate rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Slav's going to have a decision when it gets back to him here whether or not he's going to 4-bet or call. You know, I kind of think with Brewer having just over 100 blinds, I mean, if you 4-bet here with queens, you're pretty much saying if my opponent goes all in, I'm calling.
You went to Japan?
23.
Yeah, so he's 4-betting, which is eminently reasonable. And Brewer is just not going to fold ace-king off here. So the question is what he's going to do.
Oh, no shit. That sounds fun. Oh, was Darren there? Yeah, that's right, man. I would love to go there.
Don't really think there's a 5-bet size here.
It's 23, you said?
Yeah.
Especially not with ace-king off. I kind of feel like he's either going to call or go all in.
When you guys go, send me the invite. I'll come. Bring the family.
All in?
And all in is declared here.
Call.
And Slav begrudgingly makes the call. Knows that in all likelihood the ace-king is on the lower end of the range of what Brewer would be moving all in with, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's ace-king, aces, kings.
Oh,
gonna
top
be,
set for Slav here,
nice.
but
the
the
ace-
spade draw and the Broadway draw for Brewer, making things very interesting. Now it's all over as the board pairs on the turn, and Brewer draws dead. So not a fun sweat whatsoever. No waiting for Slav. And
Thank you.
Spasiba,
Yeah, Slav
says the Russian.
definitely going to be reasonably happy to see ace-king there. You know, depending on the 8-7 off, he's going for it here. It's a little loose open.
And it's also one of those situations for Jason Kuhn, who has played such a high number of events on the Triton series, where some context may begin to creep in as you have a feel for kind of player behavior and historical
Adamo deciding
situations.
here whether he's 3-betting or calling, because he's not folding. He's going for it. And 8-7 off is not going to be continuing. The question is whether or not Kuhn will. I mean, they're pretty deep here. I mean, the blind's gone up, but Kuhn still has well over 100 big blinds. So
Liao out of the way, and it is back over to Kuhn, who is facing an extra 20,000 if he wants to go nickel hunting with this.
Well, you don't always
hard 10.
Have to hit a 5 to win.
But obviously, this is our favored
Kuhn's
scenario.
Doing it. Yeah, when you're deep, pairs are nice. You can win huge pots with flopping a set. So there's a lot of implied odds. And oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
that is quite the board for Jason Kuhn here, who I just can't see too many situations here where these guys aren't going to get all the chips in. I mean, it has to be a really bad run out here with like multiple spades or like king jack or something crazy like that.
And yet the tone of your voice remains
17.
so calm, Rast, as we are bearing witness to a thermonuclear event is about to take place here at our featured table. Top 2 pair against bottom set. The follow through from Adamo of 17,000.
If it's a small sizing and with bottom set, I would imagine Kuhn is going to sometimes call and maybe sometimes raise. Bottom set's the hand that likes raising the most, really, but he goes with call, which on this board, I think there's a pretty big range advantage for the 3-better. So maybe Kuhn's deciding not to raise anything, or maybe he randomized it and came up with call. Either way, I mean, very reasonable street.
What rates to be a very dry turn card has appeared.
Oh yeah, this is the type of card where Adamo's doubling Kuhn up basically. It's really what's going to happen at this point, unless an ace or a queen comes.
Third nuts at this point for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, and fourth nuts for Adamo. So, and Adamo's blocking the first and second nuts.
Don't forget about a set of threes, Rusty.
Well, no. I mean, Kuhn never has pocket threes. Actually, I guess Adamo could, but Adamo maybe could have threes. But if he does, it would be. Oh, I guess you're right. Now it's the fifth nuts. Third nuts versus the fifth nuts. You're right.
Almost irrelevant as Adamo brings the 45,000 here on the turn, and it's about half pot. And this is exactly the sort of escalation that Kuhn would expect to see out of some of the big aces, maybe some of the combo draws, and this is a magical river for these 2 5s, as there is no reason to panic.
Yeah, this river is just, all in snap call.
Yep. It's the king of spades, jack of spades, 10 of spades stuff that you don't love.
And I mean, Adamo, even after getting snap called, is still going to think he's, he might be a little low, but he's still going to think he wins a bunch.
Yeah. As played, not really much reason for Adamo to be concerned right now, though he will
All in.
All in.
take a moment before saying all in, and Kuhn always knew what he was going to do. This. A warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Cyprus Special Edition here from Merit Crystal Cove Resort and Casino. We've got a new feature table on our hands as Jason Kuhn and the bunch have made way for the arrival of Yo Viral and company. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. And Rasty, we get to feast our eyes on a new grouping here in this $50,000 buy-in, no limit hold'em, 6-handed event.
We swapped out the feature table. We have a new host of players here,
including Jake Schindler.
Schindler definitely going to play the 8-7 of hearts.
Up against the Soiza Open with King Deuce of Spades.
Goes with 3-bet, 5x. Again, the blinds are up to 1K, 2K now, so stacks getting a little bit shorter in terms of total number of big blinds, especially because it appears that this table, new table, has less chips.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn and Michael Adamo had the lion's share exchanged between the two of them in that pivotal pot with top 2 pair against bottom set on the flop, ace queen against 2 5s.
Yo Viral.
Yeah, Gilbert, who lives in Malta. Frenchman. Got to know him actually in the Wynn Casino poker room in Las Vegas, where he would regularly play the No Limit Hold'em cash game that was beside our mixed game. And never recruited him over to the mixed side of things, but he was a dedicated player that showed up, put in long hours.
Yeah, I first got to know him when we did a previous final table, I believe, and Yo Viral was made quite a deep run on that one.
Was that a World Series event?
Yeah, I think World Series of Poker Europe.
Not easy. Not easy.
So the blinds are 1 and 2,000 with the 2K ante.
Pass. Pass.
Schindler with the open fold. Gilbert with
Four.
a suited ace on the button. Min raise.
Cove.
Oh.
And finds himself up against an ace-jack here.
Decides just to flat in this exact same spot at the previous table. We saw a 3-bet. Ace-jack in the big blind versus a button open. Very good chance this goes check-check again.
Queen high rainbow board adds a pair of 7s and a flush draw on the turn. And on the heels of check on the flop, ace-jack knuckles once more. Johan will check back. Jack
And
still plays.
yet again check-check. Just no reason, in my opinion, to value bet ace-jack here, nor to bluff with it, really.
Check.
And then I think Yo Viral just check
Ace high.
back.
The real ace high on its back to collect a rather small pot.
Split pot. Almost.
Versus a big blind no 3-bet there, where very little to none ace-king. Guibert would think he chops most of the time when his opponent in the big blind says ace high.
Gilbert is the short stack here at this table, as neck and neck are Matthias Eibinger and Lunling Tien, who you saw win with ace-jack just now, 115 blinds apiece for 230K. And then Schindler and Michael Soiza in the middle. Is Schindler playing under the Mexican flag, Rast?
It would appear
Am
that
I
he
seeing
is.
Just
that?
ask how much is the.
So should we call him
race pot?
Hake
You can ask the
Schindler?
dealer. They say
It doesn't look
Is
like
that
a little
fair?
bit fishy.
Yeah,
Doesn't
let's
matter.
do it.
it's okay.
In the tournament, like, how much can I
Like
raise?
the-
Excuse me. And then, like,
The only real game is No Limit Hold'em. All other games are just
He's
side games, so we can be fishing.
Really
side
eliminated his accent.
Yeah.
Yake.
Yake is really Americanized. He's been assimilated into the
Do you know
US
any
culture.
better games than No Limit Hold'em?
Perhaps more so than any other
I
Mexican
think
I've
the
ever
live
met.
cash game
I
of
know,
games
it's
I
really
enjoy
astonishing.
Dealer. It's so much fun because you're involved all the time. But for tournaments, for sure, No Limit Hold'em.
Of course.
Gilbert also
And
a
what
prolific
an
content
issue
creator
with
out
you
there.
can't go all in,
Poker, I
like,
call
if
him
you
Yo
go
Viral.
flat,
Can't go all in.
And you
Does a
get
lot of
pocket
vlogging.
aces, and
I feel like I'm just gonna refer to him as Yo Viral as opposed to Guibert.
GG
Gilbert.
had,
I also might butcher that name. I
no
probably
limit
just
to,
did.
how should I say
Yo
that?
Viral,
Pocket
I
pre-flop,
feel
no limit post-flop.
is
That's
within
how
my
GG had it for
realm
a
of
few
confidence.
years,
Yes.
without
Yeah.
tournaments. But they changed
You
it
can't go
back to
wrong with
pocket
Yo
No.
Viral.
I've been told some people play that in live. No Limit PLO.
Oh.
Like, not PLO, No Limit Omar. NLO. No Limit Omar.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds.
Folded around
No Limit
to
Post Flop, yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Soiza.
But it was fun because, like, let's say there's three hearts or 3 spades, and you have the ace blocker, right?
Yeah.
And if it's no limit post flop, you can just like bomb it.
Yeah.
It's like
Why not?
it really
Soiza.
changes the game a bit.
Limping in.
That's fun.
And now Senor Schindler.
When I was younger, I was playing a game. I was
Checks
playing
back
chess, and I was
with the
playing a
queen
game.
deuce.
It was a card game with chess. You played chess. I don't remember the name in English, but
Swing and a miss in both
I
chairs
remember it
here
in
on
French.
monotone
Though. And
ace
you
high
have
flop.
cards in your hand, and you still play chess. So basically, you can use 1 card per round. When it's on you, you can use 1 card if you want, and you can move also one of your
Pieces, yeah.
pieces. Yeah.
But I don't understand. Like,
The cards are like effects. So there is like some crazy card. There is a card that is just like making your I don't know the names in English, but knight
yeah, no,
become like a queen for maybe 1 round.
I see.
You have
okay.
something like one of your how you say those little
The pawns.
the pawn. One of your pawns can go like off 3 instead of 2 for 1 round.
Okay.
You know, stuff
So-
like that.
Yeah.
And also there was like the one of the most cheated card was the atomic bomb. So basically, one of your piece can be sacrificed, and every other piece next to it around explodes. Even yours, I think. so yeah, this is
But
like.
it's like zero chess strategy, then it's more like
No, bro, it's
smart around the cards.
yeah, it's more about the cards, yeah, let's say. But there is strategy.
Yo Viral shedding some light on a chess game he played growing up that involved cards. I know, Rast, you also got involved in chess a little bit?
Never formally. Yeah, I played a little bit of chess here and there. I wouldn't call myself very good.
There's quite a few
By a
guys on the
stretch.
circuit who really dedicated themselves to learning chess. Dan Smith,
I have an
know,
interesting,
Daniel
yes, of
Negreanu
course.
as well.
But another guy who plays in Bobby's room, known as Mike the Hat.
Ah, yes.
So there was one time when we're playing a game in Bobby's room, and you know, Mike the Hat offers me the chance to play him for a little bit of money, but I'm allowed to use a board, and he is not. I just have to tell him based on the chess notation what my move is every time, and this is while we're playing a poker game. So we play this game of chess
Cool.
where it's all in his mind, like while he's playing poker over some hours, and yeah, he beat me. But it's you know, I kind of assumed he would because he's like way better than me.
Are you
I kind of
like
felt like my
decent in
biggest
chess?
chance of winning
No,
would be
not
he
anymore.
messes up
I
and
was playing
forgets
till 10 years
where
old.
things
then
were on the
I
board,
never- I
which
played
didn't
maybe
happen.
10
He
games
just kept the game in his head the
last
entire
time
time,
33, I played
and
10 games in
you know,
23
outplayed
years.
me.
Well,
Yeah,
Jake
I was
Schindler,
good when I was young. I was maximum 1,600
beneficiary there with
50 at 9 years old or
Trip
something.
Queens.
that's what I'm
Ace
right
hit the
now.
river.
Yeah, but
I only
then
play
now I
the
played
last
probably
half year,
Ace
average
X.
like one game a day.
Was he
or
on the
Yeah.
losing end of
something,
that?
and I'm like
Yeah.
Lost track as I was engrossed in your
I'm
story.
probably worth the
Confess.
1,100 or 1,050 now. I just don't
That's pretty
remember the
remarkable that the
strategies
hat
and
would
stuff.
be able to maintain
1,100.
while
No,
playing a
nothing.
poker game
That's the basics, right?
spatial
That's the
awareness
minimum.
on that
Like
board
very,
in his
very
mind
Yeah, that's I
to the
think
point
that's my
that he
level.
could still navigate defeating
I
you
don't
successfully.
23 years, you know,
Yeah.
you don't remember like that.
I mean, was there a rule where if he tried to
No,
move a
no.
piece that didn't exist in
I
that
played
spot, that he would
last
like
time I
forfeit?
played at New Year.
Like, he was just
Because
like,
I did
oh, bishop to
total
bishop
I did
d4 to
3 hours
e7 or whatever,
counter.
and you're like,
I think
and
so.
then on the side
I
where
don't
we
remember
started
exactly.
with
We didn't bet a lot. It was
Too
like maybe
good.
1,000 or 2,000 or whatever. But
Yes, 3 hour content.
but yeah, I
already
almost wanted to just
1,600
pay to
something.
see it.
I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe
You know,
it's a
I'm
wrong
like,
rating,
obviously,
but I don't know.
generally when
No,
a
I
guy
think it's
man
they use
says,
Elo.
It's the
hey, let's
course.
do this, you
The
know, but
proposer
it's
of
just
a
like,
prop bet, it
okay,
doesn't
we're in the
change
middle
the
of a
technical
poker
rules,
game,
Elo.
like,
You just
whatever.
paid to get him what you thought was distracted as
At
we
my
see the
time,
pocket
yeah.
tens of Michael
Elo,
Soiza,
ELO.
3-betting the
Mhm,
ace
yeah,
8
yeah.
suited
Still the
open
same, right?
from
Yeah,
like
they started with
Tien.
1-5.
a little bit
It started
more
with
annoying here
1,050
being
or
out of
something, right?
position.
Or 1,000.
On the side I was playing, it starts with 1,500.
No, so basically at my
Sizing
time,
here a
in
little under
competition,
4x.
like it was not online, it was on
Will he decide to
live,
peel?
and we were starting, I think,
Nope,
at
he gives it up.
1,050 or something.
Also a little annoying when you know that some of the range of these 3-bets includes the better aces.
Probably. Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, it's probably that. Different. Yeah.
Because, for example, if you're good
Is
at
that
chess, then you know how to counter all
time
the
bank
openings. And I don't know any of
Clock
that.
tower that has
Yeah.
been erected
Yeah.
complete with
Wanna
white
make
chips
certain-
atop it. Between Ibinger and Yo Viral, it certainly looked that way, didn't it? Ibinger and Tien still 1-2 as Jake Schindler 104 blinds now. Soiza 83 and Yo Viral with 50 bigs as you look at those chip counts. Brought to you by GG Poker.
She's called Bote.
Here at the Triton
She's
Poker
a professional chess
Cyprus
player, and
Special
she
Edition.
got invited in some poker heads-up tournament, I think, recently, and she's playing also poker. Because she invites one of the crypto guy I'm following called Suzu, and they play heads-up chess on her stream, and it was really nice stream.
And while we're
It's the only content
looking
I
at the
watched
chips at
in,
this table only,
in
just to
chess.
refresh
Lifetime, I think.
the viewers at home, Jason Kuhn in the chip
4K.
lead with
She's called Andrea Botes or something.
453.5 thousand, and
She's famous on Twitter.
none other than
Twitch.
Phil Ivey second in
chess.
chips with 416.5.
Well, I would
Dan,
love
he
to
played
see
good, right?
Phil Ivey put
He
together
played
a big
very-
stack heading into tomorrow. And on the topic of tomorrow,
he's not
we
coming yet.
thought that we would
Coming.
close registration here this evening. However, Our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, during the break has advised us that we will return tomorrow afternoon to play 2 levels with registration still open before closing it and then working our way down to an eventual champion at the final table in event number 2, which is going to be a $100,000 8-handed no-limit hold'em event. Will kick off as well.
Little 2-pair.
5s and 6s for Tien on the end.
Little head swivel. Head swivel before the bet. Oh, a small sizing. Sizing that does target a hand like ace high. In a previous pot prior to the break, we saw a call here with the equivalent in this spot would be queen high, the second best high card hand. I actually think Yoviro's gonna fold. I'm gonna go with fold. I'd bet it. $100 he folds.
Are you just reading the man or the situation? Or both?
Do the banks activate automatically?
I don't know. We had that whole final table watching him play. I just felt like he was gonna fold.
Navigate situations very well, does Yoviro. I think I might have mentioned it, but I had lunch with him today prior to the beginning of action along with Koray Aldemir, who is going to be a part of our broadcast booth.
Oh, sorry.
He is lurking.
Yeah, our
Jeff
doppelganger
Gross.
partners.
Yeah, Jeff
Koray
Gross.
and JG. PBF, Jeff Gross.
Professional best friend, as
Yeah.
christened by Antonio Esfandiari once upon a time.
95, yeah?
96, yeah.
Ace King for Gilbert. And problems, as a fuse may be lit here, sitting on sub 100K, and the short stack.
17.
This 3-bet from 10 to 17,000 could certainly be met with additional pressure.
Certainly. I mean, ace 10 off here, I think we'll find a fold. But ace king won't. Now, does he call or does he 4-bet? Again, 4-betting with ace king in the spot implies, oh, he only has 92,000. So there's no real 4-bet here. It's either call or all in, and he probably goes all in. It's only 45 big blinds.
How much?
Indeed,
96.
Yoviral stuffs 96,000 out there, and Tien asks for a count.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything but a call coming, and I would be surprised if he goes into the time banks.
Ace king?
There is the call, and there is the classic race. Ace King against 2 queens.
This
Yo
may be
Viral
gonna cost me 50k.
needs help.
Yeah, you'll notice queens is against ace king off is actually a reasonable favorite.
GG.
It's 55, 45, 56.
I'll be back.
It's about 11% difference, which
Maybe
is
I'm
not
lucky
quite a
enough
coin
to get
flip.
to come here again. Good luck,
I
guys.
think you want to come here again, bro.
Good luck.
I prefer to play. There is my follower, my viewer.
No help to the Ace
I
King
didn't give
as
True, that's
I
the
didn't give
board
them a
runs
lot
out dry.
a lot of time.
yeah.
Yo Viral.
I'm gonna
Felt
rib. I
it.
have like 500 Turkish lira. So
See you later.
I think I can rebuy with that. See you guys. Yo.
See you, bro.
Are you hearing those sound effects?
I am.
Is that a digital announcement that Yo Viral has been felted?
Oh, those stacked up.
Oh, they're Eibinger's architectural doings there. I don't know why I assumed
4,500.
that it was Go viral. Well, if this poker thing doesn't work out, maybe he'll get a contract designing office buildings.
This is quite talented.
Ace 5-8 rainbow as Yake squaring off.
3,500.
2,500.
Jack 9 against the Ace 6. Advantage Schindler, who flats the 4,500 chip C-bet. Now a 4 on the turn.
Ibinger with absolute 0.
Fires another barrel here, Rast. Just 3,500? No. Didn't fire, did he?
Oh, I think the there was a
And
little bit
graphical
delay.
moment there.
Yeah. So on the 4, Schindler leads out, but for the minimum bet, an interesting decision, and Ibinger decides not to
Can you change
give
this
jiggy
one in
with,
red?
with no pair, no draw.
Red.
Fine. Right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Schindler deciding that the 4 is a better card for his range than the razor, and went with a small lead.
And the lovely Kate, member of our team,
Oh, sorry.
presiding over all manner of needs for the players.
4,500.
It must be said, Rast, you've played your fair share of tournaments, and I know we're being homers, but the Triton folks certainly do put the players first on a different level and look after effectively their every need when they're out here playing these super high roller events all around the world. And playing this particular pot are Ibinger and Soiza.
Check. 4,000.
Soiza follows up on his open with King 9 with a 4K C-bet. Ibinger has flopped the open ender and will make the call.
A much better board for Ibinger with a pure open-ended straight draw. A lot of implied odds with that. Although Soiza really, I mean, hits his only good turn card. I mean, a 9.
13,000.
Obviously a horrible card for him as he's now drawing dead to the straight. But the king is good, and I mean, playing relatively deep, this is a spot where, okay, Ibinger decides to give up his hand out of position, but I do think there would be, you know, a number of people who might play that hand differently.
This is your box. This is his box.
Should we move there a bit?
Okay. Put my stuff away.
Michael Soiza over $3 million in career Triton tournament earnings. 1 title and 4 cashes. Part of the Malaysian contingent.
I like the time clocks that Triton uses. You can see it. They actually have the amount of time left on all sides. I will say, when you're playing in tournaments and they just have little iPads or out, there's times the dealer blocks it or it's on the other side of the dealer and you can't see it for whatever reason. And I mean, this is, I'd imagine, pretty easy to see the amount of time you have from any spot on the table. Even as Yake over there on the other side of the dealer can certainly see that where it's placed in the time. And it's very annoying not knowing how much time you have when you want to look in the middle of the pot, because that's not something you want to think about. When you're in the middle of a pot, you know you have a time limit. You just, okay, briefly want to see exactly how much time you have, and then the moment when you realize you can't see how much time you have, really
It's too late.
it kind of it just disrupts you, right? That's just information you want to instantly take in, not, okay, well now I need to ask the dealer to like let me see it, and kind of breaks your train of thought a little bit. So little touches like that are quite nice.
5,000.
5,000.
Ace Jack for Ibinger. Opens to 5K. Takes it down. Ibinger playing under the Austrian flag.
Yes, you have 200.
210.
Thank you.
Matthias with 1.1 million in career Triton earnings. 3 cashes. And given the size of some of these buy-ins, you don't have to win a Triton event to pick up a good score, as evidenced by Matthias's resume, where he finished 10th, picked up 250,000 pounds for his first score in his first recorded Triton event back in 2019 in London. Granted, it was a 100K buy-in, but it's a path to really climbing up the all-time tournament leaderboard far quicker than those who kind of blaze the trails one brick at a time, bit by bit, well before
Certainly.
stratospheric buy-ins existed. As we see Ibinger with top pair on the 9-4 tray board.
Yeah, as the years have gone on, the amount of buy-ins that professional tournament players have been able to unleash over the course of a year has steadily increased. And actually, in recent years, it's almost been an exponential increase, I feel like.
Got our first look at Artur Martirosyan, playing for the Russian Federation. Check folding there with King High after defending against the Ibinger Open. I am curious just how affected the Russian players have been in terms of their ability to travel, given the situation currently unfolding between them and Ukraine and a lot of the sanctions that have come up.
Do you hear that?
Entertaining TV table,
No.
I was thinking the same.
I
We're
like
so
how they
boring.
talked right as I was
Past 10 minutes.
about to make a point.
Yeah,
What I was
we
saying,
really
the point I
need
was
it.
making is, do you hear that? And it was silence. And I was going to say it
You
because
should be the
Yo
entertainment
Viral
guy.
had left the table.
Entertaining me by
But
raising my big blind.
A moment of silence.
Raising my
It was actually quite a long moment, many moments of silence right there. But they went ahead and ruined my moment of
They didn't know you were
Discovery.
coming with
Reason why
that.
I hate people.
No, not really.
And big blind?
since he had left the table, actually, no one had spoken really up until that moment.
Artur with 3.1 million in career tournament earnings beyond just the Triton borders. His best cash of all time, $1.4 million.
It is definitely something you've probably noticed over the years. There's definite like levels of talkativeness that certain players have. You know, there's certain people, you know, if they're at your table, there's going to be a lot of talking. For example, David Gray.
Sure. Will Kassouf
Yeah.
of World Series of Poker infamy. Ace high for Martirosyan, who picked up Schindler out of the small. The 9-8-4 board doesn't connect with either holding.
No backdoor clubs for Schindler. Oh.
Two checks on the flop, and now Martirosyan hitting a key card for top pair in the lone flush draw between the two players. Comfortably fires a nickel out there and takes that pot.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Not a very interesting hand.
How dare you throw shade at that pot? Pot was riveting.
Well, yeah, everybody played the pot fine, and no one really had a difficult decision.
4,500. 4,500.
Soiza with the king 10 opens to 4,500.
Every time again you know colors.
That's good. Keep it up.
6 jack, 7 deuce, 8 deuce every time.
Nice.
Not even suitor. No panic,
Soiza likely not disappointed that his
Play
opponent
your
can't
cards, no?
defend his big blind.
Sometimes you just have to get it in. Like queens against ace king, for example.
Yeah.
Oh, you got like 300k, is it?
Yep, almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, around there.
4, 5.
4,500. You still have about
210.
10. Thank you.
Ibinger with the king high on the button. Gets after it. And a sticky Soiza with 9-3 suited will defend his big blind. As we head to the flop, it's Jack 8 deuce with a couple of hearts. Soiza with the flush draw. Ibinger still with the best hand with king high.
Does have the king of hearts, which might make him decide to c-bet the flop, but he doesn't. And now here with a gutter and a flush draw, and his opponent having checked back the flop, Soiza still decides not to bet his hand. If Ibinger bets here, curious to see how Soiza decides to play it. Nine high, good exactly 0% of the time, the way this hand got played. Will he bluff?
4,000?
4,000.
The answer is yes, and as played, Ibinger.
Wow, snap
Could've-
folds.
Yeah, could have perhaps
easy.
felt like maybe picking something off, but
I had a really good
instead
hand
a
underneath.
snap fold indeed, as his mind appeared to have been made up.
Not bad. Not
I
bad.
don't feel like
Well, then
I
I'm happy. Then
dislike
it
the
wouldn't have
fold, but I will say that
something was going to happen.
I think versus third pot sizing there, getting 4-1, I feel like he should have taken a few seconds to think about calling, because we've actually seen a few hands like that already in the last hour where, you know, I think Yo Viral did decide to fold ace high, and previously there was a call with the king high, but in both of those instances the players thought about it. The snap fold there to me is not really giving that river decision the respect it's due.
Okay.
Fair point.
Oh,
Schindler opens to 5K with the suited ace-jack, and Ibinger with king-queen off. Flats behind. One king into the muck in Soiza's hand. Now the 9-7 offsuit, one gapper. Out of the big blind. Doesn't want to participate. 10-6-4 with a couple of diamonds here, not in either zip code.
Schindler with backdoor spades and the best hand. Ibinger with position.
5,000.
5,000.
And a little pep in his step. Third pot will not be enough to deter Schindler from continuing.
Yeah,
and
especially with
calls.
that 6 of spades lurking there for some backdoor equity.
sure.
Schindler does peel. But when we have the initiative as a pre-flop raiser and we decline to follow through on this board texture, we do embolden our opponent in position oftentimes to just take cracks at us.
I think one crack Schindler's very okay with. A bet here he would dislike quite a bit more.
And Ibinger is definitely incentivized, as played, to continue to apply pressure in the hopes that he can slide through. Instead, he checks back.
At 10. Schindler, I will be very happy to get to showdown with a good ace here.
Will that showdown be free?
I think when Schindler checks, Ibinger has to think he's very infrequently good here. Although his hand is, he's definitely going to have some worse hands probably to bluff with, but he could definitely just, I just think, yeah, well, he's going to check it back, but he can't expect to win very often there. I think his hand's a little too good to bluff with, but I wouldn't have mind considering it. He did.
So an uneventful river card there will earn Jake
I
the
win one
pot.
small pot from you, and you make such a big fuss. So easy, you know, and you every time betting every board, you know. Taking all my chips, I never complain.
I didn't mean to complain.
I'm just kidding, man. Busting your balls.
I just felt so weak. I even had the heart, and then I checked back the flop, and
You have
I
two
checked
hearts?
back. No, one,
one
but
heart,
still. And then you just bet small, and I surrender, and now it's the TV table. It looks so weak.
I don't think you're gonna like what I had, you know. I had 9 3 of hearts.
Okay.
No, I mean, I can't win, so I gotta try.
Sporting exchanges there between Ibinger and
Would you beat 9
Soiza.
3 of hearts?
It was no pair, right?
No pair, yeah.
Yeah, of course I beat
I mean,
it.
I don't know. Who knows what you're raising, man?
Jack 10 suited for Artur. Flops an open-ender on the King-Queen 7 board.
At least let me win some small
Nothing
ones,
to
you know.
speak
like
of
this. You know,
for
no one's gonna
Schindler.
play with you.
I'm always rooting for you. Just not if we play against and against each
I'll
other.
pick that, you know, that's not bad.
Win all the big pots against everyone.
Everyone else, okay, good.
Follow through from Artur. Take the pot down.
Sure, the other 3 players at the table are not hoping that Soiza wins all the big pots against them.
No question. The departure of Yo Viral has left this grouping decidedly quieter.
And I think
Nothing's on you, right?
just in terms of like making some observations between this table and the last one, it seems like the last table was a bit more likely to get some big pots than this one. Just
Yeah,
the
the right
style that
recipe.
players are playing, a
Ivan
little
Leal
more
out there.
aggressive.
Bobbing and weaving.
Check raising turns with bottom pair.
That was wild, the 8-6. But,
We,
you know, there was method
we
to
had
that mayhem.
Mr. Adamo, Mr. Obama.
Oh, yeah.
Remember from the car ride?
Our driver at the airport referring to Michael
As
Obama as Mr.
Obama.
Obama.
Mr. Obama just blasting away with the 4 high.
Close enough, guy. No physical resemblance, but so
No.
be it. And Jake Schindler picking an awkward time to 3-bet Michael Soiza, as Soiza had the kit and piles. Quick fold for Schindler. Slides the button over to himself. Jake's generally soft-spoken guy, and at the table, I don't think I've ever heard him really get into any long-winded conversation. Like, just out there operating, Rast.
Yeah,
Gotta respect it.
Definitely one of the quieter people. Again, as I mentioned earlier, just different levels with the talkativeness.
And a wide variety of personalities, too, that kind of reveal themselves.
Well, I played
in these
and been
parts.
around Jake since he lives in Vegas and just many, many years. And Jake does converse, just not a lot when he's playing poker.
Yeah. Eibinger trying to slide in with the King 5, and Tien wags his finger at the limp with the black queens.
Done good.
The ladies like you, huh?
Yeah, I haven't. Stick me more ladies.
No patronage from Eibinger. Warm welcome to all of you who might be streaming us live out there on one of the many platforms that this Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition is being delivered to you in its entirety across these 4 events. A couple of short deck events coming up. Rast, and I know that Jason Kuhn has offered to give us a little bit of his insights with respect to short deck and a discipline of poker that didn't really take root here in the US in the way I think that a lot of people had anticipated it might.
You have about 200K, right?
Yeah, I'm always excited to listen to anything Jason Kuhn has to say about poker. So looking forward to that.
Are you saying that you're not excited to listen to things that Jason Kuhn has to say not about poker?
No, definitely not what I was.
There was
no
implying?
No implication through leaving that out. Just merely stating that I think Jason Kuhn is good at poker. That was really the implication there.
Well, there's a few guys that are, quote, good at poker.
Yeah, but they didn't offer
out
to
here.
talk about
No,
short deck.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yes. Jason Kuhn's still the leader. Phil Ivey's still in second. Third is now Makita.
Bads.
Fourth is Ali.
Not bads, but goods for Tien. Ace King opens to 6,000. He's got Martirosian in a bad way pre. As Artur defends with King Jack and then jumps into the lead with top pair and probably hitting his kicker.
Just Tien C-bet. It's a very dry board. The deuce and the 4 are better for the big blind than for him, but he still has Ace King, has the betting lead, and he's in position. So now the question, wow, it's a very small size. It's like, you know, call or raise. Yeah, it goes with raise, which is very
4x
reasonable.
the sizing here from Artur, but do we sometimes get a little paranoid when the sizing is so small that we get concerned that maybe this is looking to induce exactly the check raise?
I mean, I think not really. I just think it comes down to, you know, versus very small sizing, you get to raise more, and King Jack here, you know, top pair, very good kicker, is a hand that starts to slide into, just makes a lot of sense to get more value and not go so cheaply to the turn.
Blinds creep upward.
Yeah, I'm not sure that to me, like that small of a sizing on Jack Deuce 4 Rainbow actually wouldn't be a sizing I would pick as the button there.
Sure.
I feel like you should have a decent amount of checkbacks, and when you do bet, I would go with bigger than such a small sizing.
2,500.
It's, as I said, because the big blind has more deuces and 4s, It's kind of a spot where you're already a little bit polar and you want to punish those hands, whereas such a small sizing is very inviting to a hand like a pair of deuces or fours. However they want to play it, just call or raise.
Tien with a raise to 5,500 with a couple of nines.
You're based in London, right, Matthias?
Picks up the
Say again?
Based in London, right?
Jake
No,
Schindler.
Austria.
Spadeless
I was
in
thinking
both
you
seats here.
said you live in London or also not?
Spade
Never?
flop.
Okay.
But nine's still a pair of nines. And Jack 10 off with no spade. A hot
Where
pile
are
of
you
nothing.
located right now?
Malaysia?
3,000.
Malaysia?
So you basically always been there, or
Yeah. We travel a lot,
Pile.
right? So
yeah.
Goes ice cold and into the muck.
But like the last 2 years, you
Tien
didn't
follows
travel
the
much, and
three
you've
nines.
just been there, I guess. Yeah.
good holiday.
Do you have a book
Oh,
community there
The
as
lines
well?
have gone up.
There is
2,500 big blind now.
There's no live games.
And the band goes marching.
Underground live games, I guess. But
Is it allowed? Okay.
It's illegal.
it is not allowed.
Malaysia, right? Illegal.
There used to be one in the poker room, but because of the pandemic, so everything is shut down. For a little while, it ran for a little while. Yeah. Shut down. So sad.
to get a live condition, right?
Yeah.
To get it and then suddenly, pandemic here.
Buttons on you, right?
Ace 7 for Soiza. And the cutoff goes to work.
$5,500
Schindler again with a Jack 10, doing better for himself on this occasion. Out of the small blind, his flat gives him top pair on this two-spade Jack high board. Soiza with air.
The eternal question of do you c-bet or do you check with the ace high?
5,000.
Soiza goes with bet. And it's a third pot. And Schindler with a much weaker kicker here, 10 versus the king in the last spot, decides just to call. A very good card for Jake, as Soiza has very few threes in his range, and Jake does. So will he lead it or will he check it? He checks,
The answer
and
was
Soiza
the
checks
latter.
back.
And now an overcard to the Jack along with the completed spade draw coming through on the end.
So Jake has the best hand a lot here, but with that card coming, it's a bit harder for him to get paid off by hands like ace high here. So will he value bet or check? But here he's certainly planning on calling a bet most of the time. But insta check back by ace high, reasonable, and Jake wins. Oh, I'm sorry, Jake. I keep forgetting.
Andale.
I asked to produce the 5x time because of you, but I can
Senor
see
Schindler.
you managed to
Calling one in.
do it.
And there is a look at our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi. Beloved by players and staff alike out here. A stylish fixture in the room is Luca.
Jake on his phone, he might be looking at some of the hands that have been played, or
Could just be setting his fantasy lineups. Could be just putting in an order to sell 1,000 ETH. You never know. Could be selling his ape.
oh yeah. Does Jake have an ape?
I don't know. I don't keep track of these things.
Sorry, how much do I have?
190,000.
Okay.
I do keep
And
track, however, when
we're
players
talking
are
about
dominated.
The Bored Ape Yacht Club, I would
Yes,
assume.
of course, the
Some people who
NFT.
might not an ape, but he has an
Yeah.
animal.
Or
He has a
people
zoo.
are
He's a zoo
purchasing
owner.
primates. How pumped up are they?
No, he's
21.
just primate NFTs.
The non-endangered,
Yeah,
but rare.
they are rare and expensive.
Meanwhile,
Not as much as a yacht, but
Tien making things expensive for Ibinger here, and he's picked a good time to do so. His King Jack is dominating Matthias's King 10 suited.
and we'll notice the smaller sizing here. Why? Because he's in position, so 3x, very normal. Out of position, the sizings are a bit bigger, as we've seen so far throughout this cast. And
865 Rainbow, swing and a miss in both seats. And to what you were saying just a moment ago, Rast, obviously if we are going to deviate in terms of our sizings pre-flop, we want to be sure that we're doing it not in relation to anything associated with the strength or lack thereof of our hand, more so with something like, well, I'm in position, so it's natural that I don't need to apply as much pressure.
Yeah, certainly, because it's a bit more to your liking if you're in position and your opponent calls and you play the pot, whereas you definitely want more fold equity when you're out of position, or if they call, to lower the stack to pot ratio. So you know, modern poker theory has expressed that through the in versus out of position sizings to 3 bets.
Strong bet.
So he appears to be a fan of this healthy 30,000
No asking, confirm.
that TN brings on the flop.
I remember the good old days, you know,
Go on.
10, 15 years ago even, when
If
you know, you would open the cutoff, say it's 1K big blind, you'd make it like 3,000, and it just seemed people in the small blind would just make it like 7,000.
I need to see
I
it.
loved it.
Yeah, it's not asking.
I just never
Definitely.
folded anything to that, and floated a lot in position, and
30 minutes delay.
it worked out a
so
lot for me. And
right
it
before
turns
the
out
next
those
blind
people
level.
were making massive mistakes. But that was definitely a thing in the past, if you
In
remember.
terms of
Ali.
pre-flop sizing.
Yeah, just like less, like 2.5x, like out of position, you know, out of the blinds, 3-betting your, you know, late position open, and it was just like, okay, thank
You're
you.
about 200.
It was very annoying when, you know, in recent years, those sizings got upped, especially after solvers came in and pre-flop solutions told people, hey, bigger
28,000.
is better.
28,000.
And it gets no bigger than the ace-king for unpaired holdings pre-flop. So is it
Suited.
And just so we could see there, 28,000
Every
was
time I small buy, it's like
4
7 deals, 8 deals.
almost
Every
4.7x.
time.
Good for me.
So many times already. I think at least 3 to 4 times.
make it meaty?
minimum.
Yep.
Speaking of meaty, we had a tough time finding any protein on the break to nourish ourselves for this long haul that we have ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. But we had a little help with that. A little Kung Pao chicken coming. There's,
I can take them
I just like to
For future reference.
sometimes expound a bit upon some of these theoretical poker ideas,
Yeah,
just
kind
so
of shit if
you know,
first
viewers at home
you lose your time
not
because
only
it's going down, you gotta put it in the box. You let them scan the card.
can learn a little bit about the hand, but about some of the theory behind it to improve your games. I figure if you're going to watch 8-hour poker telecast, you know, might as well get a little instruction along with it.
And I think it's interesting to kind of provide context as well, because the game is a living organism. It is constantly evolving. It is constantly being subjected to alternative theories and people that are tinkering and looking to maybe find new ways to exploit things. And it's fascinating to bear witness to, especially when you're finding some of the, you know, authorities and probably foremost minds in the game out there doing their thing, as we often do here
When you're nervous,
in these super high roller bowl situations. Meanwhile, Artur with King 6 has up against Ibinger, who has bottom pair here.
Certainly, Ali, and that's something that makes me very excited to do the commentary for Triton poker, because, you know, with buy-ins of this magnitude, you know, many of the very best no limit hold'em tournament players in the world are in this field, and so being able to watch them and analyze their play and learn myself from these great poker minds is wonderful. I appreciate that opportunity, and it's fun to share that not only with you but all the people watching.
Also wonderful, a 6 of spades on the end if your name is Artur Monterosian.
And I need to
He is
do all the
made
microphone
trips.
everything. Yeah.
What's that?
Bet it.
From drinking too much.
Wow,
And
very
it's too
large
spicy.
bet sizing.
Oh, it's too spicy. I see.
So
And
You
also
know what
it's
happens
like
here? The
5 to
polarity
10
often
point
causes us to
Yeah,
ask
that-
some
that kind of
questions
interesting.
as to why would our opponent look to bet this much on the end as played.
And also when the eating
So,
time
you
is
know,
long,
at this
it's,
point,
yeah,
Ibinger,
coming
with
here, right?
clearly
regular,
just a
for it.
bluff catcher, has to decide, are the two cards that I have better than average in terms of being blockers? And he decides no and is not going to call.
So are all your friends watching you now?
Which
I
seems
don't
like
know.
a very reasonable decision to me. I don't think the 4 of spades is a particularly good card to bluff catch with.
Well, a reminder that you can play online with some of the greats at GG Poker. Join the world's biggest poker community and always have a good game. I don't know that I remember the last time Jason Kuhn's hair was swept to one side like that, but I guess that's what he wanted for his avatar. Negreanu and Elke along with Fedor Holz. Also part of that team.
The Jason Kuhn NFT collection coming out soon.
Correct.
The
rare
hair
attribute of the swept
the hair swept to the side is going to be the most valuable one. That's the one of one.
Soiza on the button, got busy with the Jack 10, Queen 7 for Jake. He has outflopped Soiza, top pair versus middle pair. Both players with a club on this Queen Jack Deuce 2 club board. Couple of checks now. The 8 on the turn.
8 of clubs, a very interesting card because Soiza, it actually improved his odds. He went from 1 and 4 to 1 and 3 essentially. So, because any club or a 9 now give him the best hand. So even though there's, instead of 2 cards to come, there's 1 card to come, it improved his chances substantially. And
Enough to kind of overwhelm the lack of 2 shots at his holding. And Schindler leads out 9,000 here.
Happy to value bet top pair when his opponent checked back, and Soiza pretty happy to call with second pair and all that equity, but it's a Blankaruski. So now will Schindler value bet? And if so, what size? And will Soiza bluff catch? If Schindler checks, will Soiza value bet himself? I think Soiza won't. So I think the way Schindler, okay, so he does value bet, and I like that decision.
And let's get a look at the sizing into 32.5. 23K.
Or I guess just over 2/3, but close enough. Yeah, this is kind of a tough decision here. Again, having the Jack of clubs is actually a decent blocker. You're blocking flushes as well as the 10 blocking straight, so I don't blame him for. Oh, but he turns his hand into a bluff, which is very interesting. Again, because the 10 is blocking the straight and the Jack of clubs is not only blocking potential 2 pairs but also flushes. So instead of calling, he raises here. It's a very interesting decision. And Schindler has an interesting decision right back because the 7 of clubs is a better than average blocker. Because here 1 pair is never good for value. So when you have 1 pair, you know, you are blocking the queen for any queens up. You know, will my opponent raise queens up for value? But the 7 of clubs blocking flushes. So this is not an instant fold. Schindler going to consider this deeply. I wouldn't even be surprised if he ends up using at least 1 time bank, frankly.
In it goes.
this is the most interesting hand in my opinion that's been played so far at this table. And I really kind of am impressed with this decision by Soisa to turn his hand into a bluff. I think it's quite a good one, and
it's compelling sizing too that he's put out there, because a lot of his please call me range includes this 75K.
Yeah, at this type of sizing, it is one where Schindler could definitely convince himself that blocking queens up, like a hand like queen jack, queen 8, maybe even queen 6 is relevant.
Well, a poker player's job is to put the pieces of a puzzle together with incomplete information. What he does know is how Soisa proceeded.
Oh, multiple time banks. Told you. In the grinder.
Yeah. All Schindler needs to do is click call and haul in with his call included what would be an over 200K pot.
I don't like people being able to wear masks at the table. Blocks so much of your face. I feel like should get rid of them. Like people aren't. I don't even know. Like they don't let people wear sunglasses anymore, right? They should take the masks away. Come on now.
Oh, Ivan Liao was wearing his shades earlier.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean everybody here took a COVID test, so I don't like it. You know, in live poker, you should be able to see someone's face, or most of their face, unless they want to like put it in their sleeve or something.
It's relevant,
but
no doubt.
I really think that probably 90% or more of the people wearing the masks are not doing it because they're really afraid about COVID, but are doing it for the advantage it gives in that particular case. I'm not saying everybody.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
As we
at
see
this point,
the raise successful for Michael Soisa. Fortune favors the bold. Schindler throws top pair and what was the best hand into the mud.
Michael, change please. Thanks.
yeah, I can't say I fault him for that. It's a very tough decision, and you know, ultimately there, whether you decide to bluff catch or not, and I also would not have faulted him at all if he called, which as we could see would have been the right decision. But you know, it's not an easy one.
Well, you're never going to make 100% correct decisions, no matter how well you're playing. It's just an overly ambitious task, but obviously we seek to play the best that we can, and there's no shame in being wrong every now and again.
In position with the ace-5 of spades. He's going to probably 3-bet this. And one of the interesting things here as a 3-bet that I'll just point out for the viewers at home as I expand
that was gonna happen,
upon this is
that
that
was gonna happen.
in the event where Queen Jack 4-bets and 4-bets something to like 50K, ace-5 suited will occasionally 5-bet jam at those stack depths. Yes, it's the number one hand that solvers like to. It's like, remember the hand earlier where I said ace king, aces kings.
What I had, right?
But it's like sometimes in those spots,
You
it's
find
a
a
little
way.
ace-5 suited. It's kind of like the one hand, because I think it's the hand that just has the most all-in equity. You're also blocking the ace. That is, you know, is not a value hand. Some people don't correctly understand that, and occasionally you get people who, in like those stack depth, like are doing the 4-bet. No. It's the 5-bet jam. It's the 3-bet to 5-bet jam, not the 4-bet where you get called or they 5-bet jam on you. No. No. Ace-5 suited there just calls the 3-bet.
We openly talk about solvers since their introduction a short time ago, and obviously the more successful players in these high roller circuits are employing that sort of computing power as a key aspect
6,000
in trying to evolve their games. Do you have personal feelings on whether or not it has kind of robbed poker of some of the parity? Or actually, we don't want parity. It's creating more parity potentially. What I mean to say is robbing it of sort of the advantages that maybe players who were already capable of deducing some of these things.
It's changed the game.
Has it become more just about executing, just kind of taking the knowledge and then applying it when you're out there and retaining it, regurgitating it?
I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but the way I would parse this is it's changed the process of how you become better, especially and mostly at the highest level.
Well, let's put a pin in it briefly, Rast, as we have a developing situation here between Tien and Ibinger on this 10-7-6-2 spade board. Ibinger has fired 7,000 after Tien checked it to him, and Ibinger has the gut shot straight flush draw, and that card is available, the 8 of spades. And what a card it would be as Tien would make a set of 8s. After flatting.
The gutter turns into a double gutter.
Yeah.
Both with one card. Straights, the 4 and the 8.
Mm-hmm.
As well as, of course, the flush draw. And then Tien with, at this point, just the modest pair of 8s.
Yeah, gutter and second pair effective on this texture here.
I think Ibinger is going to go ahead and keep bluffing. I'm curious what sizing he picks. And then, you know, obviously what 10 Tien will do.
20,500.
20,500.
Okay, so that's about 2/3 pot, which is a sizing that puts Tien's hand in a bit of an uncomfortable situation. You know, do you fold a hand as good as 2/8 versus 2/3? If so, are you overfolding? Do you call? If so, are you overcalling? That's my opponent. Bluffing monkey.
Well, Tien may look to find out here as
he goes with call, which I probably prefer that to the 2/3 sizing to fold.
An extra 41,000 slid into the middle, making this pot 72K. Now the ace of diamonds on the end,
which shouldn't help Tien unless really he has a hand like ace 10 or maybe like the ace high flush draw. That said, with 9 high here, I think Ibinger is very likely going to bluff. His hand obviously doesn't win at showdown. He only checks if he's giving up. But even give-ups, he could probably find better give-ups than this. So just what size will it be? I mean, he is blocking both straights, probably all in or 100,000. I would guess he goes over pot.
105,000.
Yeah, 105,000.
A huge bet here from Ibinger with just 9 high, no showdown value. We've seen it so often. The player gets after it, and he is doing so in a very meaningful way here against Lu Tien. And let's credit Tien, Rast, with not just snap folding, despite both an ace and a 10 being on the board. Synapses are firing. And
yeah, but
maybe
10,
he's got a little sniff.
I mean, for this size on this run out, I don't really think there's too many just 10s
No,
that
of course.
bet. But definitely the ace. I mean, Ibinger could easily have the nut flush draw and be value betting it. You know, hands such as you know, ace-9 of spades, ace-jack of spades. Those hands could find just over pot.
Note that Tien does have more than enough to make this call, and in doing so, he would felt Eibinger. Of course, the rebuy period's still open, but nevertheless, claiming pelts is a good feeling.
Going deep into his time banks to consider this. Oh, decides to lay it down, which is very reasonable lay down, but
I think I made a bad fold.
You made a bad what?
Bad fold.
Bad fold, then why you call? Why you fold?
And he immediately states that he thinks he made a bad fold. So he's asking him, well, then why did you fold? Eibinger all too happy to see it.
Just green or no?
Yeah.
The 8s were blocking the 8-9, which is a lot of that nuttiness that you would expect that big bomb on the river to maybe include. And he unblocked the spades.
Yeah, but the way that hand played out,
It's okay, I will find out
there's
later.
a lot of hands on 8-9 could have value bet there. But yeah.
Has to be this one.
That's the river card. I don't like the river card.
River card.
Our break is after this level or next level?
Next level.
Next level?
Yep.
Oh my god, I need to go.
But yeah, returning to the previous discussion that he had cut off for that hand, I think more solvers have changed the process a bit, and at the highest level, because prior to solvers, when you were a world-class player, there wasn't really anything you could study. You could maybe watch some videos. A lot of that was to see what other people in the population were seeing. You could talk to some people about hands, a lot of the tools were not very good, and really, in my estimation, not really worth the time. Whereas now, with solvers, you can actually study what a computer thinks the right way to play GTO is, in many spots, extrapolate from that. It's very powerful. So it's a totally different way to approach the game, and it's made basically taking time away from the table to study much more valuable for top-ranked, top-flight players than it used to be.
Artur Matarosian, your chip leader here at the featured table, as Tien had a bite taken out of his stack by Matthias Eibinger, who runs in fourth behind Michael Soiza, and the shorty belongs to Jake Schindler in fifth with the blinds at 1,000, 2,500, and a 2,500 chip ante.
Welcome back.
We can go to the not even the break, right?
Can. If you want to go after your button, then you better run lah. Oh, now also can lah. You run lah.
So yeah, solvers really rewarding and good for people that like being able to get back actionable information, that enjoy studying and continuing to work, and not as much for people that take the learn by doing savant approach to poker.
18,000.
So how you feel about them to kind of answer your question is going to really depend on which side of that you fall. If you're a person that enjoys being able to work and improve steadily at something through that kind of disciplined study of a tool that provides very good and actionable information, then you'll like solvers. But if you like more just kind of playing and thinking about it and improving on your own, more intuition, then probably, but not necessarily, not as big a fan.
Welcome to the table, Xiang Eng. Currently running 6th overall in chips with 361,500.
Run. Ah yeah, I should wait longer for you.
Fold it around to Jake Schindler.
Do you know where we can watch the stream? Is it
Welcome
on
Eng
Twitch
to the
or-
table with a raise to 10,000.
I assume it would be on Twitch, no? Or YouTube, maybe.
Okay.
I assume.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Cool. Same. Because in 5 minutes
Eng
there
will
was a hand.
defend with
There
that
was a-
King 3 offsuit.
Against me, was it? No.
I forgot. I just knew it was like 30 minutes and 20
Schindler with
seconds.
the mystery
so I
hand.
said with 30 minutes delay it
He's
will
looking
be...
to get to know
What was
his
it?
new neighbors.
Damn it.
Ace Ace 4 texture here.
No, it
with
was the
27.5
hand
in
against...
the middle.
I raised the small blind, he
And
three
less
bet.
than quarter
and where
pot.
you said ace king and she said no,
Eng
no,
will
Okay, yes, that's the one.
very likely continue with king high here and does. Now the 10 of spades and continued aggression
well,
by Jake.
I thought in that particular hand we were
It's a
talking
big
about,
bet,
I was
big
still
ask
stuck in the
for
previous
Eng to
blind
continue
level
with king
actually,
high, and
so
he doesn't.
Oh,
Which seems
about
very
attention,
reasonable.
maybe not so much.
Maybe not so much. Maybe not so much.
Therein lies the importance of having that second barrel in you. Though we didn't know what Jake had, he may very well have had the best hand, but in the event that he didn't,
Yeah.
you don't want to let that king high get pesky. Eng, bringing the retro Jordan flavor to the party in the footwear department. Don't know if you caught a glimpse of those.
Oh, I missed it. The shoe game not usually getting too much attention on these poker streams.
This is a Triton poker stream, my friend. They dress to impress. Martirosian with the king-queen offsuit in the cutoff here. Eyeballing Schindler's stack.
Schindler again. The mystery cards.
His 3-bet to 20K.
Just over 3x the open size. Martirosian peels it here with king queen off, a reasonable holding, and is gonna like that flop overall.
King 7-5, giving him top pair and giving us fits as we are left to speculate as to what Jake Schindler has done. This holding.
15,000, so that's about a third pot. So here he's really kind of deciding, you know, given that there's already over 45,000 in the pot, and that Schindler, you know, only had about 170k back, which is well under 100 big blinds. You know, does he call or does he go ahead and raise here? Which he could do with some kind of bluff hands, as well as, you know, this would probably be definitely good enough to do it for value and play for stacks, but towards the bottom of his value range. Not saying the lowest, but
the check and then bet 15,000, the raise to 42,000, sub 3x on such a textured board, such a wet board, could include a lot of things that aren't a king. It might have been speculating. Of course, the 9 of clubs is troublesome insofar as 6-8 gets there.
Only a pot size bet left in stacks. So the 9 of clubs does improve some hands, but a king queen, you know, not that bad of a card for king queen. He's certainly going to be getting the rest of his chips, given that he decided to check raise the flop. I kind of can't see bet fold to a raise or check fold. So, you know, I guess the question here though is how he decides to play it at this point, and if he bets, what size he uses.
Second bullet.
Yes.
How you bust your first one?
Wow.
Disaster.
Yeah.
40K.
And do you know where they stream it? YouTube, Twitch, or?
40K, so about 30% of the pot. 40K, perhaps implying that he could have a hand that he's bet folding, which wouldn't be the hand that he currently has, but you know, let's say he had a hand like ace 6 with the, or he's the cutoff, so he can't really have that hand. The hands that he would open, something like ace 10 with the ace of hearts, that, you know, he was kind of turning the ace of hearts blocker into a bluff, and you know, then follows through on the turn instead of giving up, but would fold that to a raise, obviously.
Schindler did call this 40,000, and now things get even dicier for one pair as the 10 of hearts shows up, and Rast, you're nodding your head as if to say you understand why Artur would check, and now Schindler with an opportunity to get after this 210K.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bet a lot out of Jake here. That 10 of hearts, you know, completed a lot of draws, and, you know, even some hands that maybe Jake was continuing with, he could still turn into bluffs, right? A hand like 7-8 suited that was second pair on the flop, picked up a gutter on the turn, continued because of the very small sizing, but is certainly going to bluff the 10 of hearts on the river. So,
and
not
for
too
all
many
his
checkbacks
chips
for Jake
potentially here, as 88,000.
Yeah, but which isn't even that much.
No, relative to
a pot size bet, and then with the 40K, so what is that? You know, there's 210,000, so you know he's getting a very good price here, but it's a brutal river for him, and I definitely don't blame him for folding.
No, it's as played, definitely the sort of card that rates to help.
Oh, Jake showing. It feels like that's a bluff, but we don't get to see it.
What did he show?
Well, he tried to show it, but it never came on the reader.
Yeah, I think so.
If it was a bluff, I want to see the 7-8 there, 7-8 suited, or like pocket 8s, pocket 6s. Got to pick one, I guess. I'm gonna pick pocket 6s.
Yeah.
Boom, bluff. Doesn't 3-bet the pocket 6s. Calls flop. Calls turn.
Good luck, bro. See you later, hopefully.
And then boom, boom on the river.
Hopefully more chips. That's the best, man. 3K. 3K, right?
That haul was meaningful for Schindler Stack. He goes to work right away with those newly acquired Artur bucks, making it 7,500 to go. Unfortunately for him, he has run into the button of Eng, who also shares a suited queen. Better addition. Eng's flat, obviously enticing Ibinger to proceed with the 7-8 suited.
And Schindler not 3-bet by the button or the small blind, who both could have decided to do it with their hands. Gets to see the flop, and
yeah, he's got himself top pair here with Queen 5 up against Eng, who's got the Queen high flush draw. Ibinger also has a little something working with the gut shot.
And 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw that isn't good. So everybody flops something. So no surprise that there is someone bets.
And that someone will be the button.
So what will Ibinger decide to do here? Does he call, fold, or raise? Kind of all 3 options on the table. Like, Yake certainly isn't going to raise his hand here if Ibinger folds or calls. He's just not raising top pair. Good kicker. But Ibinger here could kind of decide to do anything. Bet small enough, he could kind of call for value and decide to bluff certain cards. He could fold. Kind of don't think he's going to fold, but he could. And he definitely could raise. And I think that's a call.
Indeed.
He didn't fold, which was the thing I thought he was least likely to do, given the c-bet sizing. And Yake is like, whatever, man, okay.
Closes the action by calling the 12K. He started this mess by opening the pot with the Queen 5 suited from the cutoff, so you're not going to walk away when you flop top pair. But obviously there are some concerns at what may be afoot here, given the flat from the button, and then that flat over the top of it from Ibinger. But everybody checked the jack of spades, and then the 8 hits the river, giving Ibinger the best hand now.
Yeah, Ibinger deciding whether or not he wants to value bet after it got checked through behind him. He has to think he has the best hand here a reasonable amount of the time, but, you know, will my opponents call me? What size should I take? Is it better to check to induce? He goes check, most likely to call. Does depend on what size, but he's probably calling a bet. Ang knows he can only win by betting, but kind of gave up on the turn and doesn't follow through there with a bet that probably wouldn't have worked on the river.
So a pleasant development there for Matthias Ibinger. As he hauls one in. How significant is the change in dynamic in terms of the impact on play when you go from 5-handed to 6-handed?
I mean, not
worthy of note,
super significant, but you know, it's another player. Every time you add a player, you're essentially adding an early position. You know, so
more
5 to
stringent
6,
conditions.
you're adding that person who comes in as the 6-handed under the gun. Okay, no longer 5-handed under the gun, 5-handed under the gun, also known as the hijack. Now it's the 6-handed under the gun. You add the 7th, you get that. So, you know, once that first player, if they play, now it's somebody with the tightest range of anyone at the table coming in the pot. And if they fold, well, then you're back to 5-handed. So, you know, it's not too big. Going from 5 to 6 isn't that big of a difference. Yeah, it's something, but not a lot.
$7,500 with King 5 suited this time for Schindler. His diamonds are blanketed by Eng, who again chooses to flat pre. Granted, Queen 10 suited didn't necessarily want to inflate the pot, but this Ace Queen, one might expect to be 3-betting a decent amount of the time. His choosing not to do so does, however, invite Martirosian to participate out of the big blind with a dominated queen. And talk to me, Ras.
It was versus an under the gun 6-handed open, and I think it's not unreasonable to just flat there, although I think most people would 3-bet most of the time. Another thing this table now, this current dynamic, there's been multiple multi-way pots. I love me some multi-way pots. They're very interesting. So there's less and less multi-way pots in modern poker.
Yeah.
But as there's more and more 3-betting.
Oh my goodness. Ooh. And there's more and more. You've got the nuts for Eng on the end as Schindler
Well,
Never
I
wanted to
don't
put
think they
chips
get
in
bored.
with
They
top
have the
pair.
main event
First, it
champion
was
on
maybe
the commentator
wanting
box.
to see what develops in terms
Ryan,
of Ang.
no. Kore, Aldemir.
And
Kore,
then
I just saw him here.
there are a
the
few
turn.
guys, so maybe it's not him right now, but
The three
I met
clubs.
him on the airport and he said he's commentating, and I'm like, oh, that's amazing, the world champion
Made
is
it.
commentating.
That's pretty sick.
And then I paid him a bit,
Little
so
less
he's only
attractive.
talking positive
Think
about
the
me.
value.
So.
Nice.
Here on the river, though, you can't necessarily blame Schindler for deciding nobody else appeared to speak up or represent anything that would be an issue, so he'll lead out, and a flat from Ang, who is showing some conservative tendencies
Poker's not what it used to be, you know.
thus far.
Oh,
Or
it's
maybe he
interesting.
just wants some Martirosian bucks in there.
I guess he thinks he's more likely to get money by Martirosian overcalling here than he is to raise and get a call from either one of them.
Looks like there's many more cameras this time around, right? It's like cameras everywhere. Please.
Yeah, indeed.
Interesting decision.
Surprise.
King 5 of hearts, was it?
Is Jake's avatar a real-time
Say again?
representation of his emotional state after being shown the ace-queen there? Certainly felt that way, didn't it?
Where is it?
10 p.m. in Las Calabar, just outside of the Tashkent area here in Spain. That's a separate building.
Thank you.
Triton putting on, if you couldn't make that out, a little kind of after party.
Welcome party, as they referred to it.
Wonder how many of the players will be drinking at the after party, given that they have to play the next day.
Well,
Maybe
not all
one.
the players at that welcome party are going to have to play the next day. They may have already seen an exit.
Well, the rebuy extends to the, because it's through 10 levels, and the last level today being the 10th level, so you're allowed to rebuy up until the day tomorrow. So if you're willing to rebuy, you can always be playing.
You think that players who have maybe lost their first bullet at this point here, as we see Schindler flopping an ace here and
Yeah.
firing at it,
Also,
do
the
you
thing
think
is,
that they
this
would
is
actually
usually an
wait
info that they
until
don't even
right
want to know
at the
because
end?
I'm only jealous
and
and
then
win
buy in again
every year,
at that
so
point?
better not know who it was.
That could definitely be a strategy. I think it depends on the player.
I don't know. I guess.
And not necessarily everybody will rebuy.
Sure.
I mean,
I mean, these are big buy-ins.
yeah, could
Nothing
be.
to scoff at.
I wouldn't say decent chance. There's a chance.
The Poker
Yeah,
Players
there's a chance.
Championship at the World Series is a 50K buy-in, and
Have you ever cashed
other
it,
than
the main
the
event?
one drop, it's
I
the
feel like
biggest
no.
buy-in of the summer.
I feel like the answer is no. My girlfriend ran really deep. I think like 100.
No, the World Series of Poker had 100K.
Oh baby, here it
Oh
comes.
my God.
No,
There was a
That was the
50K
little
PLO,
one
and there
for
was
one
a
drop,
hundred.
wasn't
No, there was a 100K high roller at the end.
Huh.
There might have even been 200K
corrected.
because I think there was one at the beginning as well.
It really is a marathon.
Even the World Series is getting up there with the number of buy-ins over the summer now.
I never had a marathon in it.
I think there were 200K no limits,
I think same for me.
a
Maybe
50K
they
no
do
limit, a
maybe
50K
they don't.
PLO, a 25K PLO, the 50K Poker Players
like the last
Championship.
time it happened, I was playing from day 2. It was something with traveling, I'm not sure anymore, but I couldn't make it day 1.
I think there was
And
even a
like 4
25K
hours
horse
later,
this year,
I
which was a
already
new
out.
addition.
That was not a long main event
And
experience.
then, of course, all the
But even
10K
if you play,
championship
like,
events.
1 2 days, just a long day one, you know. if you play.
Yeah.
But
7,000.
Or not this year, but last year, or whatever, the last one. We're actually almost on the World Series of Poker again. It's already April. It's about two months it'll be on. And even between now and then, I think there's going to be another Triton event.
Ibinger opened with the 2 10s. Eng comes along and flops himself top 2 pair after defending the big. Checks to Matthias.
Ibinger c-bet. There are some overcards, the queen and the jack specifically, that could hit, that would give a hand that would fold. an improvement in order to beat him. That said, tens is a nice hand to not be betting every street and get to showdown with. But given the check back, Eng decides to bet his hand himself and get value with wow, and he just folds the tens, which was correct.
Every now and again, you'll see something that seems to defy conventional logic, and you have to ask whether or not there was something beyond just the conventional math of the situation.
Yeah, versus it was a half pot size bet after the check back. I think you see a lot of players call there.
This is the last
But
level to
Ibinger let it go
Level 10 actually.
without even that much
Level 10?
deliberation.
No.
And he was spot on.
Does that mean level 10?
Very spot on.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering. It would be a bit deep.
Is this the first time you're flying out of Austria?
A few folds in front of the suited ace of Artur Martirosyan.
I think I was outside once in Cyprus actually, but not for poker.
Oh.
No, I was just
Up we go to
visiting
7K.
a friend, yeah.
And King Jack suited, definitely gonna play this. And 3-better call, and he goes with call.
I think in the poker scene it's quite popular, to be honest. Like decent community in Cyprus.
Ace 8-4.
And
Kind
a
of
lot
interesting.
of crypto guys
I mean,
are here as well.
obviously
because
ace
it's
9
like
with top
tax
pair.
relief,
Let's see
I
what
think,
size he
something like that,
picks.
so,
Because
yeah,
King
the
Jack
bunch of
suited here,
community.
some big cards,
Yeah,
the
it is,
backdoor flush draw. And versus
I haven't been
what
in
looks like
this
third
side of
pot
Cyprus,
sizing.
like on the Greek side.
Getting 4-1 now. I feel like
I
he
was
will
here for like
continue
a
in
week,
some
and it's
form.
really nice because it was very
And,
cold in Austria,
call,
and we
which is
fly
very
here, and
reasonable.
we go to
King
the sea,
high,
have
a good king
breakfast,
high
and
here,
we
having
play on
some
the beach,
showdown
something,
should we get
so-
to the river.
16 degrees, is it?
No, I wasn't in the sea, but outside it was still warm enough that you could be at
Shinwei Lim.
the beach. And yeah,
Not a good card for King Jack suited here.
But if you're a tough guy,
3
you could go
spades,
swimming. I think now,
which is bad for
so-
him, and no cards which help, such
definitely
as
possible.
a King
But
Jack,
not for
10,
me, not for
Queen,
you.
Diamond. So, should Martirosyan bet again, Lim will certainly fold.
Maybe you can liven the table up. Very boring. Little bit of action.
Action is okay, but like
Top
the table
2,
talk is-
but the spade draw
They're trying
getting
our best
there.
here, you know, Matthias and I.
Nevertheless, Martirosyan fires again, this time 18,000. And that does it
Maybe everybody too shy.
for King Jack of Diamonds. First
move.
meaningful action for Chinwei Lim here at his
Goodbye.
newfound home.
So sad to see you go.
I hope my next table is not a TV table afterwards. That would really be.
I'll make sure it will be.
Okay. Thank you.
They're gonna mic you out on the table, don't worry. Don't miss a hand, okay?
Good luck. Good luck.
Matthias Eibinger's number has been called
Did you just
as he
rebind?
is pulled
Yes.
That is
feature table.
That's what I said.
We bid him
Big blind
adieu.
3,000.
Oh, wow. Already.
Good luck.
Thank you. 7K?
And welcome Brooke Gostisha to the final table. If I recall correctly, a good friend of Aliyam Shirovich. Fellow.
Not wearing a colorful hoodie
Sir.
today, though.
Right, the Dragon Ball Z flavor is notably absent, but that's
Yeah.
really Ali's lane, and Rook would do well to not crowd it. Doesn't waste much time getting involved here.
Ooh, Queen! What a card for Queen 9.
Yeah.
He will not like the fact that he is extremely unlikely to get any action on it, but c'est la vie.
He's got the stone nuts.
Well, checking is really the only way that he could get action versus Eng's hand, because Eng might bet now with 7 high and the bad end of the gutter, which he does. So Ghostisha playing this hand as if he was super using and seeing his opponent's cards.
Well, I think obviously if
And
we
now if
don't,
he's super using you, he calls.
But
That's
if-
the true super user play.
if you think your opponent's drawing dead, then you're incentivized to give him the sort of
Hello.
rope.
Oh no, okay. So Ghostisha can't in fact see his cards. Well, I'm joking for the players at home. Ghostisha can't see his hand, but a call here would have been spooky. Just give him that rope.
Ghostisha will take it down. I stand corrected. Ghostisha of Slovenian nationality, according to the Hendon Mob. $2 million in career tournament earnings total.
Ooh, just us.
Down to the blinds. Ghostisha will limp with the 8-6 off.
6 deuce suited, and the effective stack depths are just over, about 70 big blinds. So he decides to attack with this hand. I think
That's not friendly at all.
in position, trying to take it down.
We can be friends when you're not in the hand.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
When we're in the hand, nothing personal, just business, you know.
Just business. Makes sense.
Punish the bottom of the small blinds limping range there with a
You can't
hand
take
that
it for friends, then you're
loves
gonna
just
play
picking it up and
every
realizing that fold equity.
Just wait out the timer.
The hands you kind of supposed to do that with change quite
What
a
a
bit
time to go
as
to the toilet.
the stack depths do.
Boss move right there. It's the utter. Just calling you a boss, you know, that's like the best time to go to the toilet. Hey, don't naughty, ah.
7.
Hello.
Right, 7.
That's a tell, man.
Is it?
Raising the dead big blind.
Lim with the ducks.
Shoots it up to 7,000. Soiza now with Queen Jack just behind Ghostisha's fold.
I'm just pretending to think.
He seems loose out there, Rast.
Yeah, enjoying his time, pretending to think, which isn't accurate because he probably was thinking, should I call or 3-bet?
Yeah, he has flopped himself a gut shot, straight draw. On the King 9-7 flop.
3 diamonds, which actually makes deuces stronger than it would normally be because the Queen of Jack and Queen of Diamonds and 10 of Diamonds, all of which are still in the deck and would normally improve Soiza's hand, don't.
Nevertheless, Chinwei decides to check back with the lone flush draw in this twosome, and he makes that flush on the turn, which leaves Soiza drawing dead.
Soiza actually has a hand he could consider bluffing with here. You have to find some bluffs that don't have a diamond in it, and he has no pair and a straight draw, so it's a hand that could make some sense to bluff with, but he decides not to. And now it's a chop pot because the deuce of diamonds no longer plays. So
Awkwardly enough, Soiza did make Broadway, but now plays the board. And he sprinkles 8,000 out there just to ask the question of Chinwei Lim, who has shown seeming disinterest in this pot.
there aren't that many cards that play. Only the Queen Jack and 8 of diamonds. That's 3 cards that
Play the
play.
board.
6, 5, 4, and tray, along with the deuce. All
Six cards should win.
don't improve upon. That flush on the board. Can't remember the last time I saw that, where the monotone board all the way down actually removed so many of the relevant suit cards from improving upon it.
Yeah, that's why I remarked it was actually remarkable that so few cards played on the river on a 5 flush, that the lowest was the 7.
And as played, it did feel a little bit like that Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Diamonds stuff might not be present all that often.
Oh yeah, which in some ways could lead you back to the question of, is 8,000 really a bet that makes a lot of sense there? To me, not really. I kind of feel like if you have a diamond that plays or going to chop the pot, you'd want to bet more than that. But, you know, who knows?
I think oftentimes people will get a little too cute in certain spots in trying to make their hand look like a value bet, look like it's milky, but if the moment doesn't actually support that sort of sizing, obviously you'd be better served to come with something different. And Schindler has come with the raise to 10,500 after Artur tried to slide in there pre. Yake flops a wheel draw on the ace-4 deuce board. Fortunately for him, Martirosian shares that wheel draw, but he's got that ace as well.
You can see here the breakdown that
2,500.
actually Yake's equity here, because it's showing in very small print the win plus tie percentages, that Yake's biggest way he gets money back from this is the 3 coming, which is only a chop. His chances of actually winning this,
exactly
which would
what I tried
involve
to do before
multiple
too.
7s or running out of straight, are quite slim.
Fucking blinds messing up your
Board
strategy.
pairs on the turn.
Yeah, I wanted to go 15 and it was
So-
2k minimum. It's like, oh no.
Close enough.
Yake has absolutely nothing. He does have some cards that are close to the floor, blocking 7-4
exactly,
and 5-4
exactly.
suited, which could make him decide to continue betting, and it does. No showdown and some blockers to potentially relevant combinations that Martirosian could have. Of course, Martirosian's doesn't just need a 4 to continue here, an ace
As
can
long
as
as
well.
there's one where
But I feel like
we
with the
both
7-5
thought we were
off here
playing
and no heart,
different positions
if
because of
a
the
total
button,
blank
the
that
way
isn't a
it
heart
was,
comes on the
and
river,
I thought I
Yake
was
will consider
out of
3-barreling
position.
this.
But you were the button.
Well,
When he decides to
Martirosian
bet.
does come with the call
Okay, well,
of
I
20k
kept
and the
like
7 on the end, now
checked
giving
out of
Schindler
turn, and then
enough
after we
showdown
were-
value to check
somebody
back,
said
and
something,
Rast is
and we were
disgusted
I'm
with
so
that outcome.
disgusted with that river. You're
Yeah,
right.
because you
Because-
wanted to see what he would do there
Yes.
on the end with the
Yeah.
3rd barrel.
Yeah,
I know,
we
you're
were playing
selfish.
heads up,
I am.
2-bet pod, and
But listen, we all want to know. The 7
exactly,
gives him some
and
showdown,
then
but I
on
want to
the
see
river,
like the jack of
people
spades.
start the same thing.
What is
We were
Yake
both like,
doing?
oh,
Is he
what-
following
yeah,
through
exactly.
there? I think I suspected he might, but
Continue.
alas, poor
Oh,
Yorick.
yeah, we just played.
We
not
brought
for
you
us.
chips,
It was funny.
and rather than thank us, you asked for salsa, Rast. That's what happened there.
It doesn't
As we
happen
stick with the
often, but-
Mexican theme, we're gonna call this man Yake for the rest of the Triton series
I
now
think
because he's
so.
playing under the Mexican
I
flag.
think so. Sooner or
love
later,
it.
they're going to move him off the feature table, or change the feature
button's on you,
table.
right?
He might have a word with
Similar
the producers and say,
situations always
guys, I'm
happen
going
on
to need
that
to
side.
go
Yeah,
back
yeah.
to the U.S. flag. I can't have Ali and Rast calling me
need to
Yake
make
for
sure
the
that
rest
we
of
Well,
this.
if the Mexican flag disappears, so will Yake. But as long as there's a Mexican flag, Yake it is.
Ace Jack suited.
There should be a rule. The button
Ace
must be in
Yak
front of the
suited,
player.
actually, I think.
Yeah.
More
Oh,
appropriate.
what?
perhaps.
What?
Here it's
Oh,
Look.
we're back to the U.S.
Oh, I
flag.
guess-
Right on cue. It's as though he
You
knew.
don't see
Jake
so-
with
so
the
like
ace
three
jack.
points,
Ugh.
but then also
He already talked to the
Disgusted.
producers.
There's three
I'm
people who have this too.
disgusted with
well,
that.
yeah, but you see small one.
Who somebody's a mole out there.
You're
Somebody
not
ratted
gonna
us
see
out.
anything there. It's like, oh,
We always knew it was a mistake, and somebody fixed it way too fast for us to keep the fun
which is
going.
exactly what we did.
I want to apologize to all of our viewers at home who were enjoying the alter ego that we had put forth.
I want to apologize for absolutely nothing. If you were offended by this, that's your problem. You're overly sensitive.
You didn't come here for sensitivity training. You came here for top shelf poker, and we are continuing to deliver it here in the early stages of event number 1 of the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition, a $50,000 buy-in, 6-handed no-limit hold'em tournament. This is our second feature table of the broadcast thus far. Michael Soiza staying active. And secretive as well, as we know not what he held.
But I feel like that's the first time with him. I don't think I've seen him not register it yet, so feels like a legitimate accident.
You're talking about the Mexican flag?
I'm talking about one time versus repeat. Secretive whole card offenders.
Yes, yes.
$75.
7.5.
Well, good old American Jake Schindler has opened the pot to 7,500.
And
now this is chronic offense at this point
yes,
for Jake.
This is number 3 or 4. That's why it's.
I mean, sometimes you space out. Maybe, you know, you lose track of the fact that this is among your obligations, but Jake's played enough on these RFID tables at Triton and beyond to kind of know what is expected of him when he's sitting at a televised featured table, as we see him doing battle with Eng, who flopped what was second pair alone. Now he has added an open-ender to the mix.
Giving this some time. I feel like after that amount of time, it's probably a bet, which it is. And 16,000. So about 40% pot. Eng will certainly continue with second pair and an open-ended straight draw here. However, on blanks, that jack will look awful small on the river. Oh, not a blank.
Not a small card at all is the Queen of Spades, as it works for Broadway. Eng with the nuts, but we don't know what Schindler has.
It's a hand that would appear to want to get to showdown or is giving up, and yeah, that just won't fly.
Not against the nuts.
Nope.
Jake is checked, and now Eng will go through the process of coming up with a number, and 35K is what he settles on here.
That nose scratch and look to the side and eye rubbing. I'm going to go ahead and say Jake's not raising this.
I'm going to go ahead and say there's some exotic pollens here on the coast. No? Schindler's hand into the muck as Eng takes one down. And the fairly newcomer to the table has done well for himself since arriving, as the makeup of our feature table changed from the onset.
Table number what would that be?
Tournament director
Oh, okay, but just
Luca Vivaldi coming by to advise the boys that they are headed for new pastures, not necessarily greener. after the end of this level.
You know, I feel like as you go up and up the stakes ladder, those expressions that on the lower stakes are very clear when you see someone has that look that they're about, you know, not going to raise. It becomes, it's very apparent as you move up and up. At some point here at the highest stakes, it's more like micro expressions.
Right.
It's the micro expressions that give it away, because nobody makes very obvious
no overt
signals.
Behaviors.
Even if they wouldn't care, that's just almost like a subconscious in training that they don't do it. But occasionally micro expressions or small little details seep through.
I do a salad with grilled chicken. Yeah.
7,500, the open from Eng.
Olive oil.
Ooh.
Queen 7 suited.
So a loose little
flats.
Nobody has anything.
Jack 10-3.
Whoever decides they want to win this pot very likely will. Ooh, the sizing is so small, but here just queen high, no backdoor flush draw. It's just not gonna be enough even to a small sizing.
Oh, nice navigation there from Eng. It's always a little bit uncomfortable when you're c-betting and you just don't have a lot of hand. You feel like maybe your opponent has a slight range advantage. But mission accomplished. In walking around the remainder of the poker room prior to the onset of play here in the tournament area, I actually got a chance to chat with a young man who's come out here just to play the cash games that are taking place alongside the tournament. And he actually came out from Vegas. He's a guy that I've seen playing over there. Now, granted, he's an international resident, lives somewhere overseas, but had been playing the cash games in Vegas and then made his way over here. And it dawned on me when I looked down at his stack that they were playing in USD. They're playing in dollars here. Obviously in Europe, they play in euros in all the poker rooms, but the dollar is quite mighty in contrast to the local currency. And playing quarter no limit with a few $1,000s in front of you is an absolutely massive game
7.5?
if it were to be expressed in terms of Turkish lira.
Sure. But I guess the question would be here, it's interesting that it's the dollar instead of the euro given the proximity to Europe, even if they didn't want to use the lira.
21.
Well, the explanation for that is quite clear as we see a 3-bet from Chinwei Lim with ace-king suited, also quite clear over the top of the Eng open with 2 9s. And the explanation, of course, Rast, is simple. Merc. You don't say the A, you just merc.
Something from the Chinese restaurant is going to be the last chance to do so. Thanks.
3-bet versus the under the gun open.
Yeah, and calls and is out flop, staring at 2 paint on the board here against Chinwei Lim.
Pretty ugly flop for 2 9s. Not going to be very many places to go other than the muck.
Top pair, top kicker, but no heart out there for Lim.
But he only has 150,000, only 50 big blinds, and there's 50,000 in the pot. He's going to be very happy to get it all in, which isn't going to happen in this particular instance. But unless circuits short circuit in Eng's brain, which they don't, he sends him to the muck.
That's much better.
Little infusion there for Lim.
Just one of those situations where, you know, even though nines is still a pair against a 3-betting range with the king and the queen out there. So few ways to improve. There's just nothing to do. Say la vie.
Yep. Even the card that makes your set is a little problematic, those 10
Yeah.
jacks.
And 2 red nines, so one of them is a spade as well.
Ace 9 for Ghostisha. Opens from the hijack now. Black crabs for Martirosian. He comes along. Schindler in the small blind with the snowman. And
Never been more disappointed to see an American flag.
I know. It's not even right. The man is clearly of Latin American descent. Schindler is actually one of the most popular Latin American last names.
Oh, no sets.
King
no
7-5.
pairs.
No flush
other than
draws.
No improvements. Which is good for 2-8s. He's just over a plural favorite. Martirosian takes a small stab and gets 8s to fold and takes it down with the second best hand.
I know, so much respect.
So is that immediately
Obviously they know you well, you know.
pointing out how much
Something else.
respect that bet got. And I think for some players, the lack of familiarity with the wild card guys, the recreational guys, I'm not saying that that's where Artur lies, but creates maybe more deference than it would otherwise as you look to compile data and create a picture of your opponents who are lesser known to you, erring to the side of caution. Soiza has made it 7,000 on the strength of ace deuce suited.
Loose peel here from the small blind, and the big blind will play this, getting a very good price from the pot with a unsuited connector. Oh, a min 3-bet. Is that?
Now you did hear
That is
Luca Vivaldi allude to the fact that this is the last hand prior to the break, and some strange shenanigans can sometimes happen on these last pots where maybe the presumption is players just want to get to the break and they're willing to get out of the hand. But Soiza
Professional, what are you doing? Accidentally.
pushing back.
Oh, it looked
accidental.
Like it was an accidental, and he
Okay.
picked up on it and 4-bet. Very nice.
So a little bit of light being shed on exactly what we saw there as Sean Eng holds the chip lead here at our featured table.
Yeah, he must have accidentally had a 5K in place of the 1K.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. Martirosian in second, Soiza in third, then Ghostisha, Schindler, and Chin Wei Lim in that order. So a couple of frames of coverage into the books. Ali Najad and Brian Rast, pleased to have you with us. And Rasty, that second stanza that we just bore witness to there, a new collection of faces and a different temperament.
Yeah, the play was a little bit slower, a little bit careful,
Methodical, trepidatious.
less big pots. There was that one really interesting hand with the bluff raise that I enjoyed.
The 75K from
Yes.
Soiza, I think, was probably the most interesting hand that we saw there, with Schindler being on the bad end of it, folding top pair.
It's always interesting to see the different table dynamics that develop. You know, some tables end up playing more aggressively than others, and it's oftentimes when you find yourself at a table, it's about catching a feel for the temperament so that you know the temperature of the water.
Yeah, for sure. Operating at the right time. And speaking of time, we're going to give you a little bit of it. To get out to your fridge, grab a snack, do what you need to do as the players are on a roughly 15-minute break. But our coverage from the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition event number 1 will continue in just a few moments. Stay close.
He's like, oh my God, thank you. And then Joe, the photographer, took the other one. Cool. That was like the soup fairy. I don't know if I would take soup from someone, but they gladly slurp that shit up.
The question is whether or not Kuhn will. I mean, they're pretty deep here. I mean, the blind's gone up, but Kuhn still has well over 100 big blinds. So
Liao out of the way, and it is back over to Kuhn, who is facing an extra 20,000 if he wants to go nickel hunting with this.
Well, you don't always
hard 10
have to hit a 5 to win.
But obviously, this is our favored
Kuhn's
scenario.
Doing it. Yeah, when you're deep, pairs are nice. You can win huge pots with flopping a set. So there's a lot of implied odds. And oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
that is quite the board for Jason Kuhn here, who I just can't see too many situations here where these guys aren't going to get all the chips in. I mean, it has to be a really, really bad run out here with like multiple spades or like king jack or something crazy like that.
And yet the tone of your voice remains
17.
So calm, Rast, as we are bearing witness to a thermonuclear event is about to take place here at our featured table. Top 2 pair against bottom set. The follow through from Adamo of 17,000.
If it's a small sizing and with bottom set, I would imagine Kuhn is going to sometimes call and maybe sometimes raise. Bottom set's the hand that likes raising the most, really, but he goes with call, which on this board I think there's a pretty big range advantage for the 3-better, so maybe Kuhn's deciding not to raise anything, or maybe he randomized it and came up with call. Either way, I mean, very reasonable street.
What rates to be a very dry turn card has appeared.
Oh yeah, this is the type of card where, Adamo's doubling Kuhn up, basically. It's really what's going to happen at this point. Unless an ace or a queen comes.
Third nuts at this point for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, and 4th nuts for Adamo. So, and Adamo's blocking the 1st and 2nd nuts.
Don't forget about a set of 3s, Rusty.
Well, no. I mean, Kuhn never has pocket 3s. Actually, I guess Adamo could, but Adamo maybe could have 3s, but if he does, it would be... Oh, I guess you're right. Now it's the 5th nuts. 3rd nuts versus the 5th nuts. You're right.
Almost irrelevant as Adamo brings the 45,000 here on the turn, and it's about half pot. And this is exactly the sort of escalation that Kuhn would expect to see out of some of the big aces, maybe some of the combo draws, and this is a magical river for these 2 5s as there is no reason to panic.
Yeah, this river is just, all in snap call.
Yeah. It's the king of spades, jack of spades, 10 of spades stuff that you don't love.
And I mean, Adamo, even after getting snap called, is still going to think he's, he might be a little low, but he's still going to think he wins a bunch.
Yeah. As played, not really much reason for Adamo to be concerned right now, though he will take a moment before saying all in, and Kuhn always knew what he was going to do. The snap call is never a good sign for the ace-queen.
141.
And we have a new chip leader.
Yeah. 2 scoops going over to the man from West Virginia. Now lives in Vegas and is reminding Adamo to respect his elders in this spot here.
Yeah, well, you know, Kuhn's been playing for a while. Oh, here he's going with the min-raise sizing again, but again, this is a hand with that small of a stack size that he would not play to a 3-bet.
Yeah, Paul said they're not going to be smoking in the hall anymore.
Flat call from the pocket jacks of Liao, inviting Adamo to come along out of the big, which he does. Ace 9-7. It is bottom pair for Adamo, who checks it over to the dummy end of a gut shot for Heath.
Little something for everyone. Heath has a reasonable hand here to semi-bluff, but mostly bluff. Everyone just wants to see a turn.
Oh my goodness, and the turn that Adamo had in mind is absolutely a third 7 as Liao's check back.
So now Adamo deciding how he wants to play this, if he's going to check or go ahead and bet himself. I think he's likely to bet. Oh, he goes with check. Interesting. So now will Heath decide to bluff? He has, again, another reasonable hand to bluff. No showdown. Does have a straight draw. And, with the 6 and the 5. Although with the 7 of hearts being out there, he's not blocking 7-6 or 7-5 suited. So a little bit less relevant for that, but very reasonable bluff here. And Liao himself, to that size, I think he's
he's going to get caught in this crossfire.
Yeah. And Adamo loving it. Yep. And now I think with such a good kicker here, Adamo's, I expect him to raise.
Especially with Liao caught in the middle, it doesn't seem to be a big argument for flatting at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if he calls, I do think his play will be on many blank river cards actually check raising. But I think he's pretty likely to do it himself here on the turn. And so he actually went into a time bank to consider this. Heath just like, what did I do? I bet.
He got after it. That's what he did. And he took chips that maybe he would typically be expected to commit to the flop, and he put them in on the turn. And when I'm Liao, I'm super annoyed by the fact that the guy who fired the turn is just out of there, leaving me to make the decision as we see Adamo bring the 26,000.
Ooh, and he's... Well, when you call the turn here, it does mean that on some blankish type cards, you might be prepared to call the river, or at least make your opponent bet again. And I mean, Adamo, I think, having taken the lead by check raising here and with a 7 with such a good kicker, is, I think, certainly going to bet. And we'll see what sizing he does, but I believe it'll be a pretty large sizing, with the hope that, he's basically beating all other trip 7s because he has the best kicker that isn't a boat. And, he could have some bluffs. Certainly miss spades. Some of the straight draws got there.
10-8 being the most plausible one. And this is one of those spots in retrospect where had Liao simply 3-bet the open from Heath, which granted is a little less comfortable given that Heath was at a stack depth where he could come back at him, he would have prevented being in this spot. Instead, he now faces an all-in from the overall tournament chip leader.
Well, so he went with over 2x pot. I like his size a lot, given the way Liao played this. I think it's pretty like not having bet the flop and just calling such a small bet on the turn. You know, trip sevens with a good kicker is almost always good. You know, Adamo's hoping that his opponent has 3 sevens with a worse kicker, which probably calls this quite often. You know, Liao now is just a pure bluff catcher. On the plus side of things, he doesn't have a spade in his hand. But on the bad side of things, you know, I mean, jacks to this big of a size, you know, you're not supposed to call all your bluff catchers. You're not supposed to call very many of them, actually. So, you know, he goes with the fold, which it would have been a hero. PBF, Jeff Gross.
Professional best friend, as christened by Antonio Esfandiari once upon a time.
95, yeah?
96, yeah.
Ace King for Gilbert. And problems, as a fuse may be lit here, sitting on sub 100K, and the short stack.
17.
This 3-bet from 10 to 17,000 could certainly be met with additional pressure.
Certainly. I mean, ace 10 off here, I think we'll find a fold. But ace king won't. Now, does he call or does he 4-bet? Again, 4-betting with ace king in the spot implies, oh, he only has 92,000. So there's no real 4-bet here. It's either call or all in, and he probably goes all in. It's only 45 big blinds.
How much?
Indeed.
96.
Yo, Viral stuffs 96,000 out there, and Tien asks for a count.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything but a call coming, and I would be surprised if he goes into the time banks.
Ace king.
There is the call, and there is the classic race. Ace king against 2 queens.
This
Yo,
may be
Viral
gonna cost me 50k.
needs help.
Yeah, you'll notice queens is against ace king off is actually a reasonable favorite. It's 55, 45, 56.
I'll be back.
It's about 11% difference, which
Maybe
is
I'm
not
lucky
quite a
enough
coin
to get
flip.
to come here again. Good luck,
I
guys.
think you want to come here again, bro.
Good luck.
I prefer to play. There is my follower, my viewer.
No help to
What
their
you doing?
games. Do you have personal feelings on whether or not it has kind of robbed poker of some of the parity? Or actually,
Definitely
we
hasn't
don't
robbed
want
it of
parity.
parity.
It's creating
If
more
anything,
parity
yes.
potentially. What I mean to say is robbing it of sort of the advantages that maybe players who were already capable of deducing some of these things
It's changed the game.
individually. Has it become more just about executing, just kind of
Not-
taking the knowledge and then applying it when you're out there and retaining it, regurgitating it?
I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but the way I would parse this is it's changed the process of how you become better. Especially especially and mostly at the highest level.
Well, let's put a pin in it briefly, Rast, as we have a developing situation here between Tien and Ibinger on this 10-7-6 2-spade board. Ibinger has fired 7,000 after Tien checked it to him, and Ibinger has the gut shot straight flush draw, and that card is available, the 8 of spades. And what a card it would be as Tien would make a set of 8s. After flatting.
The gutter turns into a double gutter.
Yeah.
Both with 1 card. Straights, the 4 and the 8.
Mm-hmm.
As well as, of course, the flush draw. And then Tien with, at this point, just the modest pair of 8s.
Yeah, gutter and second pair effective on this texture here.
I think Ibinger's going to go ahead and keep bluffing. I'm curious what sizing he picks. And then, you know,
And welcome back for continuing live coverage of the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition from the Merit Crystal Cove Resort and Casino, presented in part by GG Poker. Back to a brand new feature table here in event number 1, the $50,000 unlimited rebuys in the first 10 levels. 6 max, no limit hold'em. And yes, that's right, Philip Ivey has joined the party. You see him there in seat 2. Richard Young also in the building.
it appears he's still second in chips, although we have a new chip leader. No longer Jason Kuhn, who's in third.
It's Bong Lo Kai?
Yes, correct. And a new table to put the finger in the water, get a feel for the temperament. Will it be fast? Will it be slow?
Wei Xiang Yu in seat 1, Ivy in seat 2, Danny Tang in the 3-hole. Appears we have a pot in progress here.
On Elton Sang. I remember playing with him many years ago in Macau. Richard Young, who I also have played with in a few different spots over the years.
There he is. Got his vacation shorts working. Weather's beautiful out here in Cyprus. Ace, Jack, King, Queen, 8, it looks like on this board. Flush draw may have come in on the river.
Richard is another person who's basically always kind of a delight to play with. He always has a cheery disposition. Whether things are going well or badly at the table, doesn't seem to put him in a bad mood. Rolls with the punches.
flop 啲係，係中 flop 啊 flop nasa flop nasa。
Well, I got to tell you, as long as you and I have known Phil Ivey, which pretty much spans the scope of our poker careers, and kind of seen the ebb and flow of his career and what's been happening, I still find it a complete delight and a treat to watch him operate, because he just is unlike anyone else in terms of his presence at the table, his ability to just intimidate on the felt. It's really unique. Deuces against ace queen here as Yang and Sang square off. Yang was in the big and comes up empty, but that empty is still ahead of ace queen. Yang playing under the Malaysian flag up against Sang playing under the Hong Kong flag.
When Richard gets sticky with the pair of twos.
Yeah, we don't expect to see this. You see Elton Sang somewhat concerned with nut no pair.
Elton, really no pair, no draw. Does have the ace of hearts. There are 2 hearts out there, which doesn't give him a draw, but
Sang now checking back, and a 4 straight shows up, courtesy of that 5.
Elton, if he breathed on the pot, he would probably win, but he doesn't know that Richard has twos. This run out is one that he has to think helps his opponent a lot. All straight draws made pairs. Pairs are still good. He doesn't bluff. He's going to see the bad news that he could have easily won this pot, but
I feel as though we can remove all of the 8 combinations with a great degree of frequency from Yong's range when he's willing to check the end like that. There just felt like a sense of like, I'm not going to bet it, and maybe just maybe we're able to bet and take that pot. Far be it from me to be critical of the play we're seeing in any way.
I mean, sure, maybe he doesn't have a straight a ton, but you know, there's the point is by the river, Richard always has at least one pair with that run out, and you know, both sides of the 6 and 7 got hit, and yeah, Elton, you know, doesn't need to just keep throwing money at it. I don't think he can figure he has too many deuces, 3s, or 4s there. A lot of people would decide to fold those on the flop to a half pot size bet. So could have decided to turn his hand into a bluff. It really didn't have any showdown value, but
9,000.
kind of felt like on the turn when he checked it back, he's just going to be giving up a lot.
Call.
Folded around to Yong, who is back in there, using some of those newly acquired chips to raise from the small blind with the ace-3, and that raise is targeting Barak Wisprod, playing under the Israeli flag. This 9-10 jack board, obviously not what Richard had in mind, and he snap check folds. No willingness to carry on.
Wisbrod is the only player at this table who I haven't seen play or played with before. Ali, have you ever commentated or played with Wisbrod?
I have not, and I'm currently efforting additional information on Wisprod. See if able to see some of his results. 235,000 listed here in career tournament earnings beyond the Triton borders.
For somebody buying into a $50,000 rebuy tournament is very modest.
WSOP has a one-time bracelet winner. And that happened in 2019 in the $1,000 tag team no limit hold'em event.
In the box.
Okay. From Kadima, Israel. Welcome to Barak. Not a far journey whatsoever for the Israelis to get down here, is it?
No, very close.
You might be able to swim this way. You know what? I'm going to look it up. I think if you were in really good shape.
I don't know about that. I feel like it's a little...
What if you had floaties?
How good a shape are we talking? Are we talking like Michael Phelps or...
Like, you know.
Thank you so much. Pass.
Is there a ferry from Israel to Cyprus does bode well? All right, let's see. Telling you, Rast.
I mean, looking at a map right now, it feels like we're talking, you know, maybe 100 miles.
It's
I don't even know if Phelpsy could do that.
It's a hell of a swim. Let's just put it like that. And it's a hell of a time for Richard Young to be choosing to raise
from Israel.
With 9 deuce suited. He has run into the pocket kings of Wisbrod, who got the better of him just a pot or two ago. 3 betting to 21,000. Both Tsang and Xiang have ace-X.
Is this a 9 deuce suited open from the cutoff? It's a little frisky.
Do I need to introduce you to my man Richard Young?
No, not at all. I played with Richard, man, feel like when I first went to Macau, played with Richard, whatever that was, like 14 years ago, or no, maybe even more than that.
See, I feel like you're not expressing it properly. You're saying you played with Richard, but Rast, Richard played with you.
No, yeah. Well, however you want to phrase it. You say potato, I say potato. Let's call the whole thing off.
Are there sharks in the Mediterranean as I plan for my swim? Just want to know.
Good luck with that. Normally I like betting on the man, but in this particular case,
you're gonna bet on Mother Nature, huh?
I'm gonna bet on a bet against Ali swimming 150 miles through the Mediterranean.
Oh man, it would have to like really,
you know,
you'd have to put like a
even though it's only
freedom
fat potential.
overlay. Yeah, right. if I'm gonna traverse the Mediterranean in that manner, there has to be a freedom overlay, for sure.
You can have whatever overlay you'd like. 150 miles swimming, I mean, in one go with no breaks. It's
oh, I'm taking a break every 100 meters. What are you talking
well,
about?
I mean, what, your break to tread water?
I don't know. Drown. Queen 8-4 here, advantage saying in a three-way pot. Not sure what Ivy's holding here as we see his first participation.
Unless you're like secretly a marathon runner, you have some crazy endurance that an ultra marathon runner. I mean, shit, 150 miles swimming. That's, you know, in the Ironman triathlon where they run a marathon, it's only like
it's torture.
2 or 3 miles of swimming.
I know.
So 150 in the sea, not even in a pool.
Okay, we get it, Rast. All right, I'm drawing dead. Not drawing dead if he happens to be behind is Elton Zhang. As he now has picked up the straight and flush draws on the turn. Ivy checking it over
Sizable pot, 63,000.
2,000, 4,000 with a 4K ante. The blinds now. Every orbit costing the players 10K.
25.5.
What?
25.5.
Elton makes a small bet here, under half the pot. It seems like if Ivy calls, I really suspect that there won't be 3 streets of value here. But he has kind of enough with the gut shot, straight flush draw, and top pair to decide he's going to go ahead and bet again. Interesting way to play the turn. Reminds me of that King 7 hand from earlier, actually. Where is it? Do you remember the top pair for the smallish bet on the turn? And that was the one actually where I believe the 6-8 raised and won on the King Queen 6-10 rainbow.
Just getting a text from World Series of Poker main event champ Karai Aldemir, who, as I mentioned earlier on the stream, will be a part of the commentary team here in Cyprus. And he is weighing in to advise us that Barak Wisprod actually plays high-stakes cash online.
Ah, okay.
So perhaps most of his damage being done in the digital streets as opposed to the live ones. We see Danny Tang involved in a hand here, and making me nervous the way he's holding his cards there. Granted, it doesn't appear that he's holding them in a manner where anyone could see, but obviously,
which of
not
course
a lot
makes
of upside
sense when you see somebody with that small live tournament results. That of
We're talking about
course-
Wisprod.
Yes, that of course he actually plays quite a bit online. And likely doesn't have that much experience playing live. Or at least not live tournaments, clearly. But
10.5.
this part of the tournament, of course, very agreeable to cash game player. It's very far out of the money, still in the rebuy period, deep stacks. Not that much dynamic difference between relative stack sizes here. Very much like a cash game, really. But, you know, I guess the question, if you're posing one about Wizbrod's tournament abilities, will be, so many cash game players aren't very familiar with ICM. So later, when we get down to the money, dynamic stack sizes, short stack sizes, it's can be a bit more foreign for cash game players who don't have a lot of tournament experience. Richard defends his big blind, which means he could have anything.
Yeah, the ranges are quite wide.
That's for the man who opened the 9-deuce suited in the cutoff.
Our apologies, by the way, for the lack of hole card graphics right now. We're incurring some technical difficulties. I'm being told they should be resolved shortly. Obviously, it makes for a little bit of a different viewing experience, but maybe one that helps put you in the seat of the player who's out there without information, trying to navigate these waters here in the $50,000 buy-in.
Looking over the shoulder of Ivy right now, watching two opponents at the table playing a pot. Check, check, he checks it back. Somewhat capping his range there for sure in position. And we have Queen 8, which will get the job done.
That's a lot of hand to show up with as played. So Yang will take it down. I'm always impressed at the enthusiasm that people maintain for poker across such a broad spectrum of time. It is really one of those games that captivates for a lifetime. Fewer and further between are those who I feel like achieve any measure of success, and even those who don't, but just kind of enjoy it. Fewer and further between are the people that just disappear altogether, never to be heard from again. And stop playing the game totally, you know what I mean?
Poker is such a stimulating, challenging, multidisciplinary endeavor that I think the people who stumble upon it find it incredibly rewarding. And it just seems like with each layer that you peel, multiple avenues beneath show up.
If we're being honest, though, that reward is the product of a zero-sum game. So for all the reward, bounty, and plunder that you may come upon, someone else is fueling that.
I wasn't necessarily talking about financial.
Right.
Or at least that was only one. Actually wasn't the main intention of what I said. I was more talking about the reward of improving your play, the academic challenge of all the multidisciplinary, whether you have decision-making, logic, probability, reading people, emotional control, discipline.
It's all there.
And much more.
Wizbrod has checked it over to Tang, who has these two red nines. And
wow.
A check fold after hitting the 7 for Barack Wizbrod, and that is far from what we would have expected. An unnatural line.
Yeah, it feels like maybe these guys have some history. Maybe Wizbrod has certain reads on his opponent, given bet sizing or whatever, because definitely check folding 10s and 7s there is not standard. Clearly when somebody makes a non-standard play like that and it's just dead on right, you have to think that they must know something.
That is the temptation. And it actually reminds me of a hand I saw way back in the original throes of Poker After Dark, and forgive me for going down this rabbit hole for those that maybe weren't around for the kind of 2000s, late 2000s, when I think it happened. But Johnny Chan and Huck Seed played a hand where Johnny like opened the cutoff with aces, Huck defended, or vice versa. And all I know is that aces were not dead, but they were up against trips on a paired flop. And I went like, check, check, bet, fold from the aces.
Yeah.
And I remember looking
crazy.
up at my screen and being completely incredulous and not understanding. As we see Whisperod jamming and taking it, not understanding what I had just seen. And later on, when I had a chance to talk, like far removed from the moment with Johnny, I believe he just told me that, you know, he has played so much with Huck and he just saw something he didn't like, and he just was so confident that it was commensurate with him being beat in that spot, and he just let it go. And it's so hard, right? When people have dedicated and outsourced so much of their decision making to the product of what the solver says and what's GTO and all of this, it's so hard to sprinkle in all of this subjective kind of more feel-based stuff
I don't know
to
that
get away,
that's-
right?
I hear and understand what you're saying with that, but it shouldn't be. Because at the end of the day, what solvers are teaching us and what GTO is the best baseline way to play, as if you know nothing about your opponent, right? It's a strategy. GTO is a strategy such that if you were to implement GTO perfectly, which is impossible to do, and I don't even know that complete GTO poker I don't even think has been attained yet. But were you to implement GTO poker, it would be such that no one could actually use a strategy that would beat you, right? But that said, it doesn't mean that you can't improve upon that, right? So in fact, opponents, people make all kinds of mistakes. They have all kinds of tendencies, and GTO does not exploit those tendencies, right? GTO is a balanced way of playing that is unexploitable but does not exploit. And actually exploiting and taking advantage of the mistakes your opponents make is very powerful, and actually really in most forms of poker, especially against people that aren't the very top professionals, 100% the way to win the most money. So in fact, when you say the statement that you just said, it's actually not true at all, the conclusion that you shouldn't listen to those type of things, because in fact you clearly should, because if you have divined some tendencies, mistakes, or whatever that your opponent sitting across from you do, you 100% should deviate from game theory optimal poker in order to exploit your opponents and make better plays that win more money against them.
Meanwhile, ace-9 against ace-9, and Yu Wei-Xiang was able to back into a diamond flush as his kicker was in the right suit.
A very simplistic example of this would be, let's say you have an opponent who just very rarely bluffs on the river. You know, a game theory optimal strategy on, say, you know, a river where a flush draw missed would be to call with some hands, especially waiting, you know, that are more bluff catchers, and maybe strongly or pure call some hands that are mostly bluff catchery but have like really good blockers, for example. Or especially hands that might just beat the very bottom of your opponent's value range, but against this particular opponent who, say, rarely bluffs, you can kind of throw all that out the window, because if they're rarely bluffing, it just doesn't really matter if you have a bluff catcher versus them. You just, you know, blockers might be good, but they're just not bluffing enough for that to matter. So you can crush a game theory optimal strategy by making pretty simple exploitative adjustments.
Danny Tang, the party starter here with the ace-3 suited. Yang deciding to flat call with the pocket tens opens the door for Shang to call from the small blind with an ace-4. Ivy with nowhere near enough to join this party. In terms of hand, in the 8-7-5 board, leaves Yang with an overpair.
What's up, Jungle?
Shang with
Jungle?
bad end of a gut shot. Did he say what's up, Jungle?
What's up, Jungle? Has the Jungle Man Daniel Cates come to join the party?
The building?
He has.
I bet you he swam over from Israel.
He's.
If anyone were to swim over from Israel in poker, he's the favorite.
Spiritually, I agree with you. Physically, however.
Yes, that is fair, as we see Yang. Pulling one in. Yang has the type of personality that makes me wish that I spoke his language so that I too could share in the humor, because it just seems like he's out there having a good time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't get upset, you know, he loves the game. He's just...
Yes, definitely. He's always in a good mood at the table, win or lose.
Whisperod with the Jack 10, running into an Ace 10, open to 8K.
25.
And that Ace 10 choosing to 3-bet.
Nowhere to go with Jack 10 off here. Easy snap fold, which what Whisperod does. And so far he's just been confidently making good plays every time. So even though I've never seen Whisperod before, it seems that the man, my Bayesian analysis thus far would be that he is quite the player.
Wei Xiang Yu has 429,000 in Triton earnings. 1 cash. All came in the March 3rd, 2019 Jeju 250K Hong Kong short deck ante only. So I anticipate that we'll be seeing some of Yu's short deck prowess later on in the week.
Versus a min raise, Mr. Yang defends, going to the flop.
Queen Jack 6, middle pair. King of Spades works for Richard. He checks.
7. Pass.
7,000 and a quick fold from Mr. Yang, who, together with Paul Pua, are responsible for the entire concept of Triton, and that partnership has definitely created a global playground for regulars, professionals, and business people and recreational players alike to collide in various stops and make for some very entertaining poker and dynamics.
Little 4-3 suited for Mr. Ivy in the cutoff, and he decides to pass. Definitely a hand that he could have played, but
that's just us being more selfish than anything. No, of course it was a playable hand. Would love to see him dancing with these guys.
Looked over at Tang on the button and saw that he was interested. Kind of seemed like he was doing that.
It happens quietly.
And Whisperod, of course, very interested with Ace-Jack off in the big blind. This is the third time that we've had an example of Ace-Jack, and this time there is a re-raise all in for
130. I mean,
It's
sitting
about-
on a stack that deep, Rast, we don't generally expect the full 130,000 to come in.
It's only
behind
like 32.5 blinds, so
8K. But
32
a little
and half
deeper
blinds.
than we would expect the all-ins to come in for.
It's a thing. It's a thing at at 30 blinds versus a button open there out of the blinds.
西
Yeah.
班牙位門喺度。
It's kind of a function of there's enough to pick up, especially with the ante. You know, the raise, the blinds, the ante.
Sure.
You're out of position,
Being
so there's
easy,
some
no?
hands that jam there. For sure. And actually, I think ace jack off is one of them.
Push
So
forward,
Wisbrod continues to check all the boxes. Yeah, at 30-something blinds there versus a button open, you have a 3-bet range and a jam range, and of course flatting and folding. But yeah, your 3-betting is both to a size, which would be some folds, 3-bet fold to a jam, or 3-bet call off a jam, and then some jams yourself.
Well, it's toast and jam for Richard Young, as he's got top 2, and the King X's coming up short.
It's going to be hard to get action, unfortunately, for Richard. King 8 of spades here. Definitely a hand that doesn't make a lot of sense to continue with, but maybe clearly Elton and Richard have played quite a lot with each other, so it might have been something about the way Richard bet, the amount he bet, that gave Elton a reason to think maybe he was weak, which clearly wasn't the case, but it seemed like he was kind of thinking about a hand which seems like a pretty easy fold to me, so it implies that there was something more, again, going on. A lot of these players do have experience with each other, and I know for a fact that Elton and Richard do.
Well, speaking of something more that might be going on, Richard appears to have stepped off to obtain some sort of nasal supplement there. That was remarkable. Six suited. Gets after the blinds. Min raise. Uh-oh. Saying with the ace king. We'll be hearing from him in the small.
Yeah, and after the 3-bet, it appears that it'll just be fold-fold. 10-6 suited. 2 weak, 2. Ooh, the sizing is... Oh, yeah, but that is because Wisbrod doesn't have very many chips. He's only at 98,000.
It's an active stack, though, is Wisbrod's.
I mean, I wouldn't say I've seen any activity that is way loose. Has there been a hand that we've seen him play that feels a bit too wide? I don't know.
Big blind, please.
Nine.
So far, you feel like everything has been stuff you can get behind, I take it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'm remembering everything, but there's nothing that's standing out to me as we commented that, oh, that's certainly something. Like,
yeah.
I already remember Richard opening the 9-deuce suited in the cutoff, where you're like, he's getting after it.
And saying, not getting after it, but not putting it into the muck, as the ace-jack open under the gun from Tang is flatted from the button, and now another ace-jack surfaces out of the small.
Yeah, versus a under the gun open, I definitely think calling on the button perfectly reasonable. Don't need to 3-bet, could. And it appears that there was a 3-bet here. I think ace-jack off is very likely to fold versus a 3-bet, especially having somebody having flatted you from behind.
And do you think this ace-jack move from the small is designed to squeeze with that flat on the button, presenting even more upside?
You have a pretty good hand and some incentive to take the pot down. If you're called, you know, it plays pretty well and it's a pretty easy fold to a 4-bet. Elton, though, with a pretty strong hand here, they're not super deep, only about just under 50 blinds, but good enough to call, which I expected him to do, so no surprise there. Fold would have been on the tighter side, but you never know what dynamic these have or what reads he has on Wei. And what an amazing flop for Elton.
Top pair, queen kicker. And now this pot has been inflated to 87,000 total pre, and just ace high.
Ace-jack off, just praying this gets through, which won't happen. Elton not only with top pair good kicker, but also the BDFD, as they say, backdoor flush draw.
Oh, don't start. If I hear you say obvi, I'm taking my headset off.
Oh no, because that's not a poker-specific acronym.
No, but
I know.
I feel like you're starting to toy with some younger generation lexicon. You know I'm not with it.
You're not with the BDFD?
Oh, I'll play a BDFD. I just won't call it that. Meanwhile, the 13K bet has been shot up to 38,000 by saying. This is a dreaded outcome for ace-jack, really. Nowhere to go from here.
Yeah, I mean, he's... I wonder how much he's really thinking about it. I do kind of see nowhere to go with the ace-jack off here. Oh. Ooh, he's getting jiggy with it. He clicks it back, huh? Oh, baby doll.
3-bet to 90,000 as we are starting to see some clashes here at our feature table.
I mean, the thing is he's going to fold this if Elton moves all in. So, even though, I mean, 90, so there's 119 behind. So that's about half of what Elton has behind, a little less. But, you know, this is a hand that's so kind of weak that if your opponent goes all in, even with those monster odds, you can just let it go. So,
remember, it was an upfront raise and a flat in front of this small blind.
I mean, I don't think I really don't think Elton is folding here. It doesn't make any sense to raise his hand in position if he decides to fold. You know, there are of course player dynamics, but even player dynamics don't matter. Honestly, given how short their stacks are, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to raise fold. You know, you never know what kind of reads maybe Elton felt like he picked up. The other decision he has at this point is whether, if he's going to play, whether he calls or jams himself right here. Right, that's another thing to think about. You know, should you move all in or should you call? What is the difference? If I call, am I letting my opponent just draw out for free if they don't bluff anyway? You know, those type of questions.
And Seng has moved all in here.
How much?
I mean, at this point, I would just like to say So I mean, I think fold is by far the standard play by Wei, but he went with a very non-standard rebluff. But to me, at this point, I feel like he's posturing. I can't imagine him calling this. I mean, you'd have to just think your opponent has 6-7.
Yeah, that was the only hand that I can imagine
Which
that
you're
this
flipping,
ace-jack is in
which
front
you're
of.
flipping
Yeah.
with, and then every other hand you're just completely smashed with perhaps 3 outs.
Yeah, it would be 10 outs twice for 6-7.
Yeah. And notice he didn't use a time bank. So that was posturing, in my opinion. But to me, there's just no need to ever do it. Not only is this televised, so the hand will actually come out, it's just, if you're raise folding there, you have air. That's the only way you could put in that much and fold, so just don't need to posture. If you had anything at all, you almost have to call. But, you know.
A nice outcome there for Elton Sang as he picks up some.
That was an interesting hand. And
it's unconventional. You don't see a whole lot of that anymore. It harkens back to an era, maybe at the beginnings of the World Poker Tour, for example, Brian, where you'd see these huge fields, a lot of recreational players, and guys would just go for it.
I don't know. I'm okay with that hand. I'm okay with that play. I mean, definitely wasn't standard, but I do feel like on dry boards like that, you know, Elton kind of click raised in position. And the hands you re-raise with there, here's the thing. If you're going to re-raise there, as you weigh, with good hands, let's say ace-king or aces or whatever, you should also have a few goofballs. And you can't really have, it's not a dry board, so goofballs would be folding, right? Almost like when someone, you know, 3 bets or 4 bets and leverages the pre-flop stack size, you know, and maybe they do it with like the king 8 offsuit now because it's like 40 blinds. They 3-bet the button out of the big blind. Well, they're folding if it's jammed. And it's the same idea there. You're leveraging the stack for an amount, but that with the hands that can good with it, and you balance it by some hands that can fold. In order to find a hand that can fold, putting that much in on king 8-5 rainbow, it's kind of just a no pair, no draw hand. So, I mean, it makes sense. Only just when your opponent moves all in, you just...
Yeah.
Just to do everyone a favor, give them the respect of the snap fold.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Richard Young and Danny Tang are entangled on the king 5-4 board, where Young flopped a pair of 5s, picks up the gut shot straight draw on the turn. Still no betting, and the board pairs on the river. Third pair of checks, and down goes ace high. I wonder if Sensei Bryn Kenny is in the building. Rast, have you seen him around or heard anything about whether or not he's going to be coming out for these?
I haven't seen him yet. So...
Finished second.
So I don't know.
Prior to the pandemic at the Triton Million in London.
He finished second, but he's the all-time leading Triton money winner, so...
Right, coupled with results that he had prior to that. Was it Aaron
Who
Zhang
won that?
I think it was Aaron Zhang.
Yeah.
That won it.
Yeah, I think it was Aaron.
It's been... That was a pandemic ago.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the
interesting 2 years.
Ace-8 raise up front from Wisprod. And Young defended. Looks up at a less than favorable texture, but didn't catch if it had spades. And it does, so there's a pair, a jack, and a spade. So obviously there are worse textures for Richard Young's hand. And he's betting like he knows it.
Young.
Leading right in.
Donk leads out of the blind. Very small sizing. Small enough that Wisprod is definitely continuing here with ace high. Backdoor, straight and flush draws. And, ooh, very good card for Wisprod here.
Picks up the nut flush draw, courtesy of that 7 of clubs, as well as a gut shot straight draw.
And Richard shows us that he donk led the flop with intentions, and unfortunately for him, this would have worked on many turn cards, I think, but not this one. And I just don't really see very many plays here other than call again by Wisprod. don't think he's gonna raise this here. Yeah, especially, I mean, he's not deep anyways, so. Now, the river. Ooh.
The deuce of spades, which is relevant.
This has got to be one of the cards Richard's going to bluff. I mean,
reaches for a stack and then kind of pulls it back, but he has leaned forward with interest here.
I mean, he has the ace of spades. One of the ideas of the play there is that you're blocking the flush, so kind of think. So this is almost a mandatory continue bluff, frankly. Yeah.
And it gets through. As ace-8 played.
I mean,
so nicely done.
As a person who's played a bit of two-card in my time, if I saw anybody play that hand that way and then check
on
the deuce of spades on the end, I would lose some respect for them.
Yeah, of course.
I'd be like, bro, do you even hold them? So there you go, Richard, balling out.
Hats off to him. And I will say this, that the more opportunities that the, quote, recreational players or the businessmen that often do descend upon Triton events have to play against top-class poker minds, the more that their general intelligence outside of the realm of poker will apply and absorb and begin to take on some of the behaviors, whether or not there's full understanding, the scope of what exactly is going on is less relevant because it will prove effective in at least the near term to kind of do a little bit of mimicking.
Certainly. And I mean, listen, there's a lot of people who, they might not be poker professionals in the sense that they didn't make their money playing poker, but these are, you know, intelligent people who just keep plying away hours at the table, thinking about the game and improving. And somebody who might not have been a, you know, professional in that sense, they continue improving. And I've been very impressed by a number of non-professional poker players as they've improved over the years. You know, you can clearly see the active mind, and as they keep getting hands in, getting experience, and working on their game the same way that a quote-unquote poker professional would, right? And just because somebody didn't make their money playing poker really doesn't mean that they can't be very good at the game. And there's a number of examples that I can think of people who didn't make, you know, their money, so to speak, playing poker, but play very well.
And obviously at the top of your mind would be me. No,
Yes.
not quite at the top, not even anywhere
You don't
on
count
your
as
mind.
a poker professional? I mean, man, you started playing poker back in the, it's like, right, you were even telling Prahlad and...
Yeah. It's been
I
a minute.
mean, you were...
I'm fossilized.
What were you doing back then if you weren't making your money playing poker?
Well, I've
You did other
always
stuff?
kind of worked in television.
Okay,
So
well...
There was
that was
some
that was a
jobs.
side gig back in the day,
Yeah, it was a
right?
side gig
Yeah.
to poker for sure. King, Queen, Jack here on the heels of Jan going to work on Wisbrod's big blind, and Barak is down to just 50 some odd thousand. We find Jan again involved as he has been the most active player here at the feature table, and he is firing 8,000 with just the dummy end of a gut shot on this all paint board, where Elton Sang has the dummy end. Well, I guess there is a worse draw to have if you just have the ace. So the 10 is actually working in both directions. And in it comes the 9 of clubs, giving Richard the pair and giving Elton the king high straight. Check, check, by the way, on the turn there, as Sang might be looking to induce.
And after the check back, Elton very likely going to bet for value himself, and Richard just nowhere to go.
好肚餓添。
哇！整個 brick 再落去啊！你食啊？
Round and round we go.
冇 brick 咗應該。
有29分鐘牛 break 咯。
Haven't seen a whole lot of action out of Ivy here, and I know that he's capable. I mean, that man has a full
he's
transmission in terms of gears.
He's played relatively snug. He's passed. Well, there was the 4-3 suited cutoff. Just now, King 10 offsuit under the gun. Both hands are around the borderline of play or not play. And he's passed both. He's
How much you have?
so far hasn't gotten much, and the little he has gotten, he's taken the conservative route. I'd imagine Phil has his reasons.
Wisprod with the open shove from the button. His pocket threes have run into the pocket sevens of Elton Zhang, who moved in over the top to provide some protection, but unfortunately, he cannot protect his sevens from Wisprod as Rock flops quads, and you can go ahead and pay this one off 990 out of 991 times.
How much?
Actually, his quad threes ended up being only the third best hand by the river.
Right, quad aces and the steel wheel were available.
Wow.
Have you ever earned the merit badge associated with folding quads?
I don't think so.
In any discipline, by the way. Ooh. Think about it. As we tell you what you don't need to think about. Play online poker at GG Poker. It's the world's biggest poker community, and you got to know at least one of those four faces. Legends of the game, Negreanu, Kuhn, Elke, and Holes. It's where they do their damage. Sign up today. Is Elke still? I mean, Elke's another one of those. He might be like French Jungle Man on the low pro. Like he's kind of out. Remember the platinum blonde bleach situation, the glasses. There's like a look there that suggests I might be crazy.
I'm not seeing the French Jungle Man. I mean, Jungle doesn't bleach his hair.
Jungle had green hair.
Yeah, but that was a clear Dragon Ball reference, and it wasn't bleached.
I'll tell you what, a few days removed, and it was still green.
He went as a Super Saiyan.
Went as what?
He won the 50K as a Super Saiyan, bro. Yeah, you've never watched Dragon Ball Z, have you?
No.
Yeah, nothing to do with bleach blondness. It's a Japanese anime, one of the most famous ones. And when the Dragon Ball characters power up, they enter a mode called Super Saiyan, where they're just a lot more powerful than their normal state. And Jungle Man came to the final table powered up, and it obviously worked. He convinced his opponent to fold, I think it was the top pair for less than a full bet.
Oh yeah.
Parlayed that back up to winning the whole thing.
Yeah, talking about the now infamous laydown by Ryan Lang at the final table of the World Series of Poker. PPC.
Yeah.
And here,
I enjoy that tournament.
The matter at hand is Elton Zhang's open to 10-5, which has been flatted by Weixiang Yu, who I believe we've been pronouncing the name out of sequence. I could be mistaken, but
Richard gets that one through.
With the 3 scoops.
Ace-3 suited. Hello. Out of position. Doesn't matter.
Richard Yang, chip leader, 364,000 chips. But in terms of big blinds, with the escalations, that represents just 73 bigs. 22 bigs for the shorty of Barak Wisprod. 109,000, but he was feeling kind of frisky. He's not just camping on it, bleeding out. He's ready to gamble a little bit with you.
There's been some interesting hands.
Should certainly hope so. One comes to mind in particular?
Yeah, the ace jack, king queen, king queen of diamonds. That was kind of neat.
冇有踢有好嘅，冇佢 set up 咗 Bruno。
King 10 off suit. Saying goes to work.
King 5 suited. Decides not to play, but 10-9 suited will certainly continue.
Folded around to the big blind of Wisprod. He came along, and players looking up at the ace queen 10 flop.
Just snap folds to the c-bet.
Yeah.
Which, actually,
Surprising.
if your opponent's snap folding the 10-9 there, it makes c-betting the king 10 a lot less attractive.
哇！經常咪轉咗單好耐。係咯，我就諗緊呢樣嘢。我 exactly 就諗緊，我唔知幾時刪咧個力咧10，咁咪係咯，即係聽日都仲可以報名，可以打好耐嘅，有排打聽日。咁就會搞到第二場咗好多人啦。你明唔明啊？
第二場幾點刪？1點㗎。
4點咯。
第二場4點。
但係 day two 係1點
Trying to
喎。
think, but I feel like
但係
Tang has also
仲可以買咯。所以你諗下，
kind
10
of
萬嘅係咪得翻幾個人？
avoided getting in too many situations.
Well, he's got Richard right on his left, so
Yeah.
not particularly
him and-
ideal. Although to be fair, Richard
him and
hasn't
Phil.
been doing a whole lot of 3-betting.
He did just 3-bet
Just
the ace
there,
3
but I mean,
diamonds, but yeah.
Most of his
4點或者3個
navigations have not included
得幾個咧？得冇你
inflation.
幾個咯，10個以內咯。
Young back at it. 11K to go.
Elton defends, and they'll play this pot heads up.
Ace, King 4 with a couple of clubs. Young has flopped the flush draw, unfortunately, for his purposes. He's not up against really enough.
Yes, a flop that only had eyes for Richard.
Well, it's the Richard Young show here at the feature table, Rast.
Yeah, he just wins 50% of pots at a 6-handed
呢
table.
個快啲啦，聽日你 dinner break 未打得完？打唔完。你預起碼有
But again, if you think that's why he's in a good mood,
重點係
just
全部
simply
爆嘅
isn't
人都
true.
會敗，所以而家有40個，今晚都有40個。呢個係最大嘅問題。所以你 day two 根本就係40個、40個人翻嚟。
No heat check moment for Richard.
5 deuce into the mug.
110K.
Yep.
Elton surveying Wei Xiangyu.
What do I want to do here versus my 21 big blind opponent stack? I'm going to go with call. Is what Elton comes up with, and now
佢哋應該
you weigh
party，不過而家冇辦法啦。
offsuit aces as you start to get short really love jamming,
你哋成個
and he
Yeah.
finds that play.
變咗唔係 welcome party。
Off of that 112K.
And
因為其實最尾個聽日冇咩做㗎嘛，大家都係
Elton
有興趣嘅就睇最尾嗰兩個，嗰幾個。
clearly has a fold here, but it's going
咁嗰啲係人哋嘅事嚟㗎嘛。
to milk a little bit of the time.
唔係 try 嚟嘅事嚟㗎。
Anticipate he will not use a time bank to fold the 6-eye. Little Hollywood. Gamesmanship.
Yeah. Fair play. Perhaps.
You're going to raise my limp? I have a decision.
Yeah.
Decision versus an all-in. He's going to feign that maybe, well, I was hoping you raise 3 or 4x. Versus an all-in, what do I want to do? All smoke and mirrors, he was folding 100% of the time. But you know what? You're entitled to a little bit of gamesmanship from time to time.
jam 嚟㗎，唔好啊！
唔好啊！
Did Sang just get talked off of an open on the button there?
Jack 3 off would have been quite wide.
嗱，第一隻就好好啦。
This is 20. 25 big blinds. That feels like a lot of big blinds for the King 7 off.
Oh, ye of little faith.
We don't get to see what Tang is thinking about, but given that it's a 25 big blind shove, I feel like whatever hand he's thinking about might have wanted to call.
5,000.
And Danny Tang makes the call.
你黏我都係 jam。
The jet lag is beginning to
That
set
happened
in
in an
a
alternate
major way.
We
Yours
just
truly.
actually opened up an interdimensional portal, and that was Ali from a sister universe where that happened. But in our universe, in fact, it was a fold.
Tang shoots it with the pocket threes. And he's going to run into these jacks of Richard Young in the big blind on the heels of the Tang fold.
Ooh, kind of a tight fold by King 8 suited there in the small blind, but when you know the big blind has jacks, then you're definitely doing the right thing. And Richard does not 3-bet.
Looks up at 8-6-4. Overpair for Young.
And the device is back in the nostril.
11.
That when it's only in there when he has really good hands.
Showing a remarkable ability to defy gravity, and what a spicy turn card this is. Now it is advantage Sang with 1 to come as he has binked the 3 to make a set with the underpair.
I mean, a card that looks like an absolute blank. The opponent never has 5 deuce, so what does this ever improve versus a cutoff open? Well, pocket 3s. That's what it improves. And Richard is never folding. Just decides just to call. And probably calling just about every river, especially that one, which improves nothing really that plays this way. You know, maybe a hand like queen something of diamonds, that's just about it, and you're blocking the queen jack of diamonds yourself, so it's a super blank. Elton is just deciding how much to bet. I'm gonna go with like a decently
Talk to me.
Okay.
52,000 from
Yeah,
Mr.
I was
Tang.
going to say decently big sizing. Then I thought he was about to bet. I thought I saw him bet like 10,000. But But yeah, pretty easy call to that sizing with pocket jacks there, because you're actually beating some value hands such as ace 8, pocket 9s, pocket 10s. You're beating all those hands. So, you know.
Check flop, check call turn.
You know, in the alternate universe where Richard took the standard line of 3-betting the jacks pre-flop and then c-betting the flop, he won that pot. In this one, with the line that he took and the luck that Elton received with that turn card, he lost the pot instead. And that's how the sliding doors of poker work.
One big decision tree.
Yeah. With a lot of just luck-defined inputs. The cards that come.
This is why backgammon is a more beautiful game than chess, because it invokes more luck with the dice.
I love me some backgammon. It's such a fun game.
You might have to rumble. In fact...
You didn't bring your board, did you?
I don't need the board. You just tell me what your move is, and I'll remember in my head. You thought Mike the Hat is impressive.
Well, I need the board, man.
Yeah. Well, you, sir, can have the board. No, I'm completely being facetious. So we see Wisprod getting an orbit's worth of bucks, which he'll need as the bill's going to come due for the next orbit in just a matter of time.
It's feeling like before too long it's going to be the 6K big blind. It's been 5K for a minute. And the shorties now just more and more pressure, escalating pressure as these blinds keep moving up. What was once luxurious amounts of blinds and chips is slowly but surely becoming less and less. Oh. Hello. Small blind here. What's he gonna do? 20 blinds. Move all in. Flatten trap. I believe off the stack size.
No, he's gonna go all in. We've seen quite a bit of this from Wisprod. No.
Yeah.
Desire to just lay back and do any trapping on the heels of the Tang. Open to 10-5.
109.
I think 20 blinds there. Certainly with aces, you could call or re-raise, but I think even kings, you can see some calls when it's that short. And Tang gonna see the bad news that this is literally the worst hand.
Yeah, and you see the look on his face. He is disgusted.
Flash. Flash.
I mean, hard to be 13%
You asked for it.
with a king queen.
Asked for it.
But against kings.
Oh, there we go.
What the hell?
Oh.
Really scary window though.
Yep.
Yeah. King of 10 of diamonds.
Like the best window.
And the case king.
卡 deck 咪幾好咯，仲要有牌啫。
Top set turns into a full house by the river, and Wisprod is hanging around. Danny Tang taking a big blow to his stack.
And switching places with Wisprod in that pot. Now he's the clear short stack at the table with only 80,000, which is about 16 blinds.
Oh, okay. Nice to double up.
Mucked around to Elton Sang. A limp from the small.
10-6 off, decides to C3.
And those aren't the three that 10-6 had in mind, but not exactly gin for the King 7 either, though it is King High with the backdoor hard draw. And much more that we can say for that black 10-6.
And would probably continue here versus a bet, and will definitely continue now, making the pair of 7s against a 20 big blind stack that didn't raise and very, very infrequently has an ace or a pair. So King 7 actually very strong in that particular spot against their opponent's range in the big blind of 20 blinds that didn't raise pre-flop when given the opportunity.
$393K for Tsang.
And checking back in, there are 44 players out of 60 total entrants, and Phil Ivey is in first with almost 850,000. Rob Young, who had not been in the top of the standings, jumps to second with 728K. And Jason Kuhn, who's been near the top of the leaderboard all day, in third with 583,000.
So a reshuffling of sorts happening.
Ooh. Stephen Chidwick showing up, number 6. Kerry Katz, number 8. Some new blood up there.
New shooters. Jack 7 deuce rainbow meantime in this pot between Elton Zhang and Danny Tang. On the turn, Tang hits top pair, enthusiastically checks one more time, and that is all it took for Elton to decide to get after it.
Elton saw the enthusiastic check and enthusiastically tries to pick this up. I can't imagine Tang actually folding a queen. If he folds, I will doubt that he has the queen of spades in his hand. So perhaps giving off some reverse tells there.
Interesting little spot on the river as the ace of hearts arrives.
One of the cards that Elton might consider bluffing here, given that he has a heart in his hand. I think when you, when you bet the turn there with just a 0 equity bluff, you're definitely going to have to follow through on a few rivers, and this is one that makes a lot of sense. I mean, don't know how many aces Elton has, which Tang might be thinking about. Like, is he really representing an ace?
Right.
Given this action and that he bet the turn. You know, what aces does he bet the turn with after checking the flop? But, you know, flushes, does a flush only go half pot? Some of the questions Tang might be asking himself as he gets curious and starting to work it out. Maybe this doesn't make a ton of sense.
This is where it is helpful to play against other players in this field with some regularity. You kind of develop a better picture.
Quite like the call. I think given the fact that maybe Elton doesn't have a lot of pair of aces and checking the flop, to me it kind of seems like the river sizing could have been a little bigger. I don't know the history that they have.
你打大啲，我反而冇咁痛苦。你2萬5好似拗緊我咁，好痛苦。
投降啊！唔敢啦，唔敢啊！
好笑啫。
Ace tray.
Good enough for Elton.
Yep. Making it 10-5. Could this 5-deuce possibly be enough for Richard Young? It is, as he makes the call and heads to a flop, coming up empty on the King-Queen 4 board. Ace high is still best, and that ace tray is what Young would want to hit runner. What a remarkable turn of events that would be.
Yeah.
If you were to
Ace
get
is
there,
up
but as we
versus-
see, one bet, one fold, and one more pot over to Elton Zhang, for whom things have been going well so far on this first day.
Richard balancing his nasal spray range. Previously had defended the big blind with jacks, and this time with the 5-deuce offsuit. And I believe those are the only two hands he, in the last little bit, he had the nasal spray in.
Are you suggesting the cognitive impairment is the product of whatever this spray is?
No, I'm suggesting that he knows that when he puts it in there, he sometimes has good hands and sometimes has bad hands.
It's frisk-inducing.
Yeah. In fact, perhaps this was intentional. The last one he had jacks, and this time he knew, oh, 5-deuce off, which many people would fold in the big blind. And the nasal spray, sure enough, made its way in there.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Hell of a time for Wei Xiangyu to get in these pocket eights, as Elton is going to stand up and say hello.
And about 80% of the time, this is going to be all she wrote for UA.
Sure enough, the money goes into the middle, and the Kings are in great shape.
Excuse me, I was off by 1%. It's actually 81% of the time. I'm sorry.
Oh. Bottom set for the pocket eights, and they have held on. So an improbable outcome for Wei Xiangyu.
100 and
But he'll take it. You know what they say, Rast? I'd rather be lucky than good.
I mean,
not that it wasn't good for him to play eights, but you hear where I'm coming
But I'd rather be lucky than.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how subjective the term luck is in this situation.
上嚟第一鋪又係 pair king，而家臨尾一鋪又係 pair king，兩鋪都輸。
頭先又係輸咗係咪啊？
睇下 pair king 對佢10煙 king 積啊！
哦係啊，仲要中埋 set 喎嗰鋪，但係輸得好少。啊！俾我嗰啲一早打晒啦。
Ivy's chips aren't still sitting there, are they? He hasn't just gone on some prolonged leave.
I think they whisked him away.
Yeah, yeah. I may have literally slept through that moment there, as the jet lag is wickedly catching up with me right now.
I had noticed he
here in the
hadn't
booth,
been at the table for a little while, but.
Ace King for Danny Tang. In go the remainder of his chips, just 18,500 in the form of a 3-bet.
Ooh, and he's down.
King
10.
Yeah, he is. But that King 10 has picked up a Broadway gutty on the Ace Queen 5 board. Gotta fade the Jack. And he does it.
For the last break of today, 15-minute break. Once again, players are going to achieve raise at 500.
Are we breaking?
So at this point,
Are we
one player
breaking?
should have won all the purple chips.
Do we move
from the
to the
other
table?
players
I
at
just
table
want to
for
go on
the
break.
transaction only. Once again, last break, we're going to come back
Okay.
Huh?
Give you?
So the players doing some last-minute accounting before they head for their final break of this evening's play, and as they do, we give you a look at the chip counts. Elton Zhang is your leader at the feature table, 354,000 in front of him, followed by Richard Yang, active and entertaining, 259.5. Wei Xiangyu, 211,000, followed by Wisprod, who has been kind of defensive in posture, trying to spool it up and rest. It's our last break of the night before we bring in yet another feature table and kind of get a glimpse. At the onset of the day, I confess, I saw 2 or 3 tables out there, and I thought to myself, whoa, Cyprus, a little far out there. Maybe people didn't want to make the trip. Perhaps some COVID-related concerns. Should be stated that everybody who is in the tournament area has been tested negative, so you're seeing people without masks interacting. They're doing so safely. And it didn't take long. People were maybe sleeping in a little bit, and suddenly, the last break, I look out there, and we've got a full array of tables full of people plunking down for a 50K.
Certainly.
Let's gamble.
Last I checked, I believe it was 44 active players. And, you know, that was a good 30 minutes ago, so who knows how many now. But, yeah, it's a nice turnout for a 50K event over here in Cyprus.
Yeah.
So, you know, when Triton knocks, people come calling because they put on high-quality events at very nice locations.
There's no question about it.
You know, this has been a delight so far to watch the quality of play, and yeah.
Yeah, and we've got a little bit more left still in today's coverage of the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition. Please stay with us as Brian and I will be back for the home stretch right after this.
Play to a 3-bet.
Flat call from the pocket jacks of Liao, inviting Adamo to come along out of the big, which he does. Ace 9-7. It is bottom pair for Adamo, who checks it over to the dummy end of a gut shot for Heath.
Little something for everyone. Heath has a reasonable hand here to semi-bluff, but you know, mostly bluff. Everyone just wants to see a turn.
Oh my goodness, and the turn that Adamo had in mind is absolutely a third 7 as Liao's check back.
So now Adamo deciding how he wants to play this, if he's going to check or go ahead and bet himself. I think he's likely to bet. Oh, he goes with check. Interesting. So now will Heath decide to bluff? He has, again, another reasonable hand to bluff. No showdown. Does have a straight draw. And, you know, with the 6 and the 5. Although with the 7 of hearts being out there, he's not blocking 7-6 or 7-5 suited. So a little bit less relevant for that, but very reasonable bluff here. And Liao himself, to that size, I think he's
he's going to get caught in this crossfire.
Yeah. And Adamo, loving it. Yep. And now I think with such a good kicker here, Adamo's, I expect him to raise.
Especially with Liao caught in the middle, it doesn't seem to be a big argument for flatting at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if he calls, I do think his play will be on many blank river cards actually check raising. But I think he's pretty likely to do it himself here on the turn. so he actually went into a time bank to consider this. Heath just like, what did I do? I bet.
He got after it. That's what he did. And he took chips that maybe he would typically be expected to commit to the flop, and he put them in on the turn. And when I'm Liao, I'm super annoyed by the fact that the guy who fired the turn is just out of there, leaving me to make the decision as we see Adamo bring the 26,000.
Ooh, and he's... Well, when you call the turn here, it does mean that on some blankish type cards, you might be prepared to call the river, or at least make your opponent bet again. And I mean, Adamo, I think, having taken the lead by check raising here and with a 7 with such a good kicker, is, I think, certainly going to bet. And we'll see what sizing he does, but I believe it'll be a pretty large sizing, with the hope that, you know, he's basically beating all other trip 7s because he has the best kicker that isn't a boat. And, you know, he could have some bluffs. Certainly miss spades. Some of the straight draws got there.
10-8 being the most plausible one. And this is one of those spots in retrospect where had Liao simply 3-bet the open from Heath, which granted is a little less comfortable given that Heath was at a stack depth where he could come back at him, he would have prevented being in this spot. Instead, he now faces an all-in from the overall tournament chip leader.
Well, so he went with over 2x pot. I like his size a lot, given the way Liao played this. I think it's pretty, like, not having bet the flop and just calling such a small bet on the turn. You know, trip 7s with a good kicker is almost always good. You know, Adamo's hoping that his opponent has 3 7s with a worse kicker, which probably calls this quite often. You know, Liao now is just a pure bluff catcher. On the plus side of things, he doesn't have a spade in his hand. But on the bad side of things, you know, I mean, jacks to this big of a size, you know, you're not supposed to call all your bluff catchers. You're not supposed to call very many of them, actually. So, you know, he goes with the fold, which it would have been a hero call, and he would have gotten some bad news.
We would have.
PBF, Jeff Gross.
Professional best friend, as christened by Antonio Esfandiari once upon a time.
95, yeah?
96, yeah.
Ace King for Gilbert. And problems, as a fuse may be lit here, sitting on sub 100K, and the short stack.
17.
This 3-bet from 10 to 17,000 could certainly be met with additional pressure.
Certainly. I mean, ace 10 off here, I think we'll find a fold. But ace king won't. Now, does he call or does he 4-bet? Again, 4-betting with ace king in the spot implies, oh, he only has 92,000. So there's no real 4-bet here. It's either call or all in, and he probably goes all in. It's only 45 big blinds.
How much?
Indeed.
96.
Yo Viral stuffs 96,000 out there, and Tien asks for a count.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything but a call coming, and I would be surprised if he goes into the time banks.
Ace King.
There is the call, and there is the classic race. Ace King against 2 queens.
This
Yo
may be
Viral
gonna cost me 50K.
needs help.
Yeah, you'll notice queens is against ace king off is actually a reasonable favorite. It's 55, 45, 56.
I'll be back.
It's about 11% difference. which
Maybe
is
I'm
not
lucky
quite a
enough
coin
to get
flip.
to come here again. Good luck,
I
guys.
think you want to come here again, bro.
Good luck.
I won't. I prefer to play. There is my follower, my viewer.
No help to
What
their
you doing?
games. Do you have personal feelings on whether or not it has kind of robbed poker of some of the parity? Or actually,
Definitely
we
has
don't
robbed
want
it of
parity.
parity.
It's creating
If
more
anything,
parity
yes.
potentially. What I mean to say is robbing it of sort of the advantages that maybe players who were already capable of deducing some of these things.
It's changed the game.
Individually. Has it become more just about executing? Just kind of
Not-
taking the knowledge and then applying it when you're out there and retaining it, regurgitating it?
I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but the way I would parse this is it's changed the process of how you become better. Especially especially and mostly at the highest level.
Well, let's put a pin in it briefly, Rast, as we have a developing situation here between Tien and Ibinger on this 10-7-6 two-spade board. Ibinger has fired 7,000 after Tien checked it to him, and Ibinger has the gut shot straight flush draw, and that card is available, the 8 of spades. And what a card it would be as Tien would make a set of 8s. After flatting.
The gutter turns into a double gutter.
Yeah.
Both with one card. Straights, the 4 and the 8.
Mm-hmm.
As well as, of course, the flush draw. And then Tien with, at this point, just the modest pair of 8s.
Yeah, gutter and second pair effective on this texture here.
I think Ibinger is going to go ahead and keep bluffing. I'm curious what sizing he picks. And then, you know, obviously what 10 Tien will do.
20,500.
20,500.
Okay, so that's about 2/3 pot, which is a sizing that puts Tien's hand in a bit of an uncomfortable situation. You know, do you fold a hand as good as 2/8 versus 2/3? If so, are you overfolding? Do you call? If so, are you overcalling? It's my opponent. I'm bluffing monkey.
Well, Tien may look to find out here as
he goes with call, which I probably prefer that to the 2/3 sizing to fold.
an extra 41,000 slid into the middle, making this pot 72K. Now the ace of diamonds on the end.
Which shouldn't help Tien unless really he has a hand like ace 10 or maybe like the ace high flush draw. That said, with 9 high here, I think Ibinger is very likely going to bluff. His hand obviously doesn't win at showdown. He only checks if he's giving up. But even give-ups, he could probably find better give-ups than this. So. Just, what size will it be? I mean, he is blocking both straights, probably all in, or 100,000. I would guess he goes over pot.
105,000.
Yeah, 105,000.
A huge bet here from Ibinger with just 9 high, no showdown value. We've seen it so often. The player gets after it, and he is doing so in a very meaningful way here against Lu Tien. And let's credit Tien, Rast, with not just snap folding, despite both an ace and a 10 being on the board. Synapses are firing. And
yeah, but a
maybe
10,
he's got a little sniff.
I mean, for this size on this run out, I don't really think there's too many just 10s
No,
that
of course.
bet. But definitely the ace. I mean, Ibinger could easily have the nut flush.
Welcome back inside the Merritt Crystal Cove Resort and Casino here on the beautiful island of Cyprus in the Mediterranean. North Cyprus, to be specific. Playing host to the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition, event number 1, $50,000 unlimited rebuys for the first 10 levels. No limit hold'em. 6-handed action. Presented in part by GG Poker.
The last 2 levels of today, once again, registration will be open until the start.
And it looks like
That's 1 p.m. Best of luck to the start.
we are keeping some of the faces that we had prior to the break here at the feature table, including Danny Tang and Elton Sang, but we find some new blood as well at our featured table.
Looks like Seth Davies, Andras Nemeth,
the Hungarian. Wiesbrod still
First hand.
in attendance here. And when you get not a wholesale exchange of players, but at least some fresh blood, there's a little bit of a feeling out process that begins anew at your table. You can't necessarily settle into all that you've been a part of to this point. You got to account for the unknowns, so to speak.
Certainly. Certainly it alters the composition.
Blinds at 3 and 6,000 with a 6K ante, so every orbit is costing 15K, and 5-handed, that means your stack is dwindling by an average of 3,000 chips per hand, as 41 of the original 61 entrants remain.
Yeah, sure. King Queen off.
Caught a glimpse of a paint card. So this King Queen story checks out.
Monster, monster.
Taking a look at Andras Nemeth. Almost $4 million in career tournament earnings. His best cash, just shy of 700,000. Playing under the Hungarian flag. As we see Wiesbrod with an ace-10. Min raised to 12K. That's never going to be enough to get through the King-Queen. And now and again, we may see Elton Sang pushing back here from the button against this cutoff open.
Yeah, Wiesbrod has just over 30 big blinds. So Elton deciding whether to flat or 3-bet, and goes with 3-bet.
Totally understandable choice.
Espresso double shot.
Somewhat uncomfortable spot for
Can
Wiesbrod.
I have a tea also?
Feels a little,
hot, just tea.
little too
Hot
many
plain
blinds
tea.
to really love shoving. Calling out of position can be ugly. Folding.
Have you been? What have you been up
Also
to?
not very attractive, so it seems like
Hong
one of
Kong?
those things we're getting 3-bet there kind of puts the ace-10 off and
You're
the cutoff
Malaysian
into
now.
You're Malaysian now. All right.
one of those groups of only unappealing
Switch
options.
teams.
No. Still proud Hong Kong. But
All right.
Very good friends in Malaysia.
Seth Davies getting caught up on all that Danny Tang and company have been up to since these guys bumped into each other last. It's been quite the hiatus over the course of the pandemic when multiple stops had to be canceled. And everyone is very happy to be back. Cutoff Jack 5 suited goes into the muck, allowing Davies to go to work from the button. Min raise, King 6, and Tang wakes up with Ace Jack.
plenty of hand to re-raise all in.
All in? All in.
Save myself 12
Can't say the same for Davy's hand, which crumbles under the pressure.
I can't all in against cutoff. I can only all in against cutoff.
Oh, okay.
It's getting late. Just a couple of levels left on the day now.
Yeah, the last three, right? 3 40-minute levels. Comes in at 2 hours. And then it's the after party.
Well, it's the welcome party, which happens to happen after this. It is not a party that is transpiring after another party. It is the party.
Well, this is not a party, I guess.
I'll tell you what. If your idea of a party is sitting down and having to play against some of these wild animals, then we have very different interpretations of what it means to feel festive.
True that. True
Davies, again, getting bullied pre. This time with ace 8. He surrenders to the ace 4 pressure out of Andras Nemeth. Who do you suppose makes that hoodie?
That's a good question. A textile company in Turkey.
Oh. 9-6 suited for Andras. Up we go.
Turkey's notorious for some of their high-quality knockoff goods.
Are they? High quality knockoffs?
I think.
Yeah?
I mean, there's a lot of textile industry in Turkey.
Well, I am
Big
headed
textile
to
industry.
Istanbul after this, and perhaps I should seek out some oligarch chic for the flight home. More 3-betting pre-flop. More from Ace Jack, this time Yang, the man with the hammer.
He swings the 3-bet hammer like Thor, because so far I've only seen the 3-bet destroy the opposition's hands right into the muck.
Oh boy.
Richard deciding to pass the queen deuce suited on the button, which, given his taste of hands so far, is very tight. And this is...
What are you, the
wise
hypocrisy
decision.
police?
Well, this is the 9 deuce suited previously in the cutoff, among others. But this
Yeah.
time, I mean, you know, who knows? Maybe you got a read out of the players in the blinds because they actually both have good hands.
And this is not what Wiesbrod wanted to see. After opening to 21,000, a 3-bet to 58 from the 2 queens.
Yeah, a difficult situation. King Jack off, a pretty strong hand, but he decides not good enough, and correctly at that. Folding that there, though, leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Oh, we like to play those king jacks.
But after he finds out, assuming he will eventually, what Elton had, he'll be quite happy with his fold.
Ace-9 suited now for Danny Tang.
So that's just a call out of the hijack.
Now, is this flat more a function of his stack depth or
What's
depth
that,
elsewhere?
+6?
As we see queens popping up again, this time for Elton Zhang.
Yeah, certainly. I think in 15, 20 big blind range, flatting definitely becomes a thing. Including calls along with min raises increases the overall EV.
3-bet here from saying to 26,000, an extra 20 to go. Davies thought about it with the 9-7 suited, but
slightly annoying spot for him, having to lose out on the equity on his hand. Just the mere fact that he's kind of sandwiched between the small blind raiser and the person who limped, who might be limping with bad intentions. So as much as he would like to play the 9-7 suited in position relatively deep versus Elton, he kind of is handcuffed by Tang behind him.
No doubt.
And Tang here with a decision. Oh, Tang folds the ace-9 suited versus the raise.
You okay with it?
Well, it feels a little tight, but perhaps it's correct given certain assumptions about Elton's raising range out of the small blind there. If Elton is tight enough, it's certainly correct. I wonder how tight Elton really is. I mean, I assume Tang and Elton have actually played quite a lot with each other, so I'm sure Tang knows better than me. And in fact, Elton did have 2 queens.
Won't feel too bad about it in retrospect. Leesbrod going to work.
Runs into the ace king off.
Bad time to do so.
Oh.
What is happening with pocket queens right now? It is a queens-rich environment. 3rd consecutive hand in which those ladies have stuck together pre-flop.
45.
And
45.
This is just going to get all in between Davies and Elton. I mean, Davies with just over 150K. I mean, that's not even 30 big blinds. So both of these guys have more than enough hand.
The writing is on the wall here. Especially given that Zhang chose to flat. There is some percentage of the time where Davies is just squeezing and not giving enough credit, but this isn't one of them.
Yeah, could certainly be squeezing with ace-queen or even ace-jack, for example. Where ace-king obviously doing very well against those hands.
Crush.
For Elton. Something for him.
This gives the surprising 3 out.
The most classic race of them all. Brings trip 3s on the flop. And No ace or king to be found on the turn or the river. So they'll count it down, and Seth Davies is going to enjoy multiplication of his stack. What's the scouting report on Davies, Rast?
He's living in Las Vegas. I think he started playing some of the high stakes poker tournaments. I want to say
Cooler, man.
Around 7 years ago or something, and has just worked his way up. Good poker player.
He was not expecting that.
Solid guy.
Yeah, that was the last
Expecting
hand I
sixes or
expected.
sevens.
Doesn't surround himself with a bunch of fuss
Maybe
either.
it'd be good to trap a squeezer there, huh? Didn't work out that well.
I mean,
like, nice. Okay, let me see some action. Yeah. I guess it goes all in any way we play it, huh?
It doesn't matter. Any road you take, you're getting to the same spot.
13.
Eights here for Tsang. And just a slight uptick from Min to 13,000.
How much you got, Mike? New stack?
New stack.
All right.
Brand new.
Thanks.
All in?
All in.
Danny Tang decides that sitting on 91,000, these pocket threes are as good a time as any out of the small blind to make a move. Count being asked for.
What we're going to find in this hand is eights win when they're the worst hand, and they win when they're the best hand. It's just pocket eights.
This hand is running
the
good.
snowmen.
Sang.
That's my call.
Oh.
Calls.
No.
And has Tang in jail.
Three's gonna crack me again 2 times.
I was expecting, I don't know, like
Unlikely.
king jack suited or something. Ace 10 off or something.
Crack twice.
Pocket freeze is running good today, really. Yeah.
Do recall a 3 hitting the
Maybe.
turn.
On the river.
Yes, but not against pocket
point.
eights.
Flopping quads also, but here it was not the time of the threes. Danny Tang showered.
We buy?
Still Scientists at Harvard have mathematically proven that pocket eights run above all in EV.
So just get it in there, huh?
I
Still
mean,
be alive.
I don't know. That's what they say at Harvard.
Thank you.
You can just say Brandon Adams. You don't have to say Harvard. It is Harvard,
And I
though.
can't give away
It's
my
not.
sources. These type of mathematical gems are precious.
Who would have thought?
Oh, we have a newcomer.
Indeed we do.
Oh, is it on me?
Sliding in under the radar somewhat there into the 1 hole, as Andras Nemeth had his number called and was taken away from the feature. His replacement doesn't look familiar to me. Obviously, people are losing their minds right now somewhere who know that young man, and they're going, how do you guys not know who that is?
Mike Watson.
Sir Watts?
Yeah.
No. How jet lagged am I? That's Sir Watts?
Oh, we have a new
What a misplay.
chip leader. Laszlo.
I think really what we've got is a new low watermark in terms of my cerebral activity. Why don't you take this, Rast? Give the chip counts a whirl.
Oh, we have Seth Davies at the table chip lead with 373,000, followed by Elton Sang with 349K, Richard Young 258,000, Sir Michael Watson 200,000, and Brock Wisbrod bringing up the rear with 25 big blinds and 148,000 at the 3K, 6K level. And in the tournament at large, Laszlo Buhatas, 931,000 at the chip lead. Phil Ivey, 866,000 in second. Timothy Adams, a newcomer to the top, third, 720K. Rob Young, fourth, 714,000. And Stephen Chidwick, fifth, 538,000. So quite a ways behind the top four, but just slowly marching his way up the ladder.
And it is still incredibly early here in this event.
See, to me, when you're going to make the Terminator 2 reference, I see Stephen Chidwick. Yeah, the T2000.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's your guy?
Yeah, I mean, the T2000, he's a somewhat thin Terminator, especially compared to Arnie, right? Stephen Chidwick is a little thinner, a little indestructible. Just keeps on coming.
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't talk too much. And by too much, I mean just about ever.
I can't relate. Young with the ace-jack shoots it, and it's also been an ace-jack rich environment. It's queens and ace-jack are basically the hands that we see, but the queens often attract an ace-king as well.
I will say this.
Sure, fireworks
from just a personal experience standpoint, of all the, I played with just about everybody in this tournament. He's like the one guy who it just always feels like I have nothing and he raises me. I'm just, it's like, what is going on?
Yeah.
How do you just know I have nothing?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing, Chidwick? When I finally have something, I'll win back, hopefully, a small amount of the chips you've just stolen from me over the years.
Meanwhile, the ace-jack squaring off against the king-8, which turns into a spade flush in through the back door.
Ooh. Deciding how he wants to play it here. He's going to bet it himself to get value, check, and hope not. If he checks, Richard will certainly check back the ace-jack. He does have to think that Richard has quite a fair amount of ace-highs in his range, which will give him incentive to bet. And if he does bet, though, what sizing will
90?
he use? He's going big.
Yeah, heard the words 90 crossing lips.
Oh, 19.
Oh, okay. I heard 90.
I thought I heard 92. And actually, he put out 4 white chips. I believe the whites are 25,000. So I actually,
so yeah, we were
actually
right.
think that was a mistake by the. I think it was 90,000.
In the home stretch on the evening, and obviously the original 12 levels that were intended to be played along with a dinner break, it feels were slightly ambitious, as not everybody has had an opportunity to acclimate from around the world descending upon Cyprus. And Lord knows you need to have all of your mental acuities if you're going to be out there battling at this level, as Seth Davies is, and he is battling the 2 5s of Richard Young on this occasion.
And Richard deciding he's not quite deep enough to do anything there, at least in terms of calling, and doesn't want to commit his whole stack, so goes with the fold, and Seth Davies picks up the pot.
Davies is another one of those really like deliberate, kind of just strikingly disciplined to me players. Have you experienced something other than that? Not that I'm wanting to
seems-
disparage anything about Seth. That's not my aim.
There's nothing disparaging about being disciplined. I mean, I actually think
It's
discipline
125
is
in whites, right?
I had like
one of the most important attributes for a professional poker player.
Yeah.
I think almost everybody who is not disciplined doesn't make it over a long enough time frame. Either that or they learn how to have at least enough discipline, depending on their talent level. Ooh, we get a little multi-way pot.
Yeah, the 8-7-7 flop here. And it is advantage Wiesbrod from this point forward.
So Seth Davies having a surprisingly high amount of equity, and that is because an 8 coming or any running pair over the 7s counterfeits Wiesbrod's 2 pair. So giving Seth a little bit more equity than you might think just by having only 2 overcards.
Davies firing with Queen Jack.
I think versus this sizing, Wiesbrod will continue. Not only does he have the best hand sometimes, also the 6s interact to make straights. He can't like this Jack, and not because he sees that Seth Davies has Queen Jack, but because it is a card that does not improve his hand and interacts with many potential hands, such as Jack 9, Jack 10, 10, 9.
And every now and again, a Queen Jack slides into that mix.
It's also just an overcard, like a Queen King, but it helps out all the straight draws as well. And
now the 10 presents a 4-card straight.
Actually presents the potential for Wiesbrod to bluff, because he has really one of the worst hands he could possibly have right now. That calls the flop. So would not fault him for turning this hand into a bluff. He decides not to. Not sure whether or not it would have worked. Davies does have the pair of jacks. Now Davies deciding at this point whether or not to value bet his hand doesn't, but not because he doesn't think his hand is best, but maybe because he wonders what hands that are worse will call him other than hands that were trapping, which of course would beat jacks and 7s.
And when you get a glimpse into just how exhaustive the thought process at any given street and moment is when you're out here and you're battling, listening to you walk through it, you begin to appreciate just how taxing being out there and battling for hours on end can be. And we begin to have a little bit more sympathy for some of the people who are really working hard to ensure that they can focus on the task at hand and not be distracted on any level, whether that means not having to be concerned about where to find your vegan meal because you're packing a lunchbox from home like we see Daniel doing. Everything is centered around making sure that you can be present and you can dedicate 100% of yourself to this warfare that we're seeing out here. And
certainly
this is going to be a collision between Sang and Watson as Elton has made it 13,000 to go.
Not only that, obviously the speed of thought is much faster than the speed of voice, of words, of what I'm saying. So, it is only a glimpse into the many thoughts that are going on. There's actually much more happening beyond just what I'm discussing and able to break down. That's only a modicum of it. But yeah, no, clearly, again, sub 30 big blind stacks can't really find
All in.
any other solution other than all-in call.
Yep.
To the detriment of our new player.
Yeah, the
Sir
3-bet to 33,000 does draw the all-in, and Watts knew where he was going with those 2 10s if it came to this, and it has. Jacks for Elton Sang as he is looking to shower another player. And top set means he is just steps away from being able to do exactly that. Can't even.
Only runner perfect. Literal 10-10, that's it, because the heart's even covered and you can't make it straight. So
yeah, I was going to say you can't even hit the running hearts, completely surrounded, so it is a short-lived tenure at this feature table for Sir Watts. Lovely Kate handling affairs over there.
Thank you.
Table side.
One more.
Oh, yeah.
Seth giving a long stare out into the poker room.
Keeping tabs on what's happening behind him over there. Can't fault him.
Big
And
tournament.
Sang looking so engrossed in his phone here, you got to wonder whether or not
I don't think that 44
he is
I think it's more.
looking back on that pivotal pot.
I think it's more than 44.
He's looking at the 1 minute chart, Ali.
Oh, wow. Don't get me started.
He heard you here in the booth and
44.25.
sure enough, when we get here,
That's what that means.
I'm sitting next to Ali and he's just intently watching the 1 minute chart like a true punter.
Complete degenerate.
It's what?
Very long
When you got the level of specific single stock concentration and post-traumatic stress associated with my
after level 10, I think tomorrow
obsession
44.
with DraftKings, then
We buy tomorrow.
you too would look for the 1 minute candle, my friend. There have been some really long red swords that have been plunged into my financial abdomen by that stock.
Yeah, a lot of volatility on the 1 minute chart. It
We're
really keeps it.
Emotional volatility.
Level 10, I still maintain
Uh-oh.
about 40.
Pocket pairs running into each other again.
Tomorrow
Beast
too,
Road
we
with
buy
the pocket sixes and the 2 queens for Elton Sang.
A bit of problem.
Small versus big blind.
So it's at 4?
Huh?
The 100K is at 4 p.m.? Right?
4 p.m. But you cannot finish your 4 p.m. I think still got 30, 40 people.
So Beastbrod worked his way up the chain to over 200,000 in chips to
between the two.
get in here, though.
We have to play so many tournaments in so short of time, you know? So many
We're gonna have
tournaments
to
this trip.
You mind if we switch?
hang tight.
I don't mind.
And now the reveal. King
If they allow
9
us, okay.
deuce.
Still? No 6-6.
The 2 queens again showing up.
Good game, good game.
And again, felting someone, if not dealing a menacing blow.
Feels like we're playing short deck up here.
Yeah.
Every other hand's all in.
Yeah.
I see the 2 in the deck, though.
Seth referencing the fact that short deck doesn't have 2s, nor 3s, or 4s or 5s.
Action when you have me in it.
But the fact that stripped down 2 implies that they are not playing short deck, even though they were feeling perhaps the similarities given the amount of all-ins that are happening.
Brief delay here would perhaps give us an opportunity, Brian, for you to share your amazing story about what happened at reception to you when you were attempting to switch rooms over to the Marriott Royal
Yeah, we
Hotel.
came yesterday, and some people took a while to check out, so told Ollie and I to go to the Crystal Cove and set up a room, so we did, and then
just temporarily.
I came down in the morning, to change rooms because my room was ready. And when I got down there, there was a gentleman at the front desk who, I started explaining the situation to him, and he goes to check on his computer, comes back and tells me that, I first asked if there's a problem with my room, and then tells me that there is no room available for me in the Marriott Royal. So then I'm very confused at this point. So I keep kind of talking to him and explaining exactly what happened. I'm not sure how good his English is. At some point, that was just too much for him to deal with. And he then calls up when a lady gets on the phone and talks to me and says, hey, in fact, your room is ready. I hand the phone back to him and kind of look like, what are you, why did you tell me there's no room? He puts a sheepish grin on his face and sure enough tells me that, in fact, he can't check the availability of rooms in other towers in the hotel. At which point I really questioned him directly.
He didn't want you to leave, Brian.
I know. He apparently just took a liking to me immediately. I know I have that effect on people.
Taking a liking to the turn briefly here is Davies with this King 10, which still is behind the Ace 10 of a Slav who has returned to the featured table. We'll see how things proceed from here.
Enthusiasm moment.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's kind of like, really? So why do you pretend to look at your computer? Why do you just make stuff up? Just making it up? The room's not available? What's going on, man?
I think my favorite is from now on asking someone else who they're voting, and if they're voting for the other candidate, the two of us just leave. That was one of the more brilliant maneuvers ever. As Davies maneuvers involving a bet of 45,000 here, and some skepticism on the face of Slav Buldegan.
It's a beautiful idea. Unfortunately, the GTO solution to that implies that it could be gamed readily by someone willing to make a dishonest bargain. But
well, when you're ready to orchestrate that play there, I almost want to open a small hotel chain just to be at the front desk and then be able to pull off that maneuver. I want to just falsely type away at the keyboard, pretend I have any. Oh, actually, we don't have anything to do with that other hotel. I was just making you think.
I was making up and seeing if you'd walk away. But unfortunately, you're an obstinate mofo. So eventually you sussed it out. I just couldn't run this bluff anymore. People always told me I'm difficult to bluff, Ali. That's been my reputation for quite a long time.
Well, I remember you christened yourself, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan Blast.
Yes, but that's more about a previous propensity to put in a lot of money.
Oh, look, it's good to keep those sorts of nicknames around so that people will be like, I get to play with a guy named Ryan Blast, sign me up. Then you eviscerate them, and you're like, oh, yeah, okay.
Well, I don't know that Blast was implying that I eviscerated them, more that I occasionally eviscerated my own chips.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
As we all do. And on this occasion, the hopefuls look up at King 7-8. It is bottom pair for Davies.
Although Blast can eviscerate either party. Because sometimes these blast-offs came with a sheepish grin as I collected chips with
Sure.
that
You got to be on the good end sometimes.
Oh,
right?
yes.
And then there's the occasional guy is walking out the door talking to himself as a result of a trademark Ryan Blast moment. Elton Singh's bet is promptly called by the Queen 7 of Davies.
This would be a gangster continue here, in the sense that he really has nothing and no reason to do so. But
well, he does, because
no reason. I mean, in terms of draws. Of course, he does in terms of he has 10 high, and that's not going to win.
Well, in terms
unless he
of
bluffs, unless he Elton blasts it off.
I thought maybe if he wants to get to the restroom, or just, you know.
This is one of those moments where if you just say all in, you're going to win.
Sure.
It's It's no problem. It's only like
It's when you
8x
hear a
what's in the
call
pot.
quickly thereafter it though that the tables are so turned. 6K, the figure on the river.
Elton knows he can't call 6,000.
Seth Davies.
But feels like that was the give up moment. Yep. It's those micro expressions.
Well done there by Davies. Don't hit me with this microaggressions nonsense.
No, microaggressions nothing. I would never reference that. Micro expressions.
Expressions.
You must have had something
That
really shitty.
It's like as he kind of repositioned his cards and shift his
Pretty ugly, yeah.
his center of balance in his seat. It was just the micro expression that let me know he was done. He was no longer posturing to raise or thinking about raising, and he was about to fold. And sure enough, he did. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There are these little things you pick up on. And the highest level players don't do the obvious stuff like throw their hands up in the air and say, "Wash."
Yeah, yeah. The
You know?
days of Havad Rain
Yes.
Khan running around doing laps, or Umberto Brenes bringing a shark up to the camera with a court jester hat on. Those days are numbered.
I think still not enough. I think I still.
Wait, I gave him 5K extra, I think. That's 30. I think I gave you 30.
Richard Young with a beautiful suited connector here. 8-7 of clubs.
No, he was just making change or something, right?
Now is what?
What? It's big blind, yeah?
It's big blind, yeah.
Highly speculative hand
now
with
it's 6 also. Is
great potential and upside when it does get there.
I went to raise.
Appears to be some confusion about who exactly is
Yeah, I mean,
the
it
big
was
blind
like
here.
confusion with the chips. Like, you should let him raise. Because there
Okay,
was,
it's
like,
okay.
confusion with the
A
chips.
call.
All right. Because it was, like, confusing who was big blind or not. Like, you should probably let him raise. Whatever.
So not exactly certain what the position was in response.
Really strong flop for the 7-8 of clubs. Pair and
Pair
flush draw.
pair and a flush draw. The ace of clubs works for Lunling Tian, who has rejoined this feature table. That image is spectacular of Richard Young here, who's gone back to the nasal supplement. Five-handed action here at the ever-evolving feature table in the final frame in terms of coverage.
Last level?
Of
Yes,
event
last
number
level
1 of the Triton
of
Poker
day 1.
Cyprus Special Edition at Merritt Crystal Cove Resort and Casino. 4 events in total. Alina Jean alongside Brian Rast. Jeff Groston, Karai Aldemir will also be bringing you
16 raise.
some events.
Slav raises it up on the button and runs into aces.
This is wild how many big pocket pairs we have seen in succession here at this featured table.
Yeah. Now again, this is a spot where at 15 big blinds, he could either go on, but you can flat aces here. The reason, of course, being that there's many hands that can't call you that you kind of would like to stay in the pot to win money on future streets off of them. Of course, sometimes that means you end up getting sucked out on, but you know, definitely at these 15, 20 blinds, 100% many pre-flop solutions recommend just flatting aces as a slow play.
That's a nice double up for you.
Big one.
Huge one.
Needed it.
Action on Seth Davies. David has played, or Davies rather, has played in 10 Triton Series events worldwide since his participation began in August of 2019 in the London stop. Yet, he has 0 total live tournament earnings in this series.
So he has to crack that Triton cherry.
Yeah, I think so.
The ignominious best player with 0 Triton caches.
Yeah, yeah. Ace, King, Deuce, Rainbow. Top pair for Davies. Bottom pair for Tsang.
This is what happens when you have a little something for everyone and the hands matched up are Jack, Deuce, and Ace 4. Elton now picks up a gutter. Decides to continue checking. Will likely evaluate versus a bet, which at this point I would expect Seth to do. After not raising the big blind, he goes ahead and checks back behind as his range is weaker than Elton's on Ace, King, Deuce, as he would have raised Ace, King, Aces or Kings, and Elton might have limped those. But now he's going to go ahead and bet his top pair of aces because he could have some other hands that are stronger now, such as King, Deuce, Queen, Deuce, Ace, X, and some bluffs that make sense now as any Jack or 10, or wheels that check back the flop. Now, Elton's going to have a decision here on how he wants to play his hand versus a pot-size bet as a call or a raise or a fold. There's arguments for all of those, and he goes with call.
Pot up to 72,000 on the
my.
heels of that call, and in comes the Broadway card as Tsang is instantly rewarded.
And after betting the pot and getting called and that card peeling off, I don't think Seth will go for value, and his hand's too strong to bluff. So it's just a check, and he'll see the bad news. After getting called by a pot-sized bet, he can't really like the 10. If he had the best hand, that hand might have given his opponent an improvement that beats him. And if he still has the best hand, it's starting to get pretty hard for Elton to call a bet. So
I just set.
No.
I never set.
Sporting little exchange there from Davies. Another suited connector for Richard Young. He did so well with that 7-8 of clubs. Now he's got 7-6 of diamonds. Shoots it up to 16,000. Unsuited connector for it. Tsang goes into the muck and
call.
Folded around 2.
Call. Call.
Seth with the sporting joke where you make up a hand that is absolutely absurd that you basically have no way of having, given the way it got played.
Mm-hmm.
7 high like a boss.
Yeah, Queen 10 deuce, rainbow flop, and Young given the opportunity to fire and take it. I like what I've seen out of this crew here. Not just the specific one at the feature table right now, but the aggregate community at large that is here for this stop.
What draws your liking, Ali?
In what respect?
In whichever respect you feel is pertinent.
What draws my liking?
Yeah.
Right now, a comfortable bed and several REM cycles that I am short of. As we see another all-in here out of the sub 100K stack of Slav Buldigan.
Right.
And he is going to run into it as Davies has the medicine for a couple of sixes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I have one. Oh. Back one, please. Only one after.
And Slav getting some bad news that a 6 has apparently been put into the muck already. So where does he have to go now with the ace-jack-9 board? It's just
Yeah, I have 1-6.
1-6 left in the deck.
And off? Spade. No. No, I have 6.
You had a 6?
Yeah, yeah. There's only one hold. Okay, yeah.
Not there on the river. And Davies will absorb the remains of the Russian.
Easy money.
This side of the table is where all the chips are flowing.
Yeah. Let's keep it that way, huh?
Yeah, I like it. Let's extend the day another level, huh? Let's play 14 levels.
You're going to hear me snore if you extend the day another level. I'll tell you that right now, Rast. It's going to be one of those awkward, the guy in the middle seat
Well, when you have a
just passes out on your shoulder kind of
here's the
deals
thing,
here.
when you have an uneven table, and due to the incline, the chips slide down to one end. You happen to be seated on that lower end where the chips are sliding down to. It makes a lot of sense to want to extend the day. So I understand Seth Davies' logic there. And I'm going to go ahead and tap the tournament director and extend it for him. Okay, well I actually can't do that. So, you know, I was letting that linger, but just in case you didn't realize it, given how kind of solidly and steadfastly I said that, that's impossible. I can't do that. Don't worry. Ooh. Okay. Both have queen high, but one queen high is
The
much
bigger
more
spade,
connected to that flop. than
higher
the
no
other.
pair.
Oh, wow. Snap fold with queen 10 off. That is unexpected, especially to that sizing. I don't agree.
Well, oftentimes you will see, and I'm not alleging that this is what we're witnessing mechanically, touched on it earlier in the day, that right before the break or, you know, late in the day, there's this like, well, where am I at stack-wise? Do I have enough to blast? And maybe you see some punting.
It's not even just that.
Or,
I'll tell you what it is.
But on the other side of it, right, it's one of those, I don't need to deal right now.
Yeah, you know, it's something where I think as the day wanes and people get tired, as you can relate to at this moment, I'm sure, some of the toughness just evaporates. And you're just getting by.
The killer instinct, you mean?
You're just trying to get by.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you're no longer fighting hard for every pot, maybe 3-betting in the right spots, this, or check calling out of position, paying attention to the pots. Oh, he bets. I don't have anything. I'm done. And I'll tell you what, one of the things that I really liked back in the day with the knockdown, drag out, long cash sessions is somewhere around hour 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, whatever, in that range, a number of once tough opponents softened up like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
I'll tell you what, don't count Richard Young in that boat as he is hanging tough. Has ace-5 and flops himself a top pair along with the wheel gutty that is shared between he and Seth Davies, who no longer has the best hand.
Oh.
And that's one way to avoid having to make any subsequent decisions. Richard Young has moved all in.
I'll just donk shoves here. which is an interesting
172.
decision. The lead as a shove. And Seth finds the fold correctly. Very non-standard play there.
Yeah, and you know, I'll say this. I, for one, appreciate when we see those non-standard things because it forces the players who we know to maybe be cut more from the standard cloth in terms of like the implicit agreement amongst those who all subscribe to the Church of GTO to have to adapt and adjust and be posed with questions they don't usually have to answer at a poker table, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the flow of play is very much respected, I think, by guys post-flop in multi-way spots.
Certainly. We have a new player at our table.
I didn't see that.
In case you didn't see who it was, I'll just comment that it's... earlier we were talking about Super Saiyans, and you mentioned
160.
Ali and the Dragon Ball, and here he is. And he does actually have a Dragon Ball shirt on. I believe it's Black Goku.
Really?
Goku Black on his back. Yep. Sorry, not Black Goku. Goku Black.
You got a Goku Black.
Yes.
Okay.
It's complicated. I won't get into the details, but...
Well, also complicated is perhaps how Elton Sang wishes to play these pocket nines out of the small blind. He is going to re-raise the open from Lunling Tian, who had the ace-jack. Yang got caught with the king-queen. Now the E-ticket.
Ace-jack off. Yeah, decides to go with it for less than 20 big blinds. And in some ways, we'll see the good news, because after getting it in here, you really can't expect ace-jack to be a favorite very often.
So the 2 overs against the 9s, as ace-jack does pick up a Broadway gutty right away. 6 on the turn, not changing anything other than the 9s. Could have picked up a straight with a 7, but it is an ace on the river, and Lunling Tian has disposed of Elton Sang's 2 red 9s.
Barry Greenstein is here in spirit, if not materially. See, there he is, Goku Black, on his back.
Okay.
Just non-stop Dragon Ball Z references, man.
No, man. I can barely keep up with the pop culture of yesteryear.
And now it's a fixture.
Ace King for Elton Sang.
121.
121K.
121. Okay, that's it.
Wrist.
What will Seth do with the ace-7 off? Deep, out of position to the button, only a min raise, and the big blind. Big blind with a very short stack. Decides to call.
Out of the small, prefer to have position, but instead.
Awful flop for Ali, who is going to love it and likely get busted on this hand.
Top pair against the better kicker top pair for Elton Sang. And note that Davies' choice to just flat the A7 as opposed to maybe get a little bit frisky with the sense that people were opening up some ranges, looking to bob and weave here late in the day. did invite Imshirovich to take a price pre, and in doing so, as you mentioned, it could very well spell the end of his
I mean,
evening.
Ali has to be happy with the bet and is going to be putting in his chips, and we'll see the bad news after he's called.
How much?
105.
Okay, I call. Say no pie.
呢個差唔多。
The turn is a jack. And the river is another jack. The ace kicker with the king emerges victorious.
係啊，應該睇籌碼應該好多人俾佢剔出去啊。
And the table's still very much tilted as the chips just keep sliding down. And Elton and Seth scoop them.
頭先我煙網打煙即係俾人逼。
So you're due to lose one to me.
Revert 第一張十大。Three straight. Oh.
Let's just run a big flip and I win.
Not a big flop. Okay.
I was small blind.
I'll lose a blind over blind to you, okay? Be friendly with that. Yeah, quite a bit. You have like 450.
I have just about 5, I think.
Oh.
Maybe a little less. Let's see, 4. Yeah, I have like 490. 480, 490.
I'll give you this one, man.
All right, let's go.
We're down to only 4-handed.
Davies with the ace-9 on the button.
Appears we have just one big blind.
No hand to call. Sorry.
Because of that, Seth will get 2 buttons effectively, as now the button moves over but is effectively still in front of Seth.
Well, that music typically means one of 2 things: a chip count or a chance to pay the bills, as our good friends over at GG Poker are helping to present the Triton Cyprus Special Edition. I invite you to play online at GG Poker with some of the world's best. You got to look at them there on the screen. Negranu and company. Jason Kuhn also a part of the GG camp, as is Elke.
Here we go. Million chip pot right here.
A little late in the day for that, but obviously the evening is truncated. 2 levels will start tomorrow with open registration. And here Davies had the advantage with the King-Jack suited against King-9 post-flop. The Ace-8-7 board, not one that Tseng appears to be interested in. Board pairing on the turn. King-Jack still best.
Melton decides here to bet after Davies checks back.
Second nut, no pair for Seth, but not in the mood to battle for that one. He lays it down.
Oh, 棒棒！哇！俾錢起碼買返個電視位上下先啦。
Yet another new arrival here in the late stages.
Em big blind 啊？大小姐喺度睇緊喎。大小。
And going to the tournament chip count to give everybody an update right now. It appears Phil Ivey has the chip lead, 848,000. Rob Young in second with 813.
Boy, that's a good couple of ingredients if you want some spicy soup.
Mark DeRozan, tournament 790. Mikita 759, and Elton at our table 671. And the T2000 in 6th now. And even though he was in 5th and now he's in 6th, Chidwick has more chips than he did before with 659,000. Sure enough, by the end of the day, I predict he'll be in 4th with 788. Just saying that because T2000 only goes upwards.
2 diamonds and a 5 on this flop where 10-9 suited is turned into second pair. Now the 7 of spades on the turn, and Young is betting 8,000.
有 pair 有 pair 10 pair。
Young flashing the pair there as if to say, look, I'm not stealing, buddy.
He actually said more than that. I think he said that you don't have a pair. See, look, I have one. As he divined that Elton's think and then fold coincided with Elton not having a pair, which was correct. Essentially saying, man, can't you just let it go? You got nothing. You always got to try to bluff me. Look, I have a pair. Come on, buddy.
17.
Suited and connected. Lu Ningtian pops it.
How much? 17.
Elton's got a fun little hand, the 5-4 suited. As the blinds get bigger and the stacks get shorter, though, those hands get a little less valuable. In the beginning of the day at 200 big blinds deep.
Different proposition altogether.
Certainly.
The 17K open. Not going to get through the Davies big blind, which is feeling a little sticky.
Davies is sticky, but the hand will remain a mystery.
Two 9s, 2 hearts, and a queen on this board. Not sure what Davies holds. Feels as though his range could certainly contain something in that neighborhood. But the check fold suggests he was out of range. Hang in there, good buddy. We're in the home stretch.
Very happy to pick that up with nothing himself but hopes and dreams. 7 high.
What kind of hopes and dreams? Do you flush down the toilet hopes and dreams?
The hopes and dreams of winning something for nothing.
And as
the American dream,
the Cars sang it. Money for nothing. And the chicks for free. Now I'm dating myself.
Elton getting frisky here on the button with the 9-4 off. Apparently he's decided that Lu Tian's big blind is ripe for the taking because that is not GTO.
And out of character, I think, a bit.
Well,
haven't seen the pure 211s.
That is just a pure decision that the big blind overfolds or the blinds collectively don't 3-bet as much as they should or whatever, because there's no other reason you're opening the 9-4 off, which is complete, utter garbage.
咁都折磨啊，大佬。
Six deuce off. Not enough kit, and a good thing for Davies is Kai.
25. Huh? 25, 25. No.
And Tien are going to square off here. 25K a man, and it's a heart draw and a Broadway gutty for Kai, who's in position against Tien, who's got top pair, top kicker, and the initiative. $13,000, the follow through. Kai does make that call.
Yeah, the decision for Kai being between call or raise, and goes with call. It's a very good price.
$84,000 in the middle.
30,000, a very modest betting. Does not get there.
Nope. 8, not the card needed.
Lunling Tian's best chance of getting more chips at this point would be checking. He does not know that. Question is his hand good enough to bet again for value here? He decides it is. Kai really would have a tough time finding a call. It feels like if you're going to do something now, it would be bluff raise all in, which would be ambitious. Would be an ambitious play. Might actually work against a king, ace king. You're not loving calling there with,
especially because those slow played hearts begin to creep into the equation.
Yeah, slow played hearts, but even at this point, there's some other hands like the 10 blocker's relevant, 10 of hearts, because you know basically queen 10 that had a heart in it. Same thing as king 10 really. Just move the king down, turned into a straight. Blind versus blind, somewhat relevant.
You saw tournament director Luca Vivaldi working the mic there to advise the players that at the conclusion of the current hand, they will be playing exactly 3 more hands to end the night, a couple of levels shy of where they thought they were going to do it. It feels like that's the right timing, especially as we didn't have a full dinner break. And this will enable the players to go out and grab a proper meal before heading over to the welcome party here on day 1 of this
So you call it what you
series.
want. I'm going to go to the
Call it
after
the
party.
He checked, I think, right? Did you check?
Yeah.
Yeah, he checked.
Sang with a humongous flop here, bottom pair and clubs. As he opened the hijack, Kai tearing one off with his king-queen, not no pair now. He's picked up the king-high club draw as Sang has made his flush.
Elton will very likely continue betting now as his hand improved to a flush, and I can't really imagine Kai deciding to fold, and instead of calling, he raises all in.
Blasts 260K in, and you see Tseng just double checking to make sure that he had what he thought he had, which is indeed a flush.
My father.
And the river was black, but it was not a club. So Kai got after it, and you know, at one point he was the chip leader, and I think bearing witness to that move there, it was a high variance approach he took to that stack. as we see the last of his tokens moving over to Elton Sang, who is finishing strong here.
Yeah, decided to turn his hand into a bluff on the turn.
Semi-bluff.
Yeah, semi-bluff, of course. Not a pure bluff.
That hit that a lot going on.
我諗住幫花咗啦。
係咯係咯，我都諗住佢花咗。
我都以為佢花咗，我邊有咁巧啊，大佬花撞花。
咁你都要去㗎啦。
我都要去㗎。
Not gonna work out too well when your opponent has a flush.
Ace-6 here for Davies in the cutoff. $18,000 escape. Just look at that stack in front of Sang. Rast.
It just keeps growing. So now he's over 800,000.
Play big pot.
Looks like.
He's going to be a real contender.
You had a better hand than last time when you raised under the gun.
我真係諗住花。
我一睇，誒，做咩個花好似
我一開始諗住花咗哇咁大嘅花得嚟喎。
3-8.
That's 4.
Unplayable. So this is the last? No more?
Yeah, you're done.
I'm done.
You're done. You can go to the party.
Last hand, huh?
Last hand.
The players at the table refuse to confirm which one of us is correct.
The wife.
About
They're just calling
the
it
they
the
just
party.
call it the party, yeah. The ambiguity's killing you, isn't it?
It is. I really need one of them to just say after party, so my entire life up to this point is validated.
明天没有的礼拜咩？
我们没有聊的啦。
收到收到。
Oh. Apparently it's the welcome
OK 啦，
party.
至少我们比礼拜
I
的
also
多。
reject that.
我们明天就没有的礼拜嘛。
Well, it is advantage Seth Davies in terms of equity on this 2-club paired flop where his 10-5 has picked up a flush draw up against Sang, who has kings and trays and is betting 8 dimes.
But in addition to the club, the 10 and the 5, the 4 also counterfeits Elton, but that's a great card for him as he should shift to a small favorite as the 57% shows.
When we do get called on that texture, though, we are not in love with what happens moving forward.
Now he has to decide how to play this. Does he bet again? Does he check? He goes with bet, but a small amount. And now Seth certainly won't fold to 8,000. Question is, does he just call, see the river, realize his equity? Does he turn his hand into a semi-bluff here by raising and try to get Elton to fold whatever and win the pot with 10 high? And after going into the tank but not using a time bank, he comes up with call. And that's as blank as they get.
Beautiful card for the pocket threes of Sang. There is some 4x perhaps in Davies' range here.
Last hand ticket. Very, very easy.
Sure.
Very, very friendly.
You know, he goes ahead and just bets the smallest amount possible again. Which at this point, Davies is getting an excellent price from the pot, but you know, even getting 7-1, more than that.
That was my best card.
8-1.
Yeah,
It's hard to believe that 10 high is good.
Nice draw though. A pair. Very friendly. Keep it very friendly. It's good, right?
King on
Keep
the
it
river.
small, you know. Last hand of the day.
That was.
No need
That
to.
was.
Huh?
That was classy.
Davey's agreeing with me that the brick of all bricks was in fact his worst card, which he inverted sarcastically by saying it was his best card.
4, 4, 6. All right.
Numbers,
Yeah, you probably got about $1.5 million.
No.
Well, it was a real surge to close the day for Elton Sang, who is up over $1 million in chips and will return tomorrow with 129 big blinds. As you look upon the end of day chip counts here at the featured table, Richard Yong, 33 bigs deep, Lun Ling Tian, 49, and Davies with 56 big blinds. And Rast, one in the books, my friend.
We did it.
Just barely. I'll tell you what, if we're tired, I can only imagine how the players out there are feeling, many of whom have come from all corners of the earth, everybody on different time zones, a lot of them getting in late last night. But nevertheless, we saw them out there battling all day long. What were the high points for you, if you can remember all of them? Maybe...
You know, I remember that ace-jack rebluff hand. That was cool. At the beginning of the day... our man, Mr. Obama, going for it with the 4-3 of spades and getting that through the queens, which was quite the bluff. So, you know, it was an action-packed day with a lot of highs, a lot of lows, a lot of in-between, and a lot of interesting hands.
And there could be some people that sleep on it. Maybe they thought they were done putting bullets in, but with 2 levels remaining to start tomorrow, with registration open, people could show up maybe out of the woodwork and get back in the saddle. Take a little spin of the wheel, obviously, later in terms of the blinds. But in the meantime, that does it for Rast and I here. We certainly hope you enjoyed today's coverage of event number 1 here at the Triton Poker Cyprus special event in North Cyprus. Don't forget, we will bring you the conclusion tomorrow. Jeff Gross and Karai Aldemir are also going to be lurking around. Not sure yet if they're going to step in or we're going to take you all the way home through the final table. But obviously, this is just the first of 4 events of coverage that we'll be providing. In the meantime, on behalf of our entire crew out here in Cyprus, my partner Brian Rast, I'm Ali Najad saying we'll see you mañana. Peace.